right. It says we're live.
It's happened.
It's time now.
We should just update the thumbnail.
Do the thing.
This should be the thumbnail from now on.
Yes.
If you can hear us,
you know what
that's
to
the
do.
Key. You know that's the key.
You knew this
gotta
was
let
coming,
us-
Pete.
You got to let us know.
Tell us if you can hear us down below.
Where's that chat? It says we have 600 people in here right now.
Where's my snare?
Can you see us? Can you hear us? Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Can you see us?
Word
Can you
to
hear
your
us?
mother. This is the most I've talked so far today.
Absolutely.
All right, looks like we're live.
Heck yeah, we're live.
John, can you put the chat in the center?
Sure.
So, guys, I got to ask, what did y'all think of Spider-Man No Way Home? Did it suck as much as everyone said?
Yeah, was it as disappointing as you thought it would be this whole time?
Where's all them assholes who were like, you're going to feel so bad when you see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield aren't in it. Yeah.
They're not. They're definitely
Yeah.
not in
Go
it.
fuck yourselves.
Yeah. That's what we didn't
That's our
actually
new
come
attitude
here
now.
to talk about
We're
spoilers
egotistical now.
or the movie. No, it's just about putting it to everybody who doubted us.
So Maria Hammond got us this
Shouts out.
cardboard cutout of Spider-Man, and it's pretty dope. So Coy was supposed to be in here with us. I gotta get this out of the way right away. Coy was supposed to be here with us. He has been feeling pretty under the weather, and we still need to determine what's going on there. So it was like, yep, it's best you stay home
Maybe
and probably rest up.
safest
Yeah.
not to be in this room right
And
now.
that's about it. So sorry he can't be here right now, and we'll do our best to compensate for him. So
But
this live stream is going to be 30 minutes long.
Yes, absolutely. Go to his social media and send him some love.
All right.
Wishes.
Let's shout some people out really quick before we just start hopping into this.
Yeah.
Eric Ragu, always in our comments. Christian Torres.
Drake
I don't know how to
Ramore.
pronounce this. We got a lot of super chats already. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Ismail Sharfouf.
We got to get to it quicker than usual.
Sharna, Gilbert Huerta.
This will be the Coy replacement right here.
Yeah, that's Coy.
This
He's
is
just
the new
dressed
Coy.
up.
Yeah, go
He's
wish
in
Coy some
character.
amazing movie. Cried multiple times. I did cry 3 times, and yes, I would say that too. Even knowing leaks, cheeky YT, surprisingly did not affect my experience. I was exceptionally moved. In fact, I was a little bit on edge. Like, what if this doesn't come true? what if Tobey and Andrew are in it?
Yeah.
A big part of me was a little bit like, whew, all them videos.
All that speculation and all that putting it on the line of I'm sure they're
Yes,
definitely in it.
That was a
Yeah.
major relief for us. I'm so happy to see
Absolutely.
everyone here, and I'm just so relieved that this movie is actually pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's the hot thing to do is do your spoiler talk on the weekend, but we wanted to give everyone enough time to watch it over the weekend and also to watch it several times.
Yeah.
How many of you guys, John? Let's put out a poll before we get into it.
All righty.
We're gonna put out a quick poll. We've seen the movie 3 times, and that's exactly the poll that we were about to say right here. John's getting this poll ready. Yeah. Get it going, John. We're gonna ask you guys in the chat right now. Here, you need me to type it for you? John, you don't have to do everything by yourself. If there's one thing we
you
learned
would
from Toby
love-
and Andrew is that you can't do everything by yourself. You got to learn to work as a team.
And you need validation.
Well, if you don't need my help, don't fucking ask for it.
All right. What are we pulling? What are we pulling here?
How many times have you guys seen it? Waiting. You know us. We take a while to warm up here. Just the once, twice at a option for 3. I know a couple people have seen it 4 times. Yeah, we did see it 3 times. We watched it at the premiere, and then we watched it the second time at a smaller screening, a smaller van screening, and then we watched it the third time. We wanted to make sure to go opening night. As much as it was going to affect our schedule, we had tickets at a theater. It was like an hour away, but we were like, we have to watch this opening night with a crowd. And definitely because
The real people crowd.
the premiere crowd had fans for sure, but we wanted to the people who bought their tickets had to wait online forever to get their tickets as well. We wanted to see it with them,
Yeah, absolutely.
and share in that experience. And I feel like the premiere crowd was easily the one that was the loudest throughout, but opening night crowd definitely had some of my most favorite moments.
Yeah.
In terms of how they reacted to things throughout, especially when Andrew Garfield does save MJ. That was easily the the biggest reaction was opening night crowd.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the ones that were most surprised when they saw Tobey, it was a weird experience because I hate when people are on their phones in the theaters. I fucking hate it. I really, really do. But there was a moment where I saw someone a little bit ahead of me who, when Tobey and Andrew came out, was such in shock, she whipped out her phone and had to start recording the crowd or her screen to capture the audience reaction.
Yeah.
So one part of my brain went, what a rude-ass bitch. The other part of my brain went,
I should do that.
I am one of the people who watches audience reactions on YouTube, so let her do it for now.
Well, and part of me then was like, yeah, I usually hate that too, but I was like, but maybe I want to immortalize this moment because, we'll never forget the first time we saw them all on screen together, and definitely couldn't do that at the premiere.
What's the poll at right now? What did you guys vote?
62% have seen it one time so far, 29% have been two times, and then 6% and 4% for 3 and 4 or more respectively.
Hold on, my cousin's messaging me. Huh? Hey, Jess, your baby's so cute. I'm literally just started a live stream on YouTube right now.
Spoilers, the baby is cute.
About 700 people here right now. My cousin just had a baby.
So, yeah, send some love.
I will call you back, yes. Your baby is absolutely beautiful. Bye. Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, all of us clapped.
Oh,
all
yeah.
Of us. It was easily the most vocal I've been in a theater. It's weird. I think this was the one that really saved cinemas.
Oh, totally.
We've heard that with a lot of films this year, but I'm like, nah, it's Spider-Man. That was the one that really made it feel like we are back at the theaters.
Yeah, because there are no asterisks with this,
Yeah.
and then with the performance over the weekend being so astronomically, like third highest grossing opening weekend movie of all time. Yeah, I feel like even the ones that have done really well have had some kind of, the pandemic kind of a qualifier, but yeah, this is the return. And it made me feel like a kid that way. Like when people say that a lot, but this was a movie that did that where I got swept up in the wonder and I was like cheering and laughing and crying and just transported the way you want to be by movie magic.
True.
So,
we're 1K viewers right now. That's cool.
Hey, thank you guys.
Hey, if you guys could hit that like button, that would be super, super duper stellar. All right, guys. Look, we had so many we usually wait like 30 minutes to get to
get there.
Let's get them. Let's start kicking them off right now so we don't fall too behind here because we often end up being like 2 hours behind on our super chats, and I feel bad every time. Because we usually take a half hour to get to them.
All right.
And then we end up also like talk because there's things to talk about, guys. Why don't you guys leave your criticisms in the chat too? Because normally what happens in these streams, this is your first time here, is we kind of riff off of what you guys are talking about here specifically.
Leave the most obvious details we all knew about that were also in the trailers that aren't spoilers whatsoever.
Yes.
Anything and everything is on the table today.
See, that person saying that in Portugal they had a pretty quiet theater. And like they're generally pretty quiet. So then to have an experience, John, show our password right on the live stream.
It's luckily it's dots.
Why don't you just move it over here to the screen for a second? You got it, John.
Thank you.
This is you see John's worried face?
Well, because I checked the super chats 4 times before we started, and now it's doing this.
No. Panicking.
Yeah. Mistakes aren't suffered lightly. That's right, man. Always in a state of nervous tension. Always in a state of, oh God, it's
readjust the situation?
And this is making me feel so much better.
That's what I do, man.
I know you break the tension with humor
as you about it. So I'm just gonna make fun of you. All right, where are we at?
That's a great policy.
That's my friendship with everyone. I often get criticized for not being sensitive enough to people's plights.
I don't know about that. Alrighty.
I got you.
Gonna enlarge this at the risk of screwing everything else up. All right.
Is Electro a plot hole or not? I don't know. I see some people justify it like it's not a plot hole.
Electro?
I think with any fandom, there's always a base with any fandom that kind of treats their franchise like it's impenetrable. And that can be a little frustrating because I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I especially love this movie. And Spider-Man is easily like out of the Marvel franchises, these are the one I know the most. So, but I don't think it's impervious, you know?
Yeah.
But let's see what we got here right now. All right. Rember Bulldog, thank you so much for the super chats. The soups chat. You know, Soup should do more live streams. He could call them soups chats.
Soups chats.
How good? Why isn't he doing that? Why
Dude,
isn't Mr. Matt Ramos doing that more often?
know,
Soups chats.
When TikTok goes live.
Noah Home was fantastic. My favorite Spider-Man movie. Oh, that's good to hear, Remmer. Oh, new poll, Remmer. You've inspired the new poll.
Alrighty.
All right. Okay. So most people have seen. Why don't you put that poll on screen really fast?
All right. I have to downsize it to make it.
You
fit.
got this, John. I believe in you, man.
I did that with a smile on my face. God damn it.
How many times have you seen No Way Home? Okay, most people have seen it just the one time. That's understandable. It's a long movie. It's a packed eater. It was hard to get tickets.
Props to the 4% though.
Awesome. That's
Props
good to hear.
4%.
All right, John. Now maximize. Now blow up everything again, and get it back on track.
All right, new poll. You had a
New poll. We got a new poll coming in. New poll coming in.
All right, what is it?
I forgot the question. What were we talking about before that whole little bit we had about you freaking out over it being minimized?
Something really important.
It was something really important. I forgot the poll.
Very memorable.
If you guys happen to remember what we were just talking about, where is this your favorite Spider-Man movie? That's the one. You got it, John. There was one guy laughing and clapping on his own. That's I wish that person was there. I had a hard time actually getting emotional. I was like, wow, this is a really great scene at the Aunt May death scene. But there was some woman, like a few rows behind us, who was uncontrollably sobbing. Like it was like, you know, we had a full theater.
It's one of those things where part of you, or at least part of me, is like, okay, I don't want to, you know, have like some kind
I love all these options you gave.
Yeah, that's the fun of
You're
it.
very considerate.
That's
I
the
love
fun
that.
of it. That's the fun
Can't
of
be
it.
black and white answers, man. I love that.
You got to take advantage of the options that they give you. It's all engagement. But yeah, I feel like there's a line where especially at a movie like that, because the same thing happened at Endgame, where there was somebody dressed as Spider-Man in the row like one or two ahead of us, and when Peter got dusted, they were sobbing so loud and uncontrollably that it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, we're all here at the premiere, so anybody can have the reaction they want to have, and I don't want to take that away from them. However, this is kind of a lot, and it's kind of like very noticeable and sort of distracting.
Yeah, because I like the second time I watched it, I just cried like nonstop in the second half. Right around Aunt May, right when Aunt May said, "With great power comes great responsibility," or the actual way she said it, and then like the scenes preceding it that would warrant tears, I was like really sobbing a lot. But when we saw it at the premiere, there was one person who was like doing that, like the.
Just like flat out sobbing.
It was overpowering
Bawling.
the audio of the movie, and
Yeah.
like now most of my attention's on it. Is she okay?
Yeah.
Is she gonna like have a mental breakdown right now?
Well,
Yeah.
and more so than an Endgame, I was like, okay, maybe they lost like an aunt or a parent figure or something to where this is. I could see in Spider-Man No Way Home more so it being like, oh, I can very much relate to this because somebody in my family maybe passed or whatever. But without the context, you're like, okay, we're all into it, you know.
Make the Amazing Spider-Man 3. Oh, I forgot to say, we are totally live. I haven't done any social media posts. What's the next question? I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Yo, Pinoy Pride people, if you are Filipino, put it down in the chat. Jacob Batalon. It's funny. One of the questions I wanted to ask Jacob was about how can we never see your parents or your family? And then in this movie, you see, remember when we had like the 3 questions to maybe ask? That was one of the questions. And then in this movie, they're like, oh, you see it? And you even get like a magic history with him.
Yeah, you get Lola.
All right, who we got? Olivia D14. Thanks for the question. I love that name, Olivia. Would you rather have Tobey's Spider-Man 4 or The Amazing Spider-Man 3? In all sincerity, after watching this movie, and especially what they sort of allude to, it's like the Spider-Man 4 is the one prior to watching No Way Home is the one I easily championed for, really wanted. Hated how we have like one of the best Spider-Man movies, in my opinion, Spider-Man 2, and then you get one of the absolute worst Spider-Man movies of Spider-Man 3, in my opinion. And I've always wanted to see Sam Raimi go out on a true high note with what he wanted to do for Spider-Man 4. If you guys have seen like the concept art that leaked from the artist when he was developing the film with Sam Raimi, it looked like it was going to be a little bit more violent along the lines of the fight scenes that we actually got in No Way Home. So I really wanted that. But after this movie, The Amazing Spider-Man 3, they alluded to things here that I was like, man, that sounds like that would have been a really cool movie. Just watching Peter have to struggle with his rage and his grief as he's proceeding with trying to continue to be Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds it's exceptionally more interesting to me.
Yeah, and I mean, that sounds also like a really natural, like, you know, the first TASM and even the second TASM has a lot of anguish for Peter to go to. And I mean, especially watching that first movie, I forgot how much dysfunction there is in his relationship to his family and everything. So, yeah, to watch that rageful Peter for an actual movie and see where that could go, like see where the cautionary tale of like, oh, you already have with great power comes great responsibility, but now there's a greater grief that has sort of entered the center of your consciousness, and what does that look like? And I feel like we've seen that, and we're going to see that more with Batman, because especially the Batman looks like a guy who's like kind of flying off the handle a little bit.
True.
And yeah, I could definitely imagine that with Andrew Garfield. I mean, I'm all for a dark take. I wonder if it might be a little too dark for some folks, but I would love to see that.
Oh, no, I'd love to see it too. I'm just trying to take this photo for Twitter, guys, as I didn't do that social media post. Let's do this. Let's go.
I mean, you could retweet the Real Rejects one.
What are you talking about? This is a more unique and personal
Absolutely,
touch
it is. No, you should
like,
do that.
We live right now.
We live.
John, get in here. Get your face. Oh, wait. Hold on, guys. Guys, smile on camera for us.
Everyone smile. Type an ASCII smiley face.
John, hit the photo button. You got it, John. That is not an appealing photo.
That is the most appealing photo that we could have possibly taken. And while you post that, I'm going to read the next super chat.
Thank you.
Batgare Play. Hello from the Philippines.
Hell yeah, Pinoy Pride, baby.
Hello.
Filipino.
I missed your live stream in the Philippines. I'm so sorry, but thank you for contributing, and I hope you get to see the replay if you're not here any longer.
I got to tell Jacob Batalon about Don't Delay No Way Home PH, and then I realized it would actually be the antithesis of me clipping that and posting it on Twitter.
Yes.
if he's like, stay off social media, and then here I am putting out a post and saying, stay off social media.
Somebody in the Philippines is on social media and needs to know to get the fudge off.
Yeah,
so,
very
true.
true. Very true.
We do what we can. Thank you so much, though, Batgare. Todd Andrew. Hey, Greg and John, love your vids. Do you see a scenario where Andrew's Peter is in the Venomverse and Tom's is in the MCU in the future? No Way Home is fire.
Yeah, I think so, because, whenever we talk about it, it really seems like the Venomverse belongs in the Andrew Garfield universe.
It seems like it would be more suited.
Yeah, I mean, like tonally, aesthetically, like the cinematography of Amazing Spider-Man is better than any of the Venom movies, but it lines up like color-wise. That blue lines up better with Venom and what we've seen from the Morbius trailer thus far. So I totally think it would absolutely. But then that Morbius trailer is just confusing the shit out of me, you know? Like, what is going on there? The fact that they have the Oscorp building there, they have the Tobey Spider-Man there, then they got Vulture there, and then No Way Home establishes there's no Oscorp in the MCU.
So it's not the MCU.
What is going on here? What is Venom exists here though?
Yeah.
Is this just a completely alternate universe? That seems to be the only explanation I could think of. Is that this is just another universe where the face of Vulture is Michael Keaton as well.
I guess.
Damn,
so.
I nailed this when I set this up pre-starting live stream, and now I'm having a hard time getting this going. There it is.
It's okay. You got it. See?
All right.
That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do. You're so good, baby. You're so good.
Yo, people, we are live on YouTube talking Spider-Man No Way Home. Social media type of personality right here.
That's right. Captain Levi, thank you so much for the super sticker. Definitely, hold on. Let me blow this up a little bit more. Just ruin every... No, actually, I'm not going to do it. Actually, I am. I said I'm going to do it, so I'm going to do it.
Do it, John.
And we're going to scroll all the way back down to November.
You got this, John.
December. There we go. Look at all these lovely little stickers. Where's the one I was headed to?
I saw Cosmic Wonder's name. We should skip everyone.
We
skip favor other YouTubers.
everyone. All right. There we this is so...
Don't panic, John.
I am not.
Don't panic.
Panicking.
Proceed with confidence.
I have a big old smile on my face. There we go. Look at that. Look
Captain
at that adorable
Levi.
sticker.
Thanks for the support,
that
buddy.
Adorable sticker. And then Madonna Forever. Thank you so much.
Madonna.
You rock. I think that's what those fists say.
Most likely.
One would assume.
This is from November 17th.
Oh my goodness.
That was the wrong live stream.
I think
Don't panic, John.
Don't
panic.
The thumbnails are glitching a little bit.
It happens, man.
Yes,
It's okay.
It does. Okay.
No. They see the Remmer's right there. That was the first one.
Yeah. Okay.
You fucked up. Now's the time to panic. It's okay. Go ahead. Let it panic. Let people. You would be more relatable if you panicked on a live stream.
This is actually increasing my level of stress. This commentary is great.
Then it would clip. People would clip it.
I can feel the microscope.
I would get
so much
canceled for being the worst friend ever.
Nah, they don't cancel.
And
me
then
for
people
that.
will be like, "Nah, man, John should have manned up on the computer over
This
here."
is so strange. I don't know what's happening with these thumbnails, but okay. Shadow Skull game. We're back in action.
Willem Dafoe. Thank you, Shadow Skull. And Willem Dafoe was menacing. He was already my favorite Raimi villain, but now he's my favorite MCU villain. Gave me Heath Ledger's Joker vibes. Yeah, that's something we commented on. Especially if you watched our video where we talked about our favorite scenes. It only hit me on the third viewing when I was like, oh, there's some like real Joker Dark Knight shit happen here. Was when he the sense of control that he has over the situation and kind of the tone established with him when he is getting punched in the face and he's just laughing at Spider-Man, just similar to how, Joker eliminates Rachel, hoping to give birth to, Batman giving into his dark side.
Hit me.
Same thing with Spider-Man. He's trying to like push him like what is the line that he says? Maybe you got, can you put this poll away, John? Please. That's how I really talk to John in real life.
Yeah.
That's
the truth.
But no, what is the quote? What is the quote? Do you guys? What is the exact quote where he says like you're too? When he's saying like you're too. I understand the ideology of you're really strong.
Too
when you're
weak
too
to
weak
send me home to die.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That thank you, John. A lot of like, can you? And then you explained it to me. That moment was very Joker-esque to me. Killing Rachel, killing Aunt May seemed like similar to killing Rachel. It seemed like he wanted Spider-Man to kill him just so he would win by Spider-Man having killed him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I will have won because I've corrupted you beyond repair. Now.
Exactly,
yeah.
And I think that would have, and that does feel very Joker-like. So thanks for that comment there, Shadow Skull Game.
Absolutely. Mateo.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
What
I loved about the way Willem Dafoe, because a couple of you guys brought it up in the live stream just now. Yeah, we read the live streams as much as people think we don't. Someone pointed that out, and what I loved about his delivery there was it felt natural and not a wink. Even though it's written like a wink, like the line is clearly put in there as a wink, but the way he delivers it felt so natural, and he doesn't like redo the same delivery that he did in the first one.
It's like it's something he says when the moment arises. Yeah.
Sylvester Fryston also added on to that. You're struggling to choose line.
Yeah.
Matteo Diavino. Hey guys, this is now my favorite superhero movie of all time. Good to know. Thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Also, obviously, Tobey and Andrew were the highlights, but can we all agree Andrew stole the show and appreciate this amazing redemption? What I appreciate is I feel like the appreciation for Andrew Garfield has come around.
Absolutely.
Truly.
Mm-hmm.
I think his performance was kind of overshadowed by the lackluster response to The Amazing Spider-Man when it came out. And upon rewatch of the franchise, like I rewatched all of them, so John, before we watched Spider-Man No Way Home, and I was actually incredibly surprised by how in love I was with The Amazing Spider-Man and how much I liked The Amazing Spider-Man 2. that surprised me, especially The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And a large part of it is due to the character study of Andrew Garfield's portrayal there. And he actually shot to be, before watching No Way Home, I was like, I think Andrew Garfield is actually my favorite portrayal of live-action Spider-Man. And I really think we've talked about this quite a bit behind the scenes, is that I think Andrew Garfield, his movie just came out too soon. I know a lot of people liked it still. There are a lot of people who instantly liked it, but I think due to the fact that it was only a couple years after Spider-Man 3, we weren't used to this whole constant reboot thing that was going on everywhere. Yeah. And a lot of people were expecting a Spider-Man 4. When they announced the Spider-Man 4, they didn't do a Spider-Man 4, then they just rebooted it. I just think there was a lot clouding people's ability to really accept this new direction. And I feel like, honestly, if that movie had come out 10 years later versus the time when it did come out, it probably would have been easier to accept the film. Yeah. And so I think Andrew Garfield, in my opinion, I actually find Tobey and Andrew equal in No Way Home, because part of what makes Andrew's performance shine is the way he bounces specifically off of Tobey Maguire. Mm-hmm. So I think they both play the right levels to make both of themselves shine. Yeah. So I actually found them both a little bit equal there. And but yeah, I'm just happy that Andrew Garfield is truly getting love.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think too, it's partly the timing with that movie being so soon after the Raimi films. Everyone's still attached to those, but also I think it because he was the second, there were other Spider-Men on screen before Tobey Maguire, but for a lot of people, Tobey Maguire is where the definitive adaptations begin. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like Andrew Garfield had the misfortune of being, the second guy to do it, and so you're going to get all the comparisons, and you're going to get both those from comic fans as well as people who are just really dedicated to those Tobey Maguire movies. And now I feel like since we have 3 Peters Parker to look at, it's easier now to appreciate what's different about them and appreciate the darker flavors that come out of the Andrew Garfield movies.
Very true. But I think when the 3 of them are together, he does shine. He's so naturally funny, and I love his sense of wonder. Well, and I think that's why he shines so much amongst them. Yeah, because we saw him be so fucking depressed in those other ones that it seems like he has a sense of joy in in this one. And that's why I love watching him so much here, because he really seemed happy to be around everyone, and I do love his sense of wonder when he shows up. Tobey Maguire's yeah, I'm here. I gotta feel like I gotta help, but I'm that's kind of how Tobey's would respond.
Yeah, I think, that's his.
I've been here for a day. I've adjusted.
Yeah. He's got more of just an earnest, okay, I'm gonna observe what's around me.
All right, let's move on here.
Captain J10, my theater just clapped both times I saw it.
Boo! Thank you, Captain J10, for that. And yeah, no, it was applause from beginning to end throughout. And it was cool watching it with a smaller crowd, because normally a crowd of that size of 30 to 40 people normally doesn't get much of a reaction. But to see everyone was still clapping and stuff. Oh, yeah. It's a little weirder at first, but it also feels more personal.
Yeah. And that's part of the fun of it. That's part of the human experience. JB Bonifacio.
Really quick, John. Could you mind hiding that poll just from our viewer perspective? So I want to be able to see the live stream chat as it's going. Thank you for watching for so long, Sir Quang. Please continue, John.
All right. JB Bonifacio. Sorry. It's totally plausible that Peter lives in the same apartment complex as Grills, Spider-Man in Hawkeye episode 6, #believe.
Actually, I've never heard that. That's a really good theory.
I haven't heard the Grills connection. I feel like that is a solid theory. And I feel like, too, the very end of the movie, you see him, swinging over. It's the Christmas tree in the ice skating rink, Rockefeller Center, and so, part of me really doesn't expect him to show up, but the other part is what if he is swinging at the very end of this movie into Hawkeye episode 6?
He saves the day, fights Kingpin.
Yeah, exactly.
It overshadows all of Hawkeye.
Yeah. Hawkeye and Kate Bishop take a back seat as Daredevil and Spider-Man show up.
We're here to team up.
Yeah. And then Hawkeye can help. It'll be good.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Povin Meyer. Hey, guys. What do you hope they do with Spider-Man 4 plot villain wise? That's a great question. I think it's what I'm really hoping for, because obviously with the post-credit scene they tease the symbiote, which, by the way, that post-credit scene is bizarre.
That is a weird.
It takes such a different shift every time I've seen it in the theaters. Like, no one's really like a lot of people are like, huh, people laugh when they first see him. And no one's really. A lot of times people aren't really. Hey, niece is here.
Yeah.
A lot of times people aren't really even laughing at the Venom jokes that are going on.
Yeah.
And then he goes away, and I'm like, okay, I guess he just showed up to leave.
Yeah, he got here.
Didn't want to stay at the party
to be removed immediately.
Yeah, but then with the black suits, like, that's something that I've talked extensively about on this channel. Is what I really want is for them to explore the and it's because especially the fact that you see in this movie the dramatic heft that Tom Holland has, and if you've seen Tom Holland do other movies, even like something as popular on Netflix, Devil All the Time, you can see this dude can go into dark places.
Yeah,
and I feel like Black Suit Symbiote, that would be something really cool to explore. Is like watch. Although it might have been more effective if his relationships were still intact and you watch him start to destroy those relationships due to being infected by the symbiote. But that's mainly the thing I want to not like let's hurry up and get to fucking Venom and fighting Spider-Man, but
let's
watch
get
him
to dancing.
Yeah, really have Peter have Toby. That's when you should bring back Toby again.
Yes. No. I've been here. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. That would be cool to just see. I want to see more of that. Just really a hardcore character study of him. Villain wise, I mean, I'm not sure. I keep wondering when fucking Scorpion's coming back.
I know they teased him forever ago.
Yeah. Someone just put her up in the chat. Scorpion. People are saying it should be Scorpion. Someone's saying Scorpion.
Absolutely. Kung Fu Hot Dog is saying,
what a great name.
Merry Christmas! I started off all the cheers at my first screening for No Way Home. Seeing Charlie and my Spider Boys 2 Men was fan service done right. TASM 3, yes, please.
That's right.
Yeah.
Charlie Cox was probably the most fan. We won't forget about the Streamlabs. We're just getting the first round of the super chats done first. When Charlie Cox showed up, that scene felt the most like a fan service thing, because it could have been any lawyer.
It really could have been any lawyer. They needed to have this conversation anyway.
But it's beautiful fan service. It's a great way to make you excited, and to see, and it teases the possibility of Daredevil and Spider-Man, like not Matt Murdock as lawyer Charlie Cox. Reverse that, but Daredevil and Spider-Man being able to maybe fight together, and knowing that Kingpin is going to be in Hawkeye, at least his presence so far has been there. Yeah. But a Kingpin being in Hawkeye, the idea of Spider-Man and Daredevil. Actually, it would be pretty sweet if they put Daredevil in Spider-Man 4. That would sell so many tickets.
And and then that would be a team up that is motivated by the comics and that people would be really excited for, and maybe that could exist in a way where they're sort of peers more than, we got another mentor right when we ditched all the mentors,
Oh, that would be pretty sweet.
But yeah, like to have them be doing, ground but above ground level crime fighting in New York, like that would be, that would be very
Peter
cool.
Becomes a hardcore Catholic.
Yes, and they're just always at church talking to priests about their problems. Yeah,
you hurt Spidey's back.
My back.
Yeah, Choto, you haven't seen Netflix's Daredevil. It's amazing. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, what are you doing with your life?
I mean, no, I think Murdoch was only there. Like I said, it was more of like a fan service confirmation. Like it's going to be Charlie Cox returning as Daredevil. Like that was a cool way to do it. We have an opportunity for a lawyer. Let's use him. I've seen it 3 times, and maybe you guys can clarify this for me. How come Peter was able to get off? Like, it seemed like he
Why don't the charges stick?
Yeah, like it stuck pretty well. What I really loved is you watch the consequences of what's happening to those around him. And that's what motivates him mainly to make a decision to go to Doctor Strange. I think that's more Peter Parker-esque, is like, my friends are suffering from this. My family's suffering. I need to change this. Whereas, like, if he's getting, the one who's the only one suffering, I don't think he'd be so motivated to change it. And so I like the consequences of that, but it did make me question, like, how did you get off, like, so easily?
Yeah, and then why, if you got off so
Legal-wise.
easily, why then do Happy and May need to lawyer? Because, like, no, yeah, I get the whole child endangerment thing.
Because
and-
he's a really good lawyer, Calvin.
Yeah.
That's what
but not good enough to deal with the more normal circumstances that he's gonna. That was a bit of an interesting one to me, because I'm like, isn't Spider-Man being charged with like murdering somebody with a bunch of drones?
Was there not evidence that he did commit the murder? Because based off of the footage, because that's what people are saying. Hey, Gio, what's up, buddy?
Yo.
Because there are people. Because isn't there? I thought in the. I'm actually not remember what the footage looked like clearly right now, but I thought the footage showed that he killed Mysterio. Or
That's
was
how
like,
it looked.
Was it not clear? Like, oh, you could clearly see it. Like, was the argument that it was manipulated?
Maybe. I mean, I'm
Which
sure.
I feel like you can prove that.
Yeah, I mean, they have, digital forensics now, so
Yes.
so that would be. I mean, I guess my mind then says in my head canon, I'm like, whoa, but Quentin Beck had to be like so brilliant at it, because he's a supervillain, so it would probably get past anybody
Yeah.
the police have working on the case. But you never know.
Okay, so apparently there was a court scene they were going to cut out. Some people are assuming that they figured the footage was doctored. I mean, yeah, we know it's doctored, so I can jump to the conclusion that they figured it out.
Yeah.
Knowing the fact that Quentin Beck came from Stark Industries, maybe someone in Stark was able to figure out, like, yeah, it was doctored.
Yeah.
And, Stark Industries had the best lawyer. Happy would probably be involved. So there's a lot of conclusions I could jump to.
Yeah.
I just wish the movie just had something,
Yeah.
Video can't legally be authenticated. I don't know law. you tell me. Thanks for being first time here, Ash. Anyway.
Absolutely. And Kung Fu Hot Dog, thank you for the follow-up. You guys will hit 1 million next year and deserve it. Thank you for
We're
that.
shutting the channel down.
Right.
Every day we do.
At 999,999 subscribers, we're shutting down.
Yeah, well, once we hit 1 million, it's downhill from us. That's all we've ever lived for.
All
Thank
right.
you, Kung Fu Hot Dog. Olivier Hamelin. Hey, guys. Big fan. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Give the extensive and great coverage you've done for this. What are your feelings knowing this journey is coming to an end, and what are you most excited for next? Nothing. Literally nothing.
I have nothing to live
Nothing
for.
could excite me now.
I have no, but yeah, all of it has been blown on this.
It was bittersweet when it was ending. You get so caught up in it because it's been such a unique ride to this movie being released.
Yeah.
That I'm so glad it's good. You get such a unique ride to the movie coming out, and like, is this true? Is this true? What's really going to happen? What if this doesn't actually happen? And okay, if it is is it going to be too much? Is it going to be over convoluted? Will they do it right? Is it just going to feel fan service? Like there's so much speculation, plot leaks, a lot that did not come true, and a lot that did. And so to get to this point, what I'll tell you that I did not think would happen. It seemed like when you're hearing this multiverse collision, the collider, you're hearing this you're hearing this multiverse collision, and then you're like, okay, if Tobey and Andrew are in it, like, how could you possibly get bigger?
Yes.
How could you possibly get better?
Go smaller.
And then when it had the ending, which I never once read, we never heard any leak, we never heard anything about they're going to wipe Peter Parker away and he's going to have to start completely on his own from scratch, and the great sacrifice he makes. Not once did we hear about that. And then when I saw that ending and knowing the position he's in, it got me that much more excited for the next. I'm literally getting nipple chills as I'm talking about it. It got me that much more excited for the future of Spider-Man. I thought, like, after this, I'm like, how could you possibly get excited again? We're like, this is like the end all be all right here,
In a lot of ways, yeah.
And then when it ended, I was like, wow, I can't, like, that was Tom Holland's best performance. He was gripping as hell. People have been talking in the chat. Hey, Connie's here. People have been talking in the chat. What is, like, who had the best performance? And as much as I love Tobey and Andrew, I do think Tom Holland had the best performance in this movie. And
Oh yeah, it wouldn't work if he didn't.
Yeah, it's like this is his film. Yeah, he had the best performance in this movie, and where they set up his character, and it's such a unique position because we've never seen Peter Parker that much on his own before. Never in Andrew Garfield's, never in Tobey's. He literally doesn't have a parent. He has no role model whatsoever. Like there's nothing.
Nobody knows him.
Nobody, and he has to do this all on his own, and it's such a unique position for him to be in. And after watching the character growth and the trajectory of his version of Peter Parker, I'm exceptionally excited to see what they do with the future Spider-Man movies. And if they can keep it more in tone with like the last half of this movie, then I'm feeling like we're in for a solid ass ride.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Well, that was the thing I was most surprised by because this has been an insane experience, and in the lead up, I feel like I've experienced kind of every angle of like, oh my God, this sounds crazy. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh my God, I'm kind of sick of talking about this, and it's not even out yet. Oh my God, I'm getting excited again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's almost here, and yeah. It got me excited for something that is smaller theoretically than what the movie itself is doing, and I like that. It got me excited to see just Tom Holland's Peter Parker go be on his own and be Spider-Man and, do that. Like, it's funny, like, for as much excitement as there was about, like, we're getting all these characters together, it got me excited for just him out on his own.
Yeah.
And the journey that could be. Because, like you said, we've seen, Toby.
This is like an origin story. Like,
It's a 3-movie origin story.
It's like a secret origin story.
And it makes the previous films, at least in concept to me, work better, even though there are things about the Homecoming and Far From Home that I don't love so much. It at least makes them feel very motivated. But at this point, like I would, my mind goes two directions. I'm like, well, part of you has to top it, right? There's got to be some kind of like he's got to team up with Daredevil or something like that. But also, part of me is like, but maybe we could just do like a straight Spider-Man movie where it's a Peter Parker story and it only has to be about this one Peter Parker and it doesn't have to be about a million other things converging. Like I feel like as much as that doesn't sound as exciting on paper, I feel like you often are doing something in reaction to what you put out in the past, and I feel like that would be an interesting thing to do here because No Way Home was such a multiversal event. I feel like trying to replicate that feeling and flavor would maybe be a bit of a treacherous prospect.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think so too. I mean, I think Far From Home and No Way Home have the best endings of any Spider-Man movie because they get you so excited for follow-ups.
Yeah.
Wood really quick. Thank you, Green Octodon. That's a really nice comment. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
You.
All right. What do you? All right, Karma. We will take a second to talk about something because I've been seeing more people mention some of the things about like how does the spell work exactly. We'll talk about that in a second.
That's not how the spell works.
Carmine, we got two here. Thank you, Carmine. Hey guys, what do you think the future of Tom's Peter Parker is? Do you think MJ and Ned will find a way back into his life? That is a fascinating question. Without taking away from his sacrifice, or maybe they introduce Gwen and Harry. By the way, saw No Way Home with Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson in my theater Saturday in Staten Island. That's crazy. We live in a simulation. How the fuck does Pete Davidson get all these like beautiful ass women?
That you just gotta be like a lanky, childlike, slacker guy.
Like apparently he's like super hot or something.
I feel like there is a type, and it's like that, where it's like, how does this guy? Yeah.
And I think whenever he gets like a hot girl, that just makes other people, that just makes him more desirable.
Yeah.
It's just like he just keeps piling up this attraction list.
Every generation has a Pete Davidson.
Damn. Every time.
Giving like sarcastic slackers everywhere hope
Insane to me,
that they too could live in a Judd Apatow movie.
But yeah, I mean, we talked about it. I think the one thing I'll add on to that is I feel like this. I really want MJ and Ned to continue, especially MJ. But yeah, they set you up on their own where they could be like off on their own, MJ and Ned, and this could just be Spider-Man story. But I do think MJ and Ned have to come back into the fold. The way Doctor Who has a companion, that's what like they are. But they also set up Ned, which admittedly, every time I've watched it, I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? This whole thing with him having magic, like it's so.
Just this movie.
It's like if there was at least a hint at it in the other ones. Just one hint that would have alleviated a lot of it, but I'm not really hyper fixated on it because when I'm watching the movie.
Yeah.
It's more. There are things about this movie that don't bother me in the moment of watching it, but more like when I think about it after I'm done watching it, and the Ned thing is like. Well, we had to like trim some of this movie down, so let's give him some magic abilities to speed up some of these plot points.
Well, and we had to have a surprise to distract you from how we're gonna actually orchestrate the one thing everybody wants the most. Yeah, and that is a funny thing about this movie is because I do have like sitting here now, I'm like I love this movie. I do feel like a love toward it, but it is it's interesting to see a movie like this that does so many things right and has like pretty easy to pick out like flaws and plot holes and little questions that make you wonder about the logic, but it's a testament, I think, to the fact that they really focused in on the most important things to get right and getting those as right as possible.
Yeah, you could get really hung up on the flaws or things that you might personally consider flaws. Or you can kind of that's kind of what I do when I watch a movie. I just balance. I look at like what outweighs the experience for me, and so I'm like, is it these little things here, or is it the actual things? We should make a rule here that if a comment really stands out, we're allowed to interrupt each other to point it out.
Sure,
because we got so many comments coming in, and so I'm like, oh, you got us talking about John's talking can't. Okay, it's gone. I don't know where it is.
Oh,
someone did point out in the chat about like how come Toby's Spidey sense didn't go off when Green Goblin stabbed him.
Oh yeah, that would be.
That's a great question.
A great question.
That's a great question.
Spidey sense is unreliable. David Blonde.
David Blonde. Thank you, David. Please go ahead.
I was moved by Andrew Garfield's emotionality after saving MJ and character beats. Peter 3. Any thoughts about him coming back on a more regular basis?
They should just do a Tobey and Andrew spin-off movie.
Spider-Man. Yeah, that would be lovely. I mean, I would watch. I'll buy that for $1. I'll watch that all day, every day. Out of all of them, I mean, obviously Tom's going to continue, but it seemed like Tobey could go home, and that's kind of the wrap up that we have for him. But Andrew Garfield seems like I don't imagine that they would do a TASM 3, and I say that lightly because I didn't imagine they would do a multiverse crossover like this. But I can imagine him being pulled back into the fray sooner than later.
Yeah, and I'm glad because it seemed like the one who had the most toxic breakup with Sony was Andrew Garfield. Yeah. So to see him back worked on multiple levels.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I guess they're good with each other now.
Yeah, right.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
Jonas Diaz.
But that, I mean, we got to talk about that scene a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, we made a rule. You were interrupting. What were you going to say?
Jonas Diaz just asked, what's your favorite shot from the movie? And there is one specific shot that comes directly to mind, which is when they do the Spidey sense on Peter when Norman's having his change in the condo.
Yeah.
And it's just that really long, nauseating crush zoom like that. That I think is because we've been waiting for a long time for these particular movies to do the spider sense with justice, and I think that was a beautiful cinematic choice.
And they never once called it spider sense.
No, just tingles.
Peter Tingle. Yeah, I got the tingle.
Yeah.
That moment, the second time I watched the scene when Andrew Garfield saved MJ, I think what's great about that is a lot of us predicted that would be the case, and yet it worked so exceptionally well. And I think it got me like, oh my God, you get so many phone calls. Why would Warren just call me right now? How rude. He just wants attention.
Yeah, you shouldn't answer and get that click.
How badly do you want attention, Warren? He just wants to be on the live.
We'll get you a third mic.
I don't know how to. We don't know how to do that thing where we plug people in, and then we're gonna slow down this whole live stream to plug people in.
Yeah.
Here, hold on a sec. Hold on. I'm just gonna FaceTime you. Super. You're totally interrupting. He was driving.
Aww.
So you don't actually want me in the live stream, you dick?
Yeah. How are you gonna live stream from the car?
Okay. I mean, well, shit. We should do it. We should do we should team up and do a live stream.
I was gonna say we'll do a live stream. I just wanted to make the joke that I wanted to be on the live stream.
You got your joke.
Hey, successful joke.
And I got
joke accomplished.
I got to do the joke that he wanted to be. He wanted attention.
You guys should take this bit on the road.
All right. All right, you got it, buddy. Thanks for calling. All right, bye. Yeah, you did it, man. Way to go.
Lucky caller number 5.
Talk soon, amigo. Bye.
This live stream is not brought to you by the Cosmic Wonder.
No, I missed that guy. When that happened, like, I actually didn't notice it the first time because I was so caught up in the excitement that he saved him.
Yeah.
Because when you're with a crowd that is losing their shit, it could feel like everything's moving so fast sometimes.
Yeah.
And when he saved her, I didn't notice that he was crying the first time I watched it.
Oh yeah.
And so the second time I watched it, when he was crying, I started to cry.
Yes.
Because it was like, wow, he probably thought about for years what he could have done to save Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
Like, really shows in that performance. And I really love that Andrew Garfield, he fucking showed up. Like,
he showed the fuck up.
He showed up to perform and not outshine.
He showed up to get TASM 3 greenlit.
Yeah, he was like, I was like, God damn, this dude is fully committed. It doesn't feel both. I think for both Tobey and Andrew, it doesn't feel like we're here for a paycheck.
No, they feel like they got back into character, but they took it seriously and they got back into character.
There was a sense of respect, and that at least more on Andrew's side, just because of what he got to do with his performance, but that he felt honored to do it. Mm-hmm. All right, cool. Yeah. Valentine Productions, good call on the astral projection shot too with the spider sense. DB Mind Studios.
Hey.
Thank you so much. When Andrew caught MJ, I got chills, and everyone in my theater clapped. Aww. If you didn't watch our reaction to Rockstar's breakdown, opening night crowd, best one for that scene, because they reacted to every beat.
Yeah, all the beats. Every beat you wanted to share in a big crowd reaction for, you got that.
It's like the crowd didn't watch the trailer.
Yes.
And I think because Aunt May died, it lent itself to the possibility that MJ could die.
Yes.
So I think that's why, like, oh shit, deaths are like,
or Tobey Maguire could die. Like,
when Tobey gets stabbed, like there are moments where like they could actually die because they killed off Aunt May, and we've never seen that in a Spider-Man franchise. So it does increase the stakes that much more. Mm-hmm. And so when MJ fell, the first time we watched opening night crowd, everyone just gasped. It was so fun. It's so funny. Just like a third time watching it, and you just know what's going to happen in the movie, and you're just listening to the crowd. And like everyone gasped. Then Toby, fucking goddamn, the third one. Tom leaped. Tom Holland leaped, and then when Tom Holland leaped, everyone started cheering. And then when he got hit by the glider, everyone went, no! Yeah. And then Andrew leaped in. It was like every single emotion on every beat was just coming out of the crowd at maximum force. And I loved it. That to me, when I think back on opening night, I think back to that moment every single time. It was that reaction right there where the crowd just reacted to every single beat. And it was great because weirdly the opening night crowd wasn't that audible through the first half of that movie. Uh-huh. Like there was like certain moments, like Doc Ock shows up, big applause. But,
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox, yeah. But for a lot of it, not as much as like the other times we've seen it. But then with that scene, everyone was like you could tell they were so gripped by what was happening. So I love that. And Marisa Tomei knocked it out of the park. Best delivery and best scene, I think, given about great power comes great responsibility in any of the live action films.
Oh yeah, and I just love that detail that Eric Voss pointed out in the new Rockstars breakdown of how Andrew he actually grabs her and cradles her in the fall and doesn't go for the thwip to mitigate the whiplash effect.
They should do a post-credit scene where it says meanwhile in another universe he does, and then MJ just snaps her back.
We should just see every universe where this happened and she died.
Yeah, that's his absolute point.
And then he just starts killing everyone and he snaps. Yes. Marvin Martin choosing to cure rather than kill the mentally ill. About time. More of this, please, Hollywood. Also, I recommend scientifically accurate Spider-Man. The Corridor Crew video, right?
I gotta watch that. I haven't seen that yet. That was a great choice. I do think the pacing was a little bit affected by that moment, but I really think this is where I'll get a chance to say some criticism. is that after seeing this 3 times, I'm pretty confident in how I feel about this particular subject. Like, Doc Ock shows up, it's really exciting. It's great. It's a grand entrance, right? And I really love the Electro entrance, and then it's even exciting when Sandman shows up. It's exciting when they're all showing up. But I was a little. I don't find it that gripping or the writing that interesting of the villains hanging out with each other. That there was something about their dialogue exchange that just wasn't that exciting to me, or even not. It doesn't have to be exciting, but interesting or compelling. A lot of it was like point and catch you up on background or exposition.
Yeah,
and
it reminded me of a comic book more so that way.
Yeah, like a crossover where they're pointing out like, here's what happened in the previous issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but and I think you need to do that, obviously, especially for those who didn't know about or haven't seen those movies. There's a lot of movies from like 20 years ago. You know, there's a lot. So it's like I get the necessity to do that. At the same time, though, I didn't find the interaction all that exciting, and like with Doc Ock too, it was weird. Like I think Doc Ock is I think Alfred Molina is great in the role because he's fucking Alfred Molina and he's a damn fine actor. But I started feeling like his character started becoming like 2-dimensional in the sense of he brought the depth, but he was kind of just like angry and complaining, which I get due to the circumstances he was in. But I was kind of missing some of the nuance. Like, it was interesting how they managed to layer Green Goblin more, make him more nuanced and flesh him out and make him better than what he did in the first Spider-Man movie. But Doc Ock kind of had like a similar arc in a way when you think about it.
Yeah.
Angry, possessed by the tentacles, and then the tentacles get fixed and he comes back to, oh no, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
then,
Spider-Man is filled with scientists who go and get themselves jacked up by their own creations only to then have to be somehow, cured by Spider-Man.
I also didn't. I really didn't care. I actually like Jamie Foxx. I like the intention of Max a lot in Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I actually really like the Times Square scene with Max in Amazing Spider-Man 2. I think that I felt really bad for him in that scene. He's just this misunderstood guy who doesn't know what's happening to him, and in here, I was like, this Jamie Foxx doesn't seem at all like the Max that we knew at all.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this up on this question for a reason. Like, Jamie Foxx didn't seem at all like the Max that was from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I was like, I get it if he was kind of putting up a little bit of a front or kind of supposed to laugh at him because he thinks he's all tough, but he did seem like Jamie Foxx, essentially. And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he have like some level of like engineer or science background in Amazing Spider-Man 2? Yeah. And there was this line there when he says like, and I don't know how you guys take this line, but he says, "Those your Legos?" with like kind of in a condescending way to Tom Holland when he's working on the chess piece for him. And the way he said it in a condescending way rubbed me the wrong way because I was like, that doesn't seem like what Max would say. I feel like he'd actually be interested in the science of this. Or interested in understanding what this is, instead of just being cool guy Jamie Foxx. And so I felt like he was more I thought he was actually more interesting in the Amazing. And I know a lot of people prefer him, but I actually thought that he was less interesting this time around. He kind of just seemed like a generic dude to me. And Sandman, like, I don't know what I feel like there's a behind the scenes choice for this of why they had to do it, because I noticed Thomas Hayden Church doesn't talk at all when he's in human form.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they chose to make him Sand the whole time, and I didn't like his motivation was just like, I want to get out of here, I want to go back home. It wasn't that interesting. Lizard, they were like, yeah, there were some complaints about his portrayal in Amazing Spider-Man 1, so we're going to really even make it worse and just make it more one-dimensional.
Yes.
So with that, I did find the choice on this question of Peter Parker making the choice to scientifically cure them instead really in tune with Peter Parker, and I love the idea of watching him do more science, and so I love a lot about that, and I do find it necessary for the film. I just thought like a lot of attention in the first half is given to the villains interacting, especially leading up to this sequence, and I didn't find the dynamics between the villains all that appealing to watch. And I thought like that should have been as much of a highlight, or at least close to a highlight, of watching the Spider-Men interact with each other. You're watching villains cross over, interact with each other, and I felt like you should have watched that should have also been introduced. Even like Doc Ock and Green and Norman.
Yeah.
Like that should have. I really thought that should have been like really dynamic.
Yeah, I would agree. It's funny because I liked what everybody brought for the most part to their performances of the ones who get to be performances and not only CG effects. But yeah, it felt like that stuff was kind of underwritten or underdeveloped, and then I feel like with the villains is where you can have the most sort of nitpicks and questions about things, and yeah, like with Max, it's like even when Amazing Spider-Man 2 came out, I didn't hate that character, and I liked seeing Jamie Foxx play such a character and something a little more kooky and a little more akin to a comic book. And yeah, it's like I could feel echoes of Max, but especially because he doesn't even like fully revert.
Let's pause this for a sec. Lizard and Sandman were CGI because of COVID or scheduling conflicts. I think they voiced their roles, at least Aiden is saying.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, it's kind of that's what I was saying. I was saying like it might be a behind the scenes thing with them, which made them feel like a little like unnecessary to be in the movie.
Especially
a lot of ways.
Lizard.
Yeah, especially when Andrew Garfield, because there's no stakes with Lizard either. When Andrew Garfield was like, "Yeah, I can do it."
yeah.
Did it before.
Which I think is funny for his character.
It's a funny beat, yeah.
But yeah, for Lizard and the whole thing with like him waiting in the van, and I'm like, why is he King Shark in this? What reason is there? It seems like Kurt Connors would also, even in lizard form, be interested perhaps in the science of all this or something.
I actually, weirdly, I might disagree with you on that one beat.
Go.
It made sense to me he was stayed behind because he didn't believe at all in I thought he took it as this would be a step backwards to cure it, because as lizard form he views this as a superior form.
So he's Team Goblin before Goblin.
Yeah, essentially.
Says that
like
out loud.
He would when he's in lizard form, that is God form to him.
Yeah.
So the idea of changing this is not appealing to him.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So I understand that.
Yeah.
That part I got.
Yeah.
That's the only part I got about lizard.
Well, yeah, and that will it's the movie isn't lacking hugely for it, but that is kind of a bummer. Is like he shows up and nothing really gets added to the character, and nothing really interesting happens. Although I gotta say, I do to get off that, because we can talk about like the specific villains all day long, but I really did admire that what the movie came down to and what the big ending fight came down to was not an intended fight. It is just, we got to cure all these people. We got to get these MacGuffins to their we got to cure some ass. We got to get these MacGuffins to their counterparts, and we got to save everybody this way. And I was just like, on principle, that's a great call. Like I love that, because we're gonna get some punching and kicking and swinging and all that junk. But like the point and having it be the choice that we have to do that, I thought was quite unique and powerful.
Yeah, plot mechanism wise, great. Can we check on the Streamlabs again really quick, just because I know there's been people who've been donating there too, and I want to make sure we get to that.
Golly.
You got this, John. I believe in you, buddy.
Alrighty.
You got this.
Alrighty.
Today's date is 12/20.
Yes.
Might be some from 12/19. Yeah, let's go to 12/19.
All right, so we're going up. All right.
Does
Dan
V have a follow-up too? Oh, yeah, okay. Dan V, the plan to cure all the villains. We have Streamlabs here open too. The plan to cure all the villains was a nice idea, except for Doc Ock. He will be back to the moment to take out the reactor. Hey, yeah, that's true. It's true. You just show back up. Oh, I'm going to die again. He was pulled out when he has the tentacle around Peter's throat before he was redeemed. Tobey be like, don't ask questions, throw that fucking thing in the river. Go up, please. And Tobey said his relationship is complicated after asking Andrew if he had someone who made things work with MJ. Give me Amazing Spider-Man through Garfield and the Hardy Venomverse if they need to connect, and a Spider-Girl film with Dunst and Tobey as Mayday's parents. I mean, all those ideas sound good, but yeah, you're right about the Doc Ock thing, right? Am I something wrong? Because as I understand the whole thing with, I think Loki really establishes the rules really well. So I've heard that brought up, like, what happens to them? Like, does their movies just get undone? I'm like, no, I mean, it creates like a different timeline.
Yeah,
like those movies still happen.
They've died already on the original timeline, but now there's a new timeline.
Yeah, exactly. So like that makes sense to me. But with Doc Ock, he would still return to the moment, right? Wouldn't he still return? He would have to destroy.
It seems
the whatever. What the? Why do I
the
always
fusion
forget?
reactor.
The fusion reactor would have to destroy the fusion reactor at some point, or he goes back to his world and the fusion reactor has destroyed Manhattan.
Yeah, like does it? That yeah, because then Max is gonna zap back to being just inside electricity, so he's gonna get cooked, and then Norman. We don't really know where in time he was plucked from, but one could assume. I mean, he's got the mask on, so part of me feels like it's before the fight in the big, broken down building. But either way, it does seem like sending them back will kill at least a couple of them. Yeah, or necessitate some kind of horrible sacrifice.
We gotta watch Matrix Resurrections today, so we need to be sharp. So with the villains of Raimi and Destin, thank you. So with the villains of Raimi and Webb's universe cured, what exactly do you think that means for those movies? Oh, we just answered that question, so we can't go ahead. Yeah. Are there events retconned, alternate universes created? Does nothing change, or does it suggest a possible Spider-Man 4 and Amazing Spider-Man 3? Yeah, Spider-Man 4. Hey, we're hanging out. We're all buds now.
and then all the villains are gonna help Spider-Man fight the new villain in town.
No,
and it'll be super easy.
Loki establishes the timelines, and so this would create a separate timeline, and the movies would still be intact.
Yeah, branch timelines from literally each Spider-Man movie now.
Duh, you got to factor in everything from everything to understand everything.
But and then that, well, I guess it's still, I think that's just going to stay on the floor. It makes you wonder all kinds of things, especially too because you only get one Spider-Man from each of those dimensions. And we don't really have a good read on when they are plucked out of their universes. Yeah. So, the whole question about who returns and how is very fascinating to me, and I don't know if it makes any sense.
Yeah. Hashmia 46. Hi, this is my first donation. Well,
thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Celebration.
I kind of like Toby versus the Lizard. How did you guys feel about? I got a question for you guys in the live stream. Be curious to know if on my third viewing this became more clear. In the final fight at the Statue of Liberty, how'd you feel about the let's I think the highlights of the fight are these isolated moments of them interacting, the three Spider-Men, Toby and like when they're running together, when they're swinging together, those like little shots make for grand moments, right?
Yes.
But the fight choreography itself, I didn't find all that interesting. Like the actual fighting, I didn't find all that interesting. Like it's exciting the first two times I watched it because I'm like, fucking hey, we're doing this. But then the third time I watched it, I was like, oh, I actually prefer like the Green Goblin fights and the fight with Doc Ock on the bridge and the Doctor Strange. Like I think those are all better than the final fight.
Yeah, they're more striking and they're more.
I don't really remember fight moments from the final fight, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I don't really remember like actual fighting stuff.
You remember the splash page moments of like them landing on the Statue of Liberty, and and I mean, I don't begrudge the movie that. It's funny. Yeah, it's like I remember the set piece, and there's not really like an action moment. It's more just like the stakes and the circumstances that I remember. So yeah, that's a good point.
I didn't really understand the electro power in the end, what made it so different with the arc reactor, but whatever. Flev Doran. Hey, Flevy. So many feelings. On one hand, it was a great movie, full of everything you want. On the other hand, I get a little headache trying to figure out what all of this means for the continuities of the MCU and previous Spidey films. This is some endgame level mind boggle. I mean, if the movies just acknowledged Loki, this would be less confusing, I think.
I know.
Yeah.
If the TVA was just to poke their heads in and be like, hey, guys, your universe is fucked up.
I mean, there's been two teases. People bringing up Miles in the chat room. There's been two teases for Miles so far.
Yep. It's coming.
Let's get going up.
And then they're going to cut to Jamie Foxx just with a tear rolling down his cheek.
There was a lot of football with the Cures, as Garrett said in that final fight.
Yep.
I love that.
Yeah. It really is.
That's a good way to put it. The combat of the fight. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The actual fight choreo.
What's up, guys? So happy we can finally talk about this movie, Winter Soldier, my favorite MCU movie. Oh, happy to hear that, PJ. But No Way Home jumped it, swung over it. I thought this movie had a lot of heart, emotion, and surprises. Does it have more, or is that it? Okay. I also thought it was the funniest MCU movie. I've Coy said that. I don't want to share that sentiment. Before this, I thought it was Thor Ragnarok. It was hands down my favorite theater experience for any movie. It was one of the best theater experiences I've ever had, easily. My favorite performance in the movie were from Tom Holland, Willem Dafoe, and Andrew Garfield. No one's been citing Tobey. Is there more?
He's understated, and I think it's easy for him to be overshadowed.
Yeah, but I thought he did exactly what Tobey would do.
No, 100%. And I got to say, though, that was, I mean, I was overjoyed from the first time, but the second and third viewings was when the three of their chemistry really clicked and made sense to me, whereas the first time I was like, man, Andrew Garfield is really here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Does he have more? And then my favorite lines were Norman's on sabbatical, honey. And,
yes.
And you're going into battle dressed as a youth pastor. That was a great line.
I didn't see
it
that
sounded
coming.
almost fucking improvised.
Yeah,
I think there's some hilarious moments in here, but I don't think this is the funniest MCU movie.
But LB said she laughed so fucking hard in this movie. Hello, LB. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I was so excited to see Charlie Cox, and I cannot wait to see Multiverse of Madness in IMAX. That movie already looks visually stunning. Have yet to catch this movie in IMAX. That's the last viewing that I'll have for this movie in the theaters when we go do there.
Your brother said it was the best way to see it.
Really? He saw it?
Yes.
Pandemic
But
Jones.
he didn't say it was actually the best. He said they didn't really utilize the IMAX very much.
That's my brother for you.
Yeah.
Walks away with the criticism. Who were you guys' favorite performances, and what were some of your favorite lines? Oh, it's a good question.
Yeah.
Surprised they haven't talked about our favorite lines yet.
No.
Sorry about all the messages. I think you might have got our favorite lines. This movie just got me so excited. I felt every emotion. I laughed. I cried. It was so good. Much love, guys. I'm done now, I think. Well, thank you, PJ. I really appreciate that, buddy. Favorite performances are easily Tom Holland and Willem Dafoe, followed closely by Andrew Garfield in this movie. But
And Tobey Maguire, I'm going to throw him in there.
I think, because I feel like Andrew Garfield and Tobey are I don't think Andrew's performance would have worked as well if it didn't have the right balance of chemistry with Tobey, since they pair them up a lot, and a lot of Andrew's highlights are from his back and forth with Tobey.
Yeah.
You know?
And from the sage wisdom.
Yeah, like that interaction between them about the the web block, and then like Tobey saying like, "Hey, you're amazing." Yeah, like that was.
You need to acknowledge
that was a great
self-talk.
When that scene made me really happy, and I would definitely say, like, we did a video talking about our favorite scenes, and I do wish I just kind of tacked that on at the end, because they have like such great back and forth, and you can't just make that happen in editing.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell that they're, especially with the way they overlap with each other.
Yes.
It felt like they had 3 locked off shots.
Yeah, they
3
did.
different cameras, and then they edited that.
Yeah.
Because their chemistry really feels like that, like the way they interact with each other is so natural.
Uh-huh.
And I like, to me, I'm like, Tobey shined a lot in that scene.
Uh-huh.
That was the scene where I thought Tobey was great. And I love the scene with Tobey too, when he like while Andrew has the more like bigger moments between him and Tobey, when he is talking with Tom Holland on the roof of the school, I think Tobey, like, I like the aged up wise version of him, who's like, you know, like really connective and is really serious, and a really great. I think that's one thing that Tobey does really well, is a great listener in his performances, and so I like that scene a lot from him. It's just his is the one you got to pay a little bit more attention to get the nuance, whereas Andrew's a more emotive or like naturally expressive, where Tobey's always been more internal, you know. So
you named all our favorite lines for the most part. I'm gonna name one moment that's not so much. There is a line, but what tickles me is when Ned goes, "Do you think there are other Ned Leedses?" He sits down at the computer to look it up, which I think is hilarious, which I'm the only person who laughed at all 3 times.
I liked that when he said, this is like, and I promise I'm not going to turn into a village trying to kill you.
Trying to kill you.
But in a smaller crowd, that line actually works the best.
Yeah.
Because you really just feel the awkwardness of like Tom Holland just looking at him for a long time, like, where's this coming from? Like,
why?
You didn't hear the previous.
Yeah.
You didn't hear Tobey give his spiel.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he's
yeah.
like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm a really good lawyer.
Yeah, we talked about Electro earlier. Yeah.
I like his line about hating the woods. That got me. That made me laugh.
I want to point out what LB said here about underrated Tom acting moment, the final scene in the coffee shop, because
Oh yeah,
that moment is such great. Like that rests on the actors in so many ways. Like they could have done a zoom in on the Band-Aid on her head, but like John Watts calls attention to it before the memory wipe, where he's like, "Oh, you're hurt," and she's like, "I'm okay," and then brings it back, and then the way you could feel Peter Parker, because when he is going to the bridge to talk to MIT lady, she says, "You didn't prepare that speech, did you?" And then when he's going to talk to MJ, he's prepared a speech.
yeah, yes.
And then with a prepared speech, you see in his performance that he decides right then and there, after seeing the wound on her head and how she's been healing and how her life is looking better, that I'm not going to tell her. Like, and you can feel the heartbreak, but also the bittersweetness and the choice of him really determining, I'm going to let go now.
Yeah.
And so you could live your best life. That is a really well acted moment. Like,
You can-
seriously, I think Tom Holland is the best one in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the decisions behind his eyes being made back and forth.
Yeah.
Hitman Hudson.
Why'd you put this down?
I tried to put it up, and that only made it worse.
We had it right one time.
You had it right one time. Give yourself some credit.
You're amazing.
You're amazing, Greg. Hitman Hudson. No Way Home was amazing. I wish they had done more with Risa Fons, though. We do too. If it feels like he was just kind of there, is this because he's probably the least well known of the villain actors? Y'all are close personal friends with Kevin. You tell me, LOL. Yeah, I have no idea. Truth be told, I have no idea why it was like that, because I feel like Kurt Connors the Lizard is, a notable Spider-Man villain. And, I mean, even if people aren't the most familiar, for Risa Fons isn't the most common household name, I still feel like you should write that character to be a character.
Yeah, you know how, like, Green Goblin has that line in there of, like, these are not curses, these are gifts? I think Dr. Connors, based off of what we got in Amazing Spider-Man 1, would have had a great monologue to contribute in that moment.
Yeah.
Or some form of that ideology to contribute based off of his character in Amazing Spider-Man 1, where everyone was viewing him as a monster, but he viewed what he was doing as the cure for humanity. And so I was like, there's a level of pathos and depth here that they could have brought with Lizard in No Way Home, but they didn't.
Yeah.
So, but I also know the Lizard response is not very well received generally. Just for that one movie, it's not well received.
And
So-
I don't dislike him in that movie even, but I feel like, it would have paid to play off that, because in this movie, he is pretty much just a monster who occasionally has a funny line.
Yeah.
And I feel like that kind of betrays that character a little bit. Because, he's not a monster, and you could have made something interesting
Was
out
that
of that.
Risa Fons voice acting him? I don't think it was. It sounded like I'm a British cartoon. What was this?
Yeah, because going back, he doesn't sound like that
And
in
he
the
looks
movie.
better in Amazing Spider-Man by far. Like, a
Yeah,
lot.
he's
Yeah.
like disheveled in this movie, which I mean makes sense, I suppose. But at the same time,
I'm gonna make this shit work. I
please.
don't care what it takes.
Here, take it away, and I'll read Star Killer
This is happening
34829.
regardless. Hold on a second.
Star Killer, that is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so
Holy
much.
shit, that's a big one. Thank you, dude.
I think it would have been awesome if Spider-Man talked about some of the villains they fought after we last saw them, instead of the villains they fought in their last movie.
That's a great call, Star Killer. I was hoping that we would hear about, like,
I fought a Russian guy.
I fought a guy with wings called the Vulture.
Yeah.
And then Tom Holland gonna be like,
I've got one of those.
I've got a Vulture. Yeah, like that would have been.
Does he have a big metal suit? No. He's like an actual vulture.
yeah. That would have been really cool. Like if they pulled from the Spider-Man 4.
Yeah.
Or like, do something like that. Or like, because even Andrew put it just like citing Rhino when I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, freaking Green Goblin at the end.
Yeah.
I actually think there'd be a more interesting movie if they had Dane DeHaan instead of Sandman and Lizard.
Sure.
Because then you would have the son of Green Goblin, and like you see that Willem Dafoe's Norman Osborn does care about Harry, whereas Chris Cooper's Norman Osborn in Amazing Spider-Man 2 is just the coldest dude. It just seems like he really has no affection whatsoever
At all.
for Dane DeHaan. And Dane DeHaan, like, you see why he craves and desires it so much as he just doesn't have an ounce of it.
Yeah.
And he's like morphed into a freaking monster. So I think there could have been like some weird, interesting dynamic where, because Norman's like, I don't have Harry here, my son. Then he has a Harry, and that Harry doesn't have a father. And so,
And
like,
to see what happens to a different alternate Harry, which happens to his Harry, but even still,
then
it
you
would
could have
be
made him Hobgoblin.
yeah, that would have been interesting.
Yeah,
for sure. Poor Dane DeHaan.
Anyway,
That's the next Spider-Verse movie, is everyone who wasn't in this movie
Yeah.
gets to team up.
then Iron Fist shows up.
Aw, Hitman Hudson. Also, can I get the Peter Parker spell on me, but instead of everyone forgetting me entirely, everyone forgets how cringe I was in middle and high school. Know any sorcerers who can help me? Hey, if I knew one, I would be on top of this spell right now.
No regrets, man. No regrets. That's part of what made you who you are today.
I admire that.
Although when I watch movies that are about like, oh, I've been transported to the past, I could do over. Yeah, I
do so many things
fantasize
over.
about that too. But man, it would have been 7th grade rock. My mind does go there.
Where would you go if you could go anywhere in time? 7th grade.
7th grade.
Gotta make it better. All my life regrets stem from 7th grade. King Dingaling.
King Dingaling. This movie had so much to live up and exceeded all my expectations. It really did live up to a lot.
Yeah.
This really could have been the movie that doesn't
been
live
a
up to
wreck.
the hype.
Yeah.
Tom Holland's range was unreal, but Garfield stole the movie. See, I'm wondering, here's honestly what I'm wondering, because a lot of people are saying that. It was fan service on so many levels of fan service done right. I love this movie so much. Can you scroll up to see if he has more? Usually on Streamlabs, we got to kind of double check. Okay. I'm wondering, because it's like there's such an enthusiasm and an excitement when Garfield shows up.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, when you guys watch it at home, like on your third time, will you guys still think he's the best part of the movie? I'm not saying this is downplay him. He's fucking phenomenal in the movie. All right, I'm not saying that. It's just it can be really easy to be caught up in crowd excitement and like he's fucking back. Look at it, and to think to go there, that can overshadow just taking it in. It's like really watching it with a smaller crowd the second time was like a very different experience where you're just able to take in the film.
Yeah.
And not the crowd as much. So it is interesting. So I'm wondering like if that'll still be the case.
Yeah.
Bottom line is please keep celebrating the excitement of Andrew Garfield.
Absolutely.
I don't want to downplay that at all.
Well, I feel like
he
he has the most fun stuff tied to his character, especially of the Spider-Man in this film.
I did watch it at home, and he's amazing. I totally stole this movie.
Well done.
I'm not saying he's not amazing. I'm just asking, will he definitely still be considered the one who is the best performer and stole the show? That's just a question, not a like I'm here to prove something to you guys. Yeah.
Well, all right, Caleb. And thank you again, King Ding-a-ling. Caleb, one of my favorite and by far the most surprising moments of the film was when...
Wait, I gotta interrupt. Ultra Fan Premium. Did you guys notice the Miles Morales reference by Electro?
Oh, yeah.
No, we went, what fucking world with a black Spider-Man?
Not my Spider-Man.
Don't you
No
see
black
three whiteys up there?
I thought we already had this conversation in culture. Peter's white, and that's that.
There are 3 of them, goddammit.
Yeah, what more proof did you need? The white Spider-Man.
Of course we noticed, man. I can't wait for freaking Miles to come in.
Yeah, and that was a lovely scene with
Can't
Jamie
wait for
Foxx.
Miles to come in.
Yeah.
Into the Spider-Verse is still might be the best Spider-Man movie, man. I can't wait.
All righty. One of my favorite and by far the most surprising moment of the film was when they didn't undercut the responsibility line with a joke. It was one of the only earnest moments from these movies, and I loved it. That was the turning point for the movie.
I gotta ask. There were people who said that what was I gonna say? Wait. Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy
What the fuck,
birthday.
JCB? There was who said it? I listened to a bunch of reviews. This is Jeremy Johns. He said that there were scenes that were undercut by jokes. I never felt that with this one. I know that's an MCU problem often, but I can't think of a scene where I'm like, that would have had some real tension if you didn't try to make it all funny. I couldn't recall a scene where that happened.
Yeah, because I was always feeling the tension and the balancing act of everything that was going on and the sort of fragility of just the entire circumstance at hand. And so, yeah, there never really felt like a moment where the humor was inappropriately placed. Like, there are jokes that feel more like, oh, that's a Marvel joke, and then there are other humorous moments that feel like they came out of the characters in this scene.
You know what beat was weird as shit to me?
Ooh, which one?
In the trailer was like, call me Strange. Call me Steven. And then he's like, okay, Steven. And there's a beat, and then he goes, okay, that feels a little bit weird, but I'll allow it. But in the movie, they just like cut out that whole pause.
Yeah.
It's like, it's immediately, it's like, don't call me Steven. Okay, Steven, that feels weird. I'll allow it. I was like, every time I watch it, I'm like, what happened to that beat in the trailer? It works so much better with the beat.
Well, and it's weird because you look back now and you're like, the trailer, it's like his dialogue is all edited, but it's mostly in order. So it's like they worked to create pauses where there were none for the trailer a lot on Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. That is a bit of a funky beat there, or lack thereof in the actual movie.
Go up, please. Tongue Punch Fart Box, our man, the most fun person to do Patreon of the Day shout-outs for.
TPFB.
This movie far exceeded my expectations. Where do you hope to see Holland's Spidey go from here? Who do you want to see as the next villain? Do you want one to reprise the role as the official GG, or do you want an entirely new actor? Love you guys. Okay, we've talked about some of this so far. I would say, okay, the question, the most unique one would have to be Willem to reprise his role. Gosh, I don't know. It's like, no, I wouldn't want him to, because he's fucking
cured.
Fixed it.
Yeah, he finished his arc and maybe can go home and be a guy again.
There's no Oscorp in the MCU though, so I feel like they're done with Green Goblin.
It seems like, or
and he was the like, the movie starts off like Doc Ock is going to be the villain, but no, it's Goblin for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, they could still certainly bring Osborns and Oscorp into the MCU, but I feel like that'll be a longer play, and I feel like, yeah, bringing back the Green Goblin, having him be truly the villain that riles the other villains to the extent that he does, it does seem like, yeah, you put a stamp on it, so maybe not in the next movie or two should we see another Green Goblin very soon, but yeah, I mean, they'll definitely come back to it at some point.
All right.
But Willem Dafoe, I think especially, he's also getting older, so I feel like he has put his stamp on the character now.
Let's run it back to the...
Take that, rewind it back.
I did think the let's pick up from where we left off.
Scooby-Doo this shit.
I did think the Scooby-Doo this shit line works better, especially because it's like
I knew they were gonna do that.
There was the first in the trailer when he says, "Let's Scooby-Doo this crap." It's a close up on him when he says it, or that side profile.
Yeah.
Whereas when he says, "Let's Scooby-Doo this crap," the camera's far
wider
away.
shot.
It's wide, so it works better on the punch and on the second one. Little comedy editing.
That's right.
To make it better, yeah. Here we go. Cosmicom 1. After Endgame, if I told y'all that we would get Tobey and Andrew Spider-Man in the MCU with Tom, would you believe it or think it sounds to be ridiculous? There was a time where I think it would be ridiculous, but now I really believe the X-Men would be in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, no, it seemed ridiculous until like the beginning of this year. Yes,
Tobey and Andrew just variants of Ralph Boner.
What's a Spider-Man? Yeah, totally.
I'm an actor.
I play Spider-Man on TV. Yeah. It's just a show where I'm from. Oh, goodness gracious. David Blon again. Love everything you do. I hope so. Prove it. Any thoughts on the speculation that Tobey was supposed to die but reshot it so he could be used in future projects? I'm really curious about that because I could absolutely see
die. Why kill him off?
Part of me was like, maybe he wanted to be killed off, but I can see a version in which that would be very impactful, him dying. But when they were about to do it, I was like, no, you're not. Don't.
Yeah.
So I could see this being a 28 days later kind of situation where, yeah, maybe they did actually shoot him dying and then maybe tested it, or just, internally were like, you know what, this is a bit too much, and Aunt May's, death and sacrifice is already kind of the centerpiece of that kind of loss for this movie, so maybe we won't break the fans' hearts too much. But yeah.
What I actually found a little, and I think this is because of scheduling and shooting, because if I'm to understand, because hear some of Tom Holland's interviews talking, like, before this movie came out, of there were things we didn't think we could do. that like late in production we were doing rewrites, like, okay, I think we can do this, and then like there was a lot of things about Tobey saying like he's asking for a lot of money, so they haven't booked him just yet.
You gotta pay me more if you kill me.
And so when it came to Green Goblin, this was pointed out to me, and I do agree with it. Like, you're like, it's kind of odd that there's literally 0 scenes with Tobey and Green Goblin interacting with each other.
Yes,
there's like none, and in fact, it's like I don't even believe it if Alfred Molina and Tobey Maguire weren't in the same scene together, like when they shot that. And for especially for Green Goblin, like, because one thing is when he stops Tom from killing him with the glider, I like that moment a lot. I like just the quiet moments where like they're communicating just through looking at each other. I think that's really strong. And also serves as a cool little arc for Tobey, because he's clearly felt the guilt over the death of Norman all this time. It led to the loss of his best friend ultimately. And so it even has that line in there, like how he's thought so much about how he could have fixed him or saved him or something, right? So it's like Goblin gets impaled by his glider in the first Tobey Maguire film, and this time he gets to save him from being killed by his own glider. So there's a cool little trajectory there. But there is also no scenes of them interacting with each other. Yeah. And I was like, I wish there was like one scene. You even cut to a shot later on where like after he's been stabbed, and then like Tobey and Andrew are like holding each other, which I love. I just love it. They had their arms around each other a lot. Like, it's just so great.
So brotherly.
And you see this Green Goblin like sulking in the background. And I'm like, how would we get one scene? Just like one little exchange of dialogue here.
Peter, don't tell Harry.
I think it came down to I think it was shooting schedules and shit. I don't think I feel like they would have if the shooting was on par, but clearly there's a lot of, we've all seen the leaked footage of Andrew Garfield. There's a lot of blue screening going on here, and a lot of putting them in there. So I think they just didn't shoot them on the same day.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have a scene. But
But
I wish they did. I really wish they had a scene together.
Aloha, Elias J. Thanks for joining us. Ibrahim Khan. Seeing No Way Home with my dad after seeing Raimi's when I was 7 with him, and watching the culmination of 3 generations of Spider-Man made us both cry tears of joy. Power of cinema. Fave Spider-Man film ever. I'm glad that's beautiful to be able to share that
with your dad. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, like I have no idea when my dad would want to go back to the movies, but I kind of want to at least make that a semi-family experience, because like my dad took me to see Spider-Man way back in the day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. God, getting nostalgic.
Yeah.
Darth Pug, love all your content. Thank you for introducing me via YouTube to Koi. Send some love to Koi. He's out today. Do you think that the memory spell in the end extends to all Spider-Man universes? Imagine Tobey getting back and having MJ not know him anymore. I thought about that too. It's got to be tied to Tom Holland.
Doc Strange would have brought that up. You're like, you're fucking these guys over.
Yeah, it's going to ruin their lives.
Yeah, you're going to ruin all Peter Parker's lives.
After he made it work.
Because there's a reason why they're all coming to the Tom Holland universe.
Yeah,
no, I don't think that's the case. We got to talk about this spell briefly. A little side tangent. Because some people in the comments of our breakdown seem to misunderstand what we were saying. I was like, I thought we made it pretty clear. We know what the spell was declaring that it did. Our question is like, how much physical wiping does it do? That was the question.
Yeah, what does it do to the physical evidence scattered around the world that isn't contained just to people's minds?
Like all that Daily Bugle archive footage of Peter Parker's Spider-Man. Yeah. Is that all wiped from the hard drives, from the internet database,
Everyone's
from the DODC, from the FBI, everything that was there for the ongoing investigation.
like are all photographs of Aunt May and Peter now just Aunt May somehow? Like
Are the photos, that MJ took with Peter, are they just gone now?
Yeah.
Like the photos they
Is
took
he
as a
not
couple.
in a yearbook?
They're not in a yearbook. Does it have school records? Because you would have to have some type of like record to be able to go to college.
Yeah, just because people forgot doesn't mean he didn't exist. So
we know he exists now, but it's just like what happens to the physical history of Peter Parker?
What's to keep anybody from being like, holy shit, have you seen this video of some guy being unmasked as Spider-Man?
Does the Flashpoint book get erased?
That's absolutely. These are good. And
I think these are valid questions.
They are.
Yeah. So because other people were like jumping on us, like you guys don't get it. It's not they didn't erase Peter Parker's from they just erased the memories. People, I'm like, I know that. I'm just saying what happened to the physical evidence of like photos they took with him.
Because it seems like then things would just get out of hand all over again. But hey, maybe there's an explanation that we just haven't heard yet. But Gandalf the White, thank you for rejoining us after your transformation. Andrew and Electro were pulled from the same universe but different timelines. When Andrew goes back, is it still a timeline where Gwen is dead and Electro goes back to a time where Andrew and Gwen were chilling in the UK?
It does suck. If only the multiverse could have brought Gwen back.
I know, right? Well, maybe he'll get plopped back into the right moment in time.
So he never met Mary Jane, apparently.
I guess not.
He never got
no
to meet...
Shailene Woodley.
Shailene Woodley just wiped from existence.
Yes. Even her potentiality is stricken from the record.
Completely gone now. No Shailene. In case you guys don't know, Shailene Woodley did shoot scenes for Amazing Spider-Man 2 as Mary Jane, and she was supposed to be a prominent character in Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
And so, but they just scrapped all that. And he's even like, she was my Gwen Stacy. That was my MJ. Second he said that, I was like, oh.
He must not have an MJ.
Yeah.
Or he's just comparing her to his own current now girlfriend.
Yeah. Who was Mary Jane?
Olivia D14. Is that Olivia Del Guy, maybe? Either way, thank you for the moment of silence.
Olivia was in her earlier.
Hey,
thank you, Olivia.
Olivia, much love.
Brendan Christy Nayak. This is just because I love you guys. Y'all have become one of the main channels I watch daily. Keep with the good work. And Daredevil in the MCU and now Pog. Pog?
Daredevil in the MCU now. It's got to be an anagram or an acronym.
Praise oh God.
Praise oh God. Pounds
Praise
on.
oh God.
Pounds on the ground.
I'm gonna John, hold down the fort. Move on to the next one. Thank you guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Toby, I think, is still collecting residuals from his film for sure. Of course. Yeah. I bet Toby and Ragu in the chat is saying that Toby and Andrew's residuals definitely went up leading up to this film.
Oh, they're off.
How many people are rewatching that shit just to get prepared for this film? Which surprises me to learn that Sony originally did not want to show Doc Ock in the trailers at all.
That would have been great.
It would have, but at the same time, I'm like, wait a minute though. There's so many people, especially of the newer generation, who probably don't remember those films that well or didn't even check them out, and so much of the first half of this movie is so hinged on. I mean, a lot of this movie is hinged on knowing those prior films. Like they just don't have as much of an effect if you don't know those prior films. So you got to really let on that these, like, I think showing the villain should have always been part of the plan, because that informs people like, oh shit, I haven't seen those movies, or I should go revisit them to better appreciate what this film is going to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which a lot of people did because they were in the trailers.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's fair, yeah. And I mean, it gave you a confirmation, but also enough of a non-confirmation of the Spider-Men. I mean, like, if we hadn't seen the villains in the trailer, we wouldn't be talking about this, I guess. But at the same time, I don't know. A part of me wonders, like, man, how crazy would it have been to have no idea that tentacle was about to show up? And part of me someday would love to be on a multiversal timeline that could experience that. Oh, look at this. Perfect solution.
It would have been cool, but I also would feel bad for the people who are not us, who would have
who don't know,
Yeah.
and who wouldn't have the time to catch up. Yeah, that's fair. And it's weird. Like for as much as for my own cinematic brain, I'm like, man, I wish I could have experienced the full breadth of the surprise with no inkling that it was possible. It does feel like perhaps the right version made it to our timeline here.
David Blon right here. Thank you, David. # make Amazing Spider-Man. I want to see what the how many tweets the Amazing Spider-Man 3 is at right now.
Oh yeah, release the Snyder, release the Garfield cut, release more Garfields.
78,000 tweets right now. Make the Amazing Spider-Man 3. It is becoming the new Snyder Cut movement.
Oh my goodness!
For the next week.
Yeah, we'll see how long
it lasts. Yeah,
but I mean, even if there's no TASM 3, I could absolutely imagine there being more Andrew.
Face chump. I love how when they're swinging together and they land, they actually land in the order of their movies of being Spider-Man. Small detail, but really cool. Really? Wouldn't Tom be on the far right then?
I thought Tom landed first.
Yeah, he's first.
Is it reverse order? Is it Tom, Andrew, Tobey?
But maybe the dimensions are bam, bam, bam. I don't know. Maybe.
You know,
it's funny when you watch like the Mighty Raccoon videos. You're like, yeah, that shit was pretty accurate.
Yeah, I know, right?
That was like really accurate to how it went down.
It's fun living in the internet age, isn't it?
And Eric Voss, I remember watching his trailer breakdown and saying like, if you watch the way the
way her
fucking ground moves when he lands on the Statue of Liberty shot,
crown, like, there's like some jittering on one of the
they took out a character. I'm like, yeah, that's true. And the fucking lizard getting kicked in the face, like goddamn.
Oh god,
they gotta face it, man. These leaks were as much as the leaks might have undercut the experience for people. So many more people watched it because of those leaks.
That's true.
The leaks made a lot of people. This is one of those cases where the leaks got people more excited.
The leaks convinced people of what could be possible.
Piss people off who don't want spoilers or don't want leaks. Absolutely, completely respected that. At the same time, it definitely sold more tickets.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean. Like if they didn't know about like the returning villains and the possibility of Tobey and Andrew, they would have made nowhere near as much money.
That's true.
No Spider-Man movies made this much money for a reason. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Olivia D14, considering they disappeared because of the spell, do you think that Tobey and Andrew ended up forgetting Tom?
That's such a great question, and that's something that I was curious about because I'm like, what if the other Peter Parkers remember him?
I could see there being mumbo jumbo, but for right now, what the movie presents to me is that they wouldn't know. I feel like they would have forgotten him.
Which makes it so heartbreaking when he hugs them.
I know, because it's the last time.
They really seem like they're best friends.
They do, and brothers, and in such a short amount of time. Again, like it's testament to the casting over 20 years that they got the right people that could bring that chemistry here and now, you know?
It's not like Fred and Ethel on the set of I Love Lucy, where they really didn't get along, or how Lucy and Ethel also had problems with each other.
Yeah.
It wasn't that case at all. They seem like they really do get along.
Yeah.
Fred and Ethel needed a WhatsApp group chat.
We only had WhatsApp back in those days. Oh, M.O., is that Strange Supreme in the credits? Love your vids.
Yeah, it was Strange Supreme. Here's the truth about our experience with that trailer. First time it was in the theaters, it was a lot of, well, we got to see some of it. Come on.
Watch a little. It's the only time we'll be here in the theater.
Just don't catch it. And then the second 2 times we watched the movie, the people who were with us going to test. It was just John and I looking down, trying not to see the trailer. Like we heard the trailer.
To resist the urge.
We heard the trailer 3 times. Kind of saw it 1 time because we're like, there's gonna be a time they release this on the internet.
I gotta forget this so that we can cover it online.
Forget most of the details, but the image that I did catch. We did catch the Strange Supreme moment at the end, which I was like, cool.
Yeah,
did hear about that. That might be in there.
More strange, more strange, please. Hell's yeah. Olivia D14 again. Thank you for your generosity. Do you think Andrew or Tobey will be in any future projects? I can see Andrew. I could see either being possible, but I feel like Andrew is kind of probable.
MS brings up a great point. Tobey and Andrew remember that they teamed up with the third Spider-Man. They just would remember that Peter Parker.
Good call.
They would still remember each other, though. That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faith, that's exactly why we ignored the trailer, because it was like, man, we really want to watch this, but damn, we have to forget most of what we saw.
If only there was a spell that could help with that.
That's why we didn't react to any post-credit scene breakdown stuff.
See, that's gonna
because
be.
I was like, they're gonna break down the trailer. We can't watch this.
Yeah. And that's gonna be funny too, though, because yeah, they'll get back and they'll both be like, oh man, I met this great Peter Parker. And some other Spider-Man whose identity I never learned. But we were there to help him specifically. Oh, goodness. Funny, timey-wimey. Don't think too hard about it. Michael Clark. Did Doctor Strange neglect to wipe his memory, and that is why the multiverse of madness will occur? I've heard this speculation. I don't know. I mean, I really buy it when the goodbye he says to him, so part of me feels like he doesn't, but I could absolutely see him doing it, or there being some reason of like, well, you cast the spell, so you know deep down or something.
Strange seemed like he really loved Peter.
He did.
That line when he's like, everyone who loves and knows you, they'll forget you. When he said loves and knows you, I was like, this guy loves him.
You served it.
Or was he just choking up at the idea of them like doing this to this kid? Because in that moment, it registers to me as he's saying, "We love you, Peter."
No, he says "we," and it's absolutely that. It's absolutely including himself among the people who love Peter, which is a beautiful
I never thought
moment.
that with Doctor Strange, that they would have that emotional association towards him.
Yeah, and it kind of only exists in this movie thus far, and for the future, obviously, it won't exist.
They work really well together. I think their chemistry should not be overlooked, because damn, they got great chemistry together.
Yeah.
Benedict Cumberbatch and Tom Holland. That's something I don't hear like anybody talking about. They have amazing chemistry.
And there were concerns for me in the trailers with that, for everybody in the trailers with that, about like, well, Doctor Strange sure acted weird, and why would he do that? And like it plays so much more
Interrupt
smooth.
time. Jordan, we have a rule here for the spoiler talk.
Who we got?
Jordan Bailey. This is actually a great thing. It looked like Doc Ock kept the arc reactor. Perhaps he uses that to stop the machine and therefore it doesn't die. As sorry, we're just having a hard time reloading. As they seem like similar technology as his machine uses fusion reaction. I'm not actually remembering now, because he has the arc reactor. He says his quote, and then Tobey shows up. But they don't show him return the arc reactor, right?
Not specifically, no.
Actually, you might have just solved it right there.
Yeah,
you really might have just solved it right there.
And then
that's a good call, man. That's a really good call.
And then Norman can show back up on his timeline and just be like, wait, I'm just me. I'm just me. Don't worry.
Shows back up, the glider impales him.
Yeah.
Fuck.
God damn it, Peter. Chris Donahue. I loved the movie. My one question is, how did Electro know Peter was Spider-Man?
He didn't. This is something that didn't even cross my mind until the breakdown of New Rockstars.
Yeah.
And this is something I'm seeing a lot of people bring up now, is how this, because of the spell of how it's specifically worded, it would justify the existence of the other villains coming in.
Yeah.
But Electro didn't, and it's just like, fuck it, who cares? You know, it's goddamn multiverse travel. Yes. Like, to me, it's as much as I can get critical about, like, how does this spell exactly work in the end, and what are like the physical wipes of things?
It's magic.
To me, I'm like, well, he doesn't know Peter Spider-Man.
No,
he doesn't know. He doesn't recognize Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
He says, "I
You're
thought
just a kid."
He said, "I thought you'd be Asian." Remember that?
Yeah. You know, you help out poor people, and you're good at math. I thought you'd be Asian.
He's like, I'm sure out there is a Mexican Spider-Man.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
I'm sure in a few more decades we'll have a Mexican Spider-Man who's also Irish.
He didn't seem to know him. That's another part of Jamie Foxx's performance. I just didn't. We talked about it like an hour ago, but in Jamie Foxx's performance, there's something I like. I like Andrew Garfield a lot in that scene, and I love the tease of Miles. But it's just so weird to me how Jamie Foxx is all about, like, power, more power. Yeah, I love this. I choose to be this way.
Yeah.
And then at the come down, he's just like, tapped out, man. You won.
Don't worry. It's fine.
It's like, I thought this guy, Max, would be like, you robbed me of everything, you know?
Yeah.
And he was just more like, man, What are you going to do? I lost.
Yeah, which is weird because I really like that scene, and I really like Jamie Foxx's performance across the movie. And as much as he is different from Max in TASM 2, I still felt the core of that character being used as the character he was getting into. But yeah, like the more you poke it at especially that stuff, the sort of less sensical it becomes.
Yeah. If you guys are still here, can you hit that like button? That helps us out for future performance
Hit
of
the
this live stream.
Yes, sir. William Graham, what do y'all think what do y'all think America Chavez's role will be in the next film?
I got no clue.
She'll be there.
That's so much I can tell you. I got no
kicking
clue.
ass.
I haven't researched it enough to be totally fair. I have no clue. I'm sorry to waste your super chat here. I just have no idea.
Her role in the next film will be to establish some subsequent film or TV show. Is what her role will be.
I mean, I think so. I think she's gonna be big because she keeps going to every fucking movie premiere.
Yeah.
Like, she keeps attending. Like, they want to have her.
They
presence
want you
out
to
there.
know her name. Yeah.
So we took a photo with her. Xochitl Gomez, Sarosi Ronin.
Quetzalcoatl.
Get some real names, people. What is all this shit? What happened to names like Anna, Kate?
Yeah. You know, Benedict.
Tom. There's like 3 Chris's.
Jesus, why not? Come on, get us. Yeah. We need more.
You're making my dumb brain harder to comprehend this.
More white lady names in the MCU. Spider-Man.
Saoirse Ronan is white.
But that's different. It's Irish white. You know, American white. Give me a Mary or a Sarah, a good biblical white name. Hey, Spider-Man sent us a super
Spider-Man.
chat. He's a menace to this live stream. What's up, Greg and John? Spider-Man No Way Home is the best Spider-Man. The fact they brought Charlie Cox was amazing, plus the other Spider-Man. Absolutely. Is it the best Spider-Man, though?
Do you think they'll just reboot Charlie Cox?
I feel like it's not the same impact.
No. I mean, do you think they'll just reboot it? Let me rephrase that. Do you think Daredevil will have his own show again?
That's an excellent question. I could absolutely see the possibility. I could see them wanting to use him slightly differently here. I think he'll probably just wind up both places. I don't know. Like, it seems like Daredevil, the show, has worked so well, and bring back Daredevil has been such a huge thing that I don't necessarily think it's a foregone conclusion, but I absolutely think it's a strong possibility because not only does everybody love Charlie Cox in that show, they also love Vincent D'Onofrio in that show, among other things. The first season especially is regarded as being such a well-told, long-form story.
Demand for Karen Page all the time.
Karen Page,
Everyone's always like, bring back Karen
Where's
Page.
Foggy Nelson?
Where's Foggy Nelson? Damn
Where's
it.
Foggy? We got
back
got
Foggy
Happy. We got the Ben Affleck Foggy, but where's the Netflix Foggy? Yeah, I think it could happen.
Or it'd probably be more of like a Hulk thing.
Like in She-Hulk?
No, like Hulk in general, or it's just not having his own movie.
But he's always in the movies.
Yeah.
He's in every ensemble movie or something.
He's just a
like
lawyer
that.
for everyone.
Yeah, it's all just
That's all
legal.
I hear he's supposed to be in She-Hulk.
I can see, yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Just a rumor. Haven't seen any leaked photos. Wait for John Campea to put them out.
But I could, yeah, I think that at some point in the future, maybe not too far off, we'll see something that's called Daredevil or that's a Daredevil story specifically.
We got to do a ranking video some point this week.
Ranking all the Daredevil movies.
What are you doing Christmas Day? We should meet up.
We should meet up and rank the Spider-Man movies on Christmas
Day.
Day.
We'll spend a few hours editing it. I'm really sorry, you guys. We're gonna be late for dinner.
I haven't spent time with my family in weeks now, but let's take Christmas off and go shoot some videos. But yeah, no, we should absolutely do a ranking. That would be fun.
Would you guys, Pierre the Gamer, hashtag 2K19. Can you refresh the live stream chat?
100%.
I feel like we haven't. There's something. It's not updating, or people aren't commenting. Hit that like button, people.
Hit the like, and thanks for voting in the most recent poll. Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland are neck and neck as people's favoriteest Spider guy.
Really?
Yeah. If it ever expands, I think they're tied at 36% of the vote.
Interesting way the world works, right? Oh, okay. So is there a way to repop out our live stream? Are we still live?
We're still live.
We're confident about that?
Yes, it's just it's.
Oh shit! Are we?
No, we're good. Okay.
Okay.
It's just it's thinking hard.
All right, yeah, that's the
It's-
word.
The computer, as you know, we've been doing this for.
Sorry. We just realized our chat did not refresh for such a long time.
We've been streaming
like,
for going
I think
on
something's
2
wrong here.
hours, and so the computer is having a tough time thinking.
Really, I almost had a John panic moment.
It's all.
Where I was like,
hey!
have we been live streaming for like 20 minutes and
to
didn't
nobody?
realize?
Nah, if this monitor goes black, then we're out. But
Ooh,
yeah,
thank God. Okay.
But yeah, look at those
That was-
results.
Damn.
Tobey Maguire, in,
That guy
in
from
third.
the 70s.
Yeah, man, Nicholas. What's his name? He's got some votes. It's good.
Oh man. Okay, that
All
was
right.
nerve-wracking. I was really concerned because I just noticed like, wait a minute, this chat hasn't refreshed in a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Chimera? No, wait. Pierre's Game. Sorry. Would you guys rather Spider-Man 4 or The Amazing Spider-Man 3? I mean, we answered this question earlier, but yeah, definitely The Amazing Spider-Man 3. We're just saying the popular opinion on Twitter right now. We did not have a long explanation earlier as to why we opted for Amazing Spider-Man 3. It's trending right now, and we're just pushing that trending button.
Dude,
Get the clicks.
get them
am I right?
clicks, bait those clicks. I want
Don't
to.
ever go against popular opinion.
I think TASM 3, but with a Tobey Andrew team up. That's the way. To
Yeah,
go.
really
That's
distract
the
from
way
this.
to-
Finally, get the TASM 3.
Yes,
And
and have it be
strip-
all about crossovers. Have it be all
Fucking
about
up through.
Tobey Maguire. Chimera, Goblin, and Andrew Spider-Man were the highlights of the movie for me. Those are 2 great highlights, and I would agree they are among 2 of the highest lights for me.
I'm just waiting for that one time someone comes in. Someone comes in and goes, "It's all about fucking Lizard, man."
Dude, Lizard, best portrayal, most accurate to the comics. I loved when he put on his iconic lab coat and said, "I'm something of a scientist myself." It's the best moment in all of No Way Home. Kenny Baychak. Do you think we'll see other classic Friends of Spider-Man like Gwen Stacy or Harry Osborn in future movies?
I don't know. You know what made me curious is I feel like when people ask Emma Stone about it, like, do you guys forget that they were once in a really serious relationship? And we have no idea.
How they left that off.
We have no idea if it's like really fucking awkward for them to interact with each other. or not,
Yes.
you know? So I always get a little bit uncomfortable when they ask Emma Stone about it.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'm like, I know
I hadn't
they're
thought about
pros.
it,
They
yeah.
know how to handle this shit publicly. But at the same time, I'm like, they were in a really serious relationship and they're definitely not together now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what if like a big part of it's like, I won't do it because it's awkward. But then you,
The awkward Spider-Man.
but I mean, because they can make it work. They're playing a couple, like fucking Jennifer Carpenter and Michael C. Hall on Dexter. They were like married for a year or 2, and then they still did like several seasons of Dexter post divorce, and they're
Okay.
still like really good friends.
Professionals.
So yeah, you know, they still could be like really good friends. I think in like this bit, when you're that high up in the industry, it could be very different in the way how it works. So
Well,
yeah,
relationships work.
but
As soon as Emma Stone drops her 10-minute song about Andrew Garfield, they'll be good to move on.
I really like, I think Harry Osborn and Peter are better together in Amazing Spider-Man 2 than any of James Franco. I think James Franco's a terrible actor. In those movies, he's done some great performances. But in those movies, he's awful. I don't like him in those.
Okay, which is
But-
your favorite Harry Osborn, James Franco performance? Of the 3?
I think Spider-Man 1.
Really?
He's the most believable in that.
Okay, that's fair. Rewatching Spider-Man 2, I was kind of
No.
leaning that way, but I think you're probably right.
Oh, God. I mean, it's just...
I like the whole thing about him being like,
So
I'm trying to
cringy.
run Oscorp, man. And I'm like, yeah, of
Yeah.
course it's cringy, because he can't run Oscorp.
I don't know.
All right, fair
People
enough.
are like, what? Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Ah, shit, no. What's the popular opinion?
Yeah. What is the
James
popular-
Franco's better. Let me just say that. Don't go against popular opinion.
Did Franco did so good, says Massimo Samdal.
I guess.
Dude,
I don't think he's that good in those movies.
I don't too.
I think he's really cringy.
Yes, he is. But yeah, I think Spider. You're probably right. Spider-Man 1.
Franco fit the 90210 style. Thank you. That is, he's good for like the soap opera acting.
Yes, exactly. When they're making eggs and all that stuff and tossing the basketball.
Overly cheery.
Yeah, you know.
They're my
that,
best
like,
friends.
you-
My best friend.
I just smoked a blunt before I came on
Every
screen.
scene, yeah. Overly cheery about everything.
You guys.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about fucking Dane DeHaan's Goblin. All right, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
just
about
Harry.
his Harry Osborn. Even though his voice was distracting to me, this like Patrick Bateman thing he's doing in it.
My really low, deep voice.
I really bought the chemistry between him and Andrew Garfield a lot. Weirdly, as much as like we were only friends when we were children, I felt a true history with them.
Yeah, when
like
they're
I like
reconnecting and all that.
the scene on the staircase when Harry decides to walk down the staircase and actually interact with him.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good scene when they're hanging out in the park.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
and Andrew climbs over the rail. And
Yeah.
everyone loves to point that moment out.
Yeah, he's like, there's the rock, then the water. He's like, wow, good shot there, Peter. My name's Harry Osborn. I'm 20 years old.
I need the cure for wellness.
We need him back. Justice for Dawn.
We do.
But I don't think we'll see Gwen Stacy. She's clearly fucking dead.
Yes,
But a Spider-Gwen would be cool.
Some Aiden Cabal
Dude, you
just
gotta
said
let that be
Dahan was
shown.
a sad
Dahan
little
was a
bitch.
sad little bitch.
Sad little bitch.
Is that how Dane DeHaan talks in real life? Assuming this whole time I've just been
Making
fucking
fun of this man's
the real
voice.
Dane DeHaan. I thought that was like a Dane DeHaan. I thought that was a voice.
I thought it was
he
an
chose.
affectation. I
Yeah.
mean, part of it has to be a little bit.
My bad. Take it back then. Kudos for Dane DeHaan. I think you come across weird then.
Yep. Let's say Rishba Sabarwal. Let's talk about that new suit at the end.
Both James Franco and Dane DeHaan seem like they'd both be like cocky ass child actors.
Yes.
That's the vibe I get from both of them.
Yeah.
Like, you thought you were the shit at your actor parties.
Yeah.
So what I like,
And you hit it
your
big
teen
pretty
parties.
young.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the vibe I get from both of them.
You were a heartthrob in high school.
Yeah, we're just behind on super chats. That's how we work. Rashab Sabral, let's talk about that new suit at the end. Finalist, someone brought it up.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I think that suit looks gorgeous.
It does.
Gorgeous. You have no idea how excited I was when I saw that it was sewn together. I was like, holy shit, they did it.
Yeah,
They
he
fucking did.
DIY'd his suit finally.
It looks. I love the color pop on it so much.
Yeah.
You know, because a moment in the
Poppin'.
movie I did not like the first time I watched it. It's way better for me the second and third viewing because I knew where the movie was going with transitioning to him being on his own. I really did not like how he overtook Doc Ock. That actually really bothered me the first time I watched it. Like, oh god, he didn't even do anything. Like he just touched the suit, did everything for him. Like he literally didn't do anything. And then he's just like, oh, interesting. Let me put it around. Now I have control. That actually bothered me quite a bit. Because I'm like, of course, little Iron Man Jr. getting all the help.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
But knowing
Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
but in the moment it did. By the end, it did it just because I could see what the intention of the movie was going with the transitioning of where they were going. So, like on the second and third viewing, it doesn't bother me. But yeah, but I think the suit at the end, the blue pops like Carlos in the chat is just saying the blue really pops a lot. And then it made me excited for like, what's Miles' suit gonna look like?
Yeah. Well, and I'm curious too because like the blue is very reflective, and it almost looked like, I don't think it was sequins, but it almost looked like he was using something that is kind of sparkly and reflective. And so I'm curious to see. Part of me was like, I wonder if they made this decision because it's a nighttime scene and the blue needs to pop. So I'm curious to see what his suit will look like in daylight next time, because I have a feeling they'll probably go with the exact same layout design, but they might change the hue of the blue.
Well, the thing is, it's still CGI'd.
Yes, absolutely.
And I really like the less. One thing we didn't talk about at all yet is I love the choice that they kept Peter in a Spider-Man costume for vast majority of this film.
Yeah.
Most of the movie, he's in a Spider-Man costume. I think that's so cool. Like whether he's just doing most of it is just doing Peter Parker shit and not Spider-Man. You see, he's one and the same in this film, and I absolutely adore that choice. And because one of the things in the other films that kind of bothered me is like a lot of times when we see them in the suits, you could just feel the CGI of them like a lot of the time, predominantly, and, especially in like Civil War, that would really distract me, even though it's the most short appearance of him. So what I can't wait to see is to see that suit in action when it's not CGI.
Yeah.
That's gonna be great.
Or when it's minimal CGI.
yeah. And I wish the swing went on longer at the end. I thought it was like, oh, we're doing it. That thing that happens at the end of those other movies.
Where we do a big swing montage. Yeah.
I want it to go. I wish that swing lasted longer. I was like, come on, man. Let's make it an even 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yes. And speaking of things I wish lasted longer,
your time in the bedroom.
You
set yourself.
Sex is disappointing. No, I love the moment for Andrew when he saves MJ, but that shot is such a fast shot on such a fast motion that I wish they had made it like a couple shots or slowed it down a little bit so that it felt a little less like a foregone conclusion. But that's just a nitpick of my own design. Victor Gamora, my daughter.
Texting Coy to see how he's feeling.
It's been a journey, guys. But how do you feel now after watching the movie? To be honest, I felt kind of sad walking out of the movie theater, LOL. I mean...
You felt sad? After watching the movie, I was just in awe.
Yeah.
I wasn't like hooping and hollering. It was like a different, like there's like two kinds of applauses, where you're just like, wow, fuck you, yes. And for me, I was like, they did it. Like, mad respect applause.
And I guess that's why, because I can see why you would feel sad, because there's a certain thing about having to let go of the anticipation and being on the other side of something. But yeah, for me, part of the sustaining joy has been, they did it. And I've woken up several days since the first time I saw it, and this is reality, and they did it still. And it still is, it is, after so much time and hype, it is the event we were all hoping for. And again, I feel like it's special that even though there are, let's be fair, a good amount of questions, nitpicks, and criticisms you can pull up about how it works and why, it's still like the emotional impact and the main impact of what's important is still so resonant and so fully formed that, it's only left me with joy thus far.
Tatu Hakakin saying there are rumors that there's going to be a Electro solo film. Oh, weird choice. Hey, Coy's going to come by and say hi. He's feeling under the weather right now, but he wanted to say hi on FaceTime really quick.
Oh, Coy! Coy Pond.
Coy, how are you doing, buddy? Are you doing okay?
I'm upright adjacent. I've got coherent adjacents.
Well, I could hear it in your voice.
You are wonderful adjacent, Coy.
I'm sorry you couldn't.
We miss you so much.
We missed you here. You could have answered our America Chavez question.
Yeah, what's America Chavez going to do?
Every time we don't know an answer, we'll be like, get Coy on FaceTime really fast.
Have a good day, Chase Coy?
Can you guys see him? Yeah, some people can see you. You're really bright on the phone.
There you go. There you go.
I'm very Irish. I glow at all times.
Yeah.
Absolutely you are.
But we miss you, Coy. We wish you could be here. What do you think America Chavez's role here, John? Can we dual mic this to get some sound in here?
Probably.
Yeah, we're gonna dual mic Coy's answer here, because they're saying they can't hear you. Coy, the only reason I watched this channel was for Coy, and this person's just been in this live stream. They're disappointed. Okay, so Coy, can you say what do you think America Chavez's role in Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness is going to be?
Okay, so it's a movie about the multiverse, and it's a movie about portals, and there's a character named America Chavez who does a very good job wielding portals into other dimensions. I think that the multiverse is out of control due to magic, and I think the way it resumes control is due to America Chavez's ability to wield the multiverse. So I think she's going to be the thing that unites everything back together.
So because, for those of you who couldn't hear that, because America
The speaker
Chavez...
is on the phone. You guys still can't hear him? Coy.
An even louder speaker for Coy.
We need an even loud. The speaker's on.
I know. I mean, here. Put it against your mic again, and I'm gonna crank it all the way up.
We're really gonna crank this. Let's make sure we don't talk into the mic.
Yeah.
Put the top. Where's the sound from? Right here. Is that where it comes from?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, go for it.
So in Multiverse of Madness, a movie about portals and about multiverses, it would only make sense to me that a character who wields the multiverse and uses portals to control the multiverse would be the common denominator to solve the problem. So I think magic causes the problem at the jump, and then the solution is America Chavez. So her power set being so multiversal and so portal heavy, I think she's the thing that saves the day.
Now lower the volume. Exceptional. Back to where it was.
All right, now you're back. Now you're back.
Well, Coy, that's a theory that he has. Coy is the only one I know that is so religious about not
spoilers, no
getting
leaks.
Spoilers or leaks. He's
No-
so fucking religious.
Only
about it.
pure speculation
So he is
beforehand with
only
Coy.
speculation. This guy. He was the only guy I know that he did not believe. He's the only guy who we lost 1,000 viewers after we cranked it. He's the only one who did not believe that Andrew Garfield shit was real when it was leaking going around the internet.
Yeah. How do you feel now?
All right, buddy. I hope you feel better. Thank you for chiming in really fast. Try
Love
to
you,
get some
Coy.
rest, okay? All right, take care, buddy.
Love you, buddy.
All right, bye. Love you, man. Bye. Poor guy.
Poor Coy.
He's not feeling it.
Miss
He's,
Coy.
you can hear it in his voice and it's in his eyes. I'm like, oh, no, this guy needs some rest.
No. Coy needs to go to sleep all day.
Yeah.
Coy's been burning the candle at every end.
Victor Gamora. It's been a journey, guys. But how do you feel now after watching the movie? To be honest, I kind of felt sad walking out of the movie theater. Weirdly, I was excited about the future of Spider-Man after this. You know, I didn't think they could do that. I really thought this was it. This was the pinnacle. How much better can you get? But I've never been more excited. It's just sad because when you're like looking forward to something so much, and I gotta say bye.
Yeah.
But I think that this was a hell of an experience, and so to be here with all of you guys just talking about it, it's amazing. And whoever's the dumbass in the stream being like, "Stop spoiling the movie," we waited till Monday, unlike most people. So
And you could click off this
shut
video.
your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
You guys, any Dane Cook references? Huh?
Shoots bleeding from the ears. Black chocolate. You know, that's the other thing of why I'm not sad. Is oil is my blood. Seatbelts. Trunk space. I don't feel sad too because it feels like it's still present and happening, and I feel like I'll still see it again in the theater at some point, and so like. I feel like maybe I'll be sadder once it's like left theaters and I could tell like everything's dying down and now it's
Yeah.
just about waiting for home video.
The guy who's in the chat saying that about the title, don't worry about him. He's he's just trolling you guys. Thanks for stopping by, Pugzolotte.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All
Black
right.
chocolate. Andrew saving MJ is emotions after she said, "I'm okay." What I liked about that too is MJ Zendaya has that reaction in that moment, going like, "Are you okay?"
Why are you? Yeah.
She has no idea why he's
crying
crying
right now in the middle of this battle. Thanks for saving me, but do you need help?
That was great. That was
Yeah.
good. Show Saiyan Leagues. He
Shut
understood. He
your
understood the
fucking
Dane Cook reference.
Yeah.
He understood the Dane Cook reference.
You know the pronunciation.
Koi hasn't heard the length of a Dane Cook callback in a decade.
Yes.
Oh, we got them all. We got them all memorized.
Oh, yeah.
It's Lord of the Rings and Dane Cook.
BK Lounge. Go to the BK
I'm
Lounge.
sorry, Nisa. You know us. We fell behind. We're gonna refresh this in a little bit, and
Yes.
then we're gonna be like, wow, we're gonna be on crunch time to watch The Matrix. Risk Runner 101. Hey Greg. People spoiled it in their thumbnails. Hey Greg, I have a video of your Nuvi intro. What? I haven't seen it yet. I even went to go watch Being the Ricardos yesterday.
Was it good?
There was a Nuvi ad, but the Nuvi ad will only play mainly before Spider-Man No Way Home, and it has to be PG or PG-13. I did not know the I Love Lucy biopic film was R-rated.
It was NC-17.
It is NC-17.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Jim
Lucy tits in
Jarmusch's,
there.
yeah, Jim Jarmusch's graphic Lucy movie. Slow moving, but man, those sex scenes. Geez.
Yeah. That would be cool to see it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go. I just gotta buy a ticket and go. I've seen it 3 times and haven't seen the commercial.
You'll see it. Don't worry.
I actually think I'm ready to cringe at myself. Could I please send it to you? Hi, John. Anyway, I love the film. Seeing IMAX for the 3rd time. I did. Okay, so there's like 2 kinds of IMAX cameras, and Marvel doesn't use the one that does full
frame,
capacity.
yeah.
Like it's like if you go to Universal AMC IMAX or like a real IMAX screen, you'll know when it's real when you walk in and there's nothing playing and you're like, whoa, that screen is massive.
When it's overwhelmingly, intimidatingly large.
When it looks like you've entered the mirror dimension and a building's about to fall on you. Yeah. Like there's, because I've been to a few IMAXs and most don't have that effect, and there's only a few out in LA that have that effect. And so I imagine across the world there's not many. Like there's IMAX projection quality. But the IMAX size, I forget what the size is supposed to be, but it's
70 millimeter.
That's like the size?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I think you're right. Yeah. Anyway, that size is so like if a movie does not have IMAX conversion, imagine this is the screen, right? Right here. This is the size of the screen.
Let me get you some more real estate so you can really explain this.
Cool. So if this is the screen, if a movie's not IMAX converted, it only takes up the center of the screen and it looks like it has like giant letter boxes.
Yes.
Then if it's a movie like Dune or Christopher Nolan, it takes up the whole screen.
Yeah.
Marvel uses a different camera that meets you halfway, where you get like a little more screen
and some more definition.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's not even the crystal clear definition that this screen offers. Yeah,
it's not the full breadth of IMAX.
Not IMAX converted, but can play on IMAX.
Yeah,
IMAX converted with the best quality ever and size, and it's just bigger.
Yeah.
But still, it warrants enough where you get a little bit more extra frame to go watch it on IMAX. Spider-Man: No Way Home. I still wish I saw it on IMAX.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to. But yeah.
Well, all right.
And then by that point, I'll be like, I've seen it enough. Usually 3 times is enough for me in the theaters. I'm like, all right, I've seen this enough. Okay, here we go.
And hello to you, Risk Runner 101. Thank you for the shout out.
Dashiell Milner. Andrew was my favorite Spider-Man in this movie. He had the heart and the trauma that was shown in his expressions, especially when he saved MJ. That really seems to be the major highlight of this whole stream. It's almost as if people are hashtagging Make the Amazing Spider-Man 3 right now. Yeah.
You might go on Twitter and find that as a popular hashtag, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Antidote, to hear that you did not have a proper crowd reaction.
Oh, no.
That's too bad.
Go today on a Monday.
I talked to a guy yesterday who was like, yeah, I saw one of the scenes on YouTube. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Why?
Even if you knew
do that
scene
to yourself?
Don't do that to yourself.
Don't.
And I'm like, do you even like the Spider-Man movies? He's like, yeah, I've seen them all. So give a shit to you.
Are you talking to Brandon?
No,
I mean Mr. B.
Old man, thank you for the super chat. Old man 4 NL 1 quid. So does everyone forget all the different Peter Parkers now because it affected the multiverse? The spell will cause new branches in the timeline. No, I don't think that's the case at all. It was specifically directed towards him, and that's why I think all the villains and everyone were coming into that MCU, into Tom Holland's universe, not the other one's universe. They're all coming towards him specifically, and the spell was about his individually. So I think that's why it was specifically that.
Yeah. Almighty Ninja. Who gets killed by bees?
Leave your best Dane Cook
Leave
references.
your best classic Dane Cook for a chance to have it read. Yes. All right. Willie, please. I'm sitting in the theater right now 15 minutes before it starts. Second viewing. You're probably well into that viewing
You
now.
should just keep our live stream playing
Yes.
loudly the whole time.
Yeah, be one of those guys who carries like the sports game on their radio, but just with the spoiler talk.
Or the guys in the sauna who decided to just blast their their music on like a speaker because no one cares for the silence in the sauna. Everyone wants to hear your loud rap music or your freaking basketball game or some shit
this
going on.
Sauna experience is missing a soundtrack.
Monarch. Nice name. I've seen the movie 5 times. Well, I've come to realize the first 30 minutes has a strange pace. No pun intended. The movie is still phenomenal. I really think whatever criticisms I have are completely mitigated by the fact of how great that whatever is great in here really shines. And Katrin in this live stream says, it is a bit sad that Stan Lee never got to see this movie. It really is sad. I also really respect that they didn't try to do some weird CGI Stan Lee thing.
Yes, that was...
Although out of anyone to do it for, it would be probably okay with Stan Lee to do that for.
Yeah.
Because you'd be like drawing him into the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So it would actually be okay. I feel like there's always a debate for everyone else who's died. Like, is this all right?
Is this ghoulish?
But with Stan Lee, I'm like, I feel like it would be okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is his empire.
And he's in all of that.
And yeah, he clearly loves this stuff, and he's been in this amazing Spider-Man, in the Tom Holland Spider-Man universe. So yeah, I don't think it would have been inappropriate. Or they could have done something like they did with Venom, where they have an image of him somewhere, which maybe they do, and it's just really hard to spot. But yeah, it would have been nice to have a little Stan. He should be one of the forms coming through the multiversal tear.
Yeah.
Just a Excelsior from beyond.
We are going over today's super chats. What do you think we're doing right now?
We are.
That's
we
what's
are
on screen for you.
Yeah. All right.
We're not really super speed roundy about it.
Yeah.
When we ought to be.
All right.
That's how John Campea makes $10,000 a day.
Reshop Cyberwall. Yeah. Yo, Greg and John, what comes next for Peter Parker in Spider-Man 4? That new suit gave me classic vibes.
I mean, we haven't really established a villain. I don't feel would Scorpion be the right villain to go down?
No, not yet.
I think a proper version of Shocker would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Instead of henchman adjacent henchman towards Vulture.
Two different guys.
Like, I like the portrayal of Shocker that is a mercenary for hire, and is like he's like an assassin with respect, or like gets the job done, you know. He cares about the game a lot. Like, I like that. Or like a proper Shocker would be a proper Shocker. That's what
proper
Shocker.
Shocker. Proper Shocker.
Spider-Man and the proper Shocker. I think a Shocker, a proper Shocker would be good. Mr. Negative, actually, the kid J458 is saying that. I think Mr. Negative would be an excellent choice.
That would be very cool.
He'd be fucking great. I'm hearing rumors. This is all rumors. Like, literally, and when I say rumors, I mean heavy, like, it's just rumor that Mr. Negative might be a villain in Across the Spider-Verse, but no idea. Cool. Phil Lord and Chris Miller, when Coy interviewed them in our video, they did tease that they would probably get a better look at who the villains might actually be in Across the Spider-Verse.
Okay.
I think Kraven the Hunter, he's going to have his own movie first before we actually see it. But damn, if they brought Kingpin in as his next villain, that would be dope.
That would be dope. And
Can't weapon is too heavy.
I need more Spider-Man.
They all show just a weapon at the belly.
And then he throws up everywhere. Aneurysm fun.
Vincent D'Onofrio's big, but he's not comic book big.
No, he's
like,
not.
Kingpin's like fucking
He's not
huge.
cartoonishly large. Yeah. Aneurysm fun. Spider-Man No Way Home was incredible, besides Ned randomly doing magic, which I thought was stupid and random.
Got them to their runtime.
Yeah, it did. My favorite scene is tied between Andrew Spider-Man saved MJ and Matt Murdock catching the brick before Peter.
What I thought we might see is whatchamacallit, Ned in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
I thought that's what we would see, like a trailer. And I thought that would be like their big reveal in the trailer, that Ned would. That would be their biggest one. That Ned would be in it.
Yeah, I thought that, or there would be another mid-credit scene like Shang-Chi where like Wong shows up and is like, all right, I got to initiate you too. Come on. Yeah, something like that.
Batman, yeah, Willem Dafoe is tiny as fuck. Like,
he is a small guy.
Meeting him in person when Coy introduced us to him, it was like, wow, I am looking down at you to talk to you. You
small man
are
with
small,
a big personality.
And yet I still feel like you can kick my ass at 63 years old.
That's right, man. All right.
You gotta show Just Gaming 2006.
Oh shit! Why the fudge?
Why the fuck did you spoil the movie? I haven't seen the movie yet. Because you were smart enough to walk into a spoiler talk live stream. Spider-Man. Am I the only one who wants the Amazing Spider-Man 3 now? You are not. I'll tell you exactly how many people want the Amazing Spider-Man 3 now. Here, 1 second. I'll tell you exactly how many people want it. Where's that hashtag? No, it's not showing. Oh no, wait, it is. It was. Oh, I think I saw it. I think it was like 90,000 so far.
90K.
It might be a little bit more.
That's enough. How many hashtags did the Snyder Cut get? 50K?
Yeah.
Every day. Every day for years.
And you refreshed it already?
Yeah, we got to the top of it.
Did we really?
Yeah.
Oh, so we only got like 100 more to get.
We only got 500
Dude, we don't
more
have to
go.
leave for the Matrix for like another 2 hours.
So we can keep going.
Go, man.
We'll keep the supers on
We're
for
usually
now.
rushing.
Yeah. No. For Spider-Man No Way Home, we should be able to sink in.
We literally, this whole day is dedicated to this. Oh, you know what? That's a great idea. Who's suggesting that poll? Scarecrow 273. Let's suggest that poll.
All right.
Oh, would you rather? Just say that. Would you rather have ... Amazing Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man 4 with Tobey? Yeah, do that. Steven, I've always wanted a Logan-style Raimi version, but then I saw Andrew here, and I'm like, you don't look old enough. I mean, if they really scruffed him up and shit, I was hoping they'd do that for him instead of trying to keep him looking relatively young. Because then I'm like, now you just look like awkward old guy trying to look young.
Oh no! Yeah, you got to keep him at the appropriate age.
Because
Right?
Andrew, when you watch the movies back to back, I'm like, Andrew does not look like a kid anymore. He definitely looks like an adult.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, but let's see what that poll says soon.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have refreshed this. We should have called it a day, taken the good people's money, and walked away.
Just been like, I don't know what you guys are talking
But you guys
about.
said
We got
thanks
through
for the
all of them.
contributions,
That's every
man. I
super
appreciate
chat.
it
They're
so much.
done. We're done. We did them. We're so thorough. You didn't even hear it.
We got this.
We got this.
It says we got no super chats.
Don't worry. They'll catch up.
Who's saying they are having Andrew back?
The leakers.
You know, whenever I check in on a Twitch stream, here's what I always see.
It's just
Every time I see a Twitch stream, it's just like, I'm just on my phone. Barely talking to the people. Saw homie on the right at Ralph's yesterday. Were you at Ralph's?
I was it. Yeah, I went to a few Ralphs yesterday.
Why? Why would you go to a few Ralphs?
'Cause
What does Ralph's have that is like Ralph's exclusive? Is the
they didn't have my water, and so
what water do you get?
my Topo Chico.
It is that special to you, that Topo Chico. You're like,
Yeah.
I will hunt down
Yeah.
Ralph's water.
I don't like any other sparkling water as much as I like Topo Chico, and I have drank them, and I will finish a Topo Chico no matter what, and I don't finish a lot of other sparkling waters.
This is why you don't sleep, Sean.
There are a lot of reasons why I don't sleep, and
is-
sparkling water is not one of them,
You
sir.
have to drive to several Ralphs.
Well, they were on my
Just
way
to
home.
get it.
I only stopped at 3 because there were 3 in my immediate path. That's the convenience of living in the future. And in case anyone is wondering, because this live stream event was created on the 19th, that's why you're seeing all the dates read as the 19th. I was initially quite confused as well, but it's just reading them because that's when the live stream event was created and set up. So anyway.
Damn, Warren, you got hella views on this. Spider-Man 4 officially announced Andrew Garfield returning for Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Really?
It's question marks. You know.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you got
We don't know.
All right. Read everything with a grain of salt. All right, we're back in action. We are back caught up to where the
Oh, New
super
Rockstars uploaded a video about. Okay, let's stop the live stream, guys.
We gotta do New
gotta react.
Rockstars
We're
now.
not going to answer everyone's questions here today. No, we
Never
want to
answer
do this.
your
We're
questions.
trying to relax a little bit right now.
So far, Amazing Spider-Man 3 is in the lead with 77%
Oh,
people
fuck yeah.
wanting that over a Spider-Man 4 with Toblerones.
Expect nothing less.
And this shirt I got from a comic book store called Blast from the Past. Yeah.
What's the next one here?
Alrighty, we are on to Josh Becker.
Hi, Josh. Thank you so much. Love you guys so much. I've seen the movie 5 times. Hoping to go many more times. Really? Wow.
Wow, once a day.
The hype when Andrew took off his mask was insane. That was a great like moment in the theater, especially because they could have copped out and just kept the guy in the mask.
Yeah.
Especially when you're watching like two villains who they've kept masked up the whole time.
Yeah.
Essentially masked up.
Or they could have thrown in some rando who's not either of them.
Yeah, right.
Just like another white guy.
Like you recognize it, you're like, maybe. And then when the mask is off, it is like they did it.
Yeah,
they
you're saying
finally did it.
He's tall, he's lanky, but is it?
They're not just nodding.
That's right. They're not just pointing at each other.
I'm surprised they didn't do some bigger thing with Tobey being in a suit.
Yeah.
He kind of just is in the suit.
He's just like, yeah, I got it.
yeah. Like I thought there'd be like a moment where he like shows up in the suit. It's like this big thing. It's glorious. The back cracking scene is so fucking fun.
I love the back cracking scene.
It's just like a real moment between them.
and two, for Andrew's Peter to be like, I don't know. I feel like anything to do with back stuff would be traumatic for him.
Yeah.
So, you know, to have that scene, like, it's such a human scene, but it's also a really funny scene. And that's a great example of like humor, but it feels like kind of character oriented rather than just like, hey, a joke.
He's really in shape, man.
Andrew
Fucking Tobey Maguire, man.
Oh, Tobey Maguire, yeah. He looked, you could tell underneath that shirt that he worked out. He worked out to get in a CGI suit.
Is New Rockstars going live right now?
Oh no, are they going live?
Oh my god, they're doing it. They're live. I don't see Eric Voss in here. What's the point in going then?
Ouch. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Shots
Philip
fired.
Molina's in there.
Gosh, Philip Molina could crush either of us. So be careful there.
All right, Olivia D14 here.
Yes.
Would you rather have Toy Man or Amazing Spider-Man 3? Amazing Spider-Man 3, definitely.
Yes.
Back gear play. Oh man, we got to catch up on some of this.
Poll. There you go. All right.
Man. Oh man, damn, it's definitely there.
Batgear Play. Hello, I miss your live stream in the Philippines. Well,
What does that mean?
They miss the olden days when we used to live stream direct from the
Directly
Philippines.
to the Philippines.
Yeah, we're just like, this is only for our Filipino viewers right now, okay? It's Pinoy hour at the Real Rejects. Yeah, I guess maybe because of the time difference, they're not able to attend.
Yo, if you guys want to go to the new Rockstars when they just went live, man, sure. You go check them out.
Spread the love.
No, I'm being sarcastic as fuck. No, go check it out.
Oh, speaking of new rock stars. Anyway, never mind. Hey, Todd
Pinoy
Andrew.
Pride, by the way. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, and hey, hello to Germany, Mario Swenson. Todd Andrew. Hey, Greg and John. Love your vids. Do you see a scenario where Andrew's Peter is in the Venomverse and Tom's is in the MCU in the future? No Way Home is fire.
I mean, they did save themselves in the post-credit scene, I think.
Yeah.
With having... because he says I should meet this Spider-Man guy. Then he gets sent back, so he's probably forgot already who Peter Parker is, right?
Yeah.
Tom Hardy, and like we've been saying, it just seems like it would make more sense for Andrew Garfield's to meet Tom Hardy's Venom. So maybe they're gonna do something, or maybe when they got sent back, something went wrong when they got sent back. Like Andrew Garfield specifically.
Could be.
That'd be really fun, actually.
That's some multiversal madness,
And
right
it'd be
there.
a cool way to still have it be like we're not sacrificing our weird Venomverse.
Yeah.
And then he goes up against Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. Like that would be pretty cool.
Yeah. I would love to see Andrew Garfield and Tom Hardy square off as actors.
That would actually be really interesting.
Yeah.
But the build-up has definitely been for Tom Holland and Tom Hardy to cross paths.
Yeah.
And I think with this more edgy version that we've watched Tom Holland give a portrayal of, I am more excited for the idea of Tom Holland crossing paths with Tom Hardy, who is a very weird still weird to me.
Weird
Still
performer in those movies.
Even the post-credit scene was like, this doesn't feel like it fits. Yeah.
Yes.
This doesn't feel like it meshes well.
Yeah, it feels like it's tacked on from someplace else, like the Sony universe.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, good for those movies on having some sort of tonal continuity. But Sage Mode,
Hey,
we
Sage
we
Mode.
could all stand to go Sage Mode. Could you guys imagine if they had a post-credit scene where we see Toby is back in his universe and just looking over the city, and then Andrew comes in and says, "We have a problem." Crowd would have gone nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. Any multiversal Spider-Man crowds are gonna shit themselves. That would be cool.
I do wonder when we'll see Miles Morales.
I know, right?
He is in college now. It would be okay to bring him in.
He is. He would be by this point in time. Oh, you mean Tom Holland's Peter
Tom
Parker
Holland, yeah.
is in college, and so Miles would be younger, and that would have given him time to grow up since Homecoming.
I just think Tom Holland always looks like Tom Holland always looks like a little boy.
Yes, he does. He does, yes.
Even though this was the most manly in the Spider-Man franchise, I thought he really like I thought he had that young manly quality in The Devil All the Time. I thought he brought that really well to life. Haven't seen Cherry yet, but I've heard that about him too. There, but here he really had a young man. Like I thought he was like a genuine badass. You know, so yeah, I would love to see that.
Spider-Man's back. Reaction when Goblin stabbed Tobey's Peter and May.
I mean, if you watched our video the other day where we broke down the 25-minute chunk, you'll know why we loved that scene so much of Aunt May dying. It was perfectly executed.
Love that they killed her.
Love that they killed her. Fucking
waited
hated
for
Marisa
this.
Tomei.
Yeah.
Terrible person in real life.
That's right.
No, that scene is perfectly executed and heart-wrenching in her delivery in that scene. Like when she says the line about great power comes great responsibility, it brings me to tears every line.
It does.
Because I know she's about to die and she says it, and it's like using your dying words
to inspire. Yeah.
To inspire, to keep, like, stick true to your morals and beliefs. Don't give in to revenge.
Yeah.
That's so great. Like I love the way when she's like, what Norman was saying about morals? Oh my god, her performance,
moral
so
admission,
good. So damn good.
Oh yeah, dude. I think
so good.
The only gripe I have about that sequence is the actual glider strike is a bit CGI mumbo jumbo. Because I'm like, where and how did that thing actually hit her?
I mean, she would have been like dead right away.
She would have been impaled on
in
that.
in real life. She would have been dead right away.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that scene is gorgeous.
It would have sucked.
Yeah.
If that's how she dies.
If it was real,
she's just fucking dead.
I'll take the CG mumbo jumbo shot for what we get after that, which is a testament, which is a great, I think, metaphor for the things that work and maybe are could have been more polished about this movie. Is like, yeah, the shot where the actual glider strike happens is a bit muddy, but the scene around it is gorgeous, and I wouldn't trade that shot back for anything. You know?
Can you imagine if that scene just fucking. Oh, that makes sense.
Splattered. Just like a Rick and Morty moment where she's just exploded all over the wall.
No actual moment for her.
Yes, all right.
When Tobey got stabbed, my thought was like, if he dies, this is a bunch of bullshit. That was my actual thought.
I was just, no, they're not gonna.
I wasn't even like, I mean, people in the crowd were like, no.
Yeah.
But for me, I just looked at it like, no.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, movie.
Fuck you, movie.
A bunch of bullshit, man.
Don't do this to me now.
What a terrible way to kill him off.
And I mean, and they do solve some of that with humor, but I did enjoy that whole thing about like, I've been stabbed before, you know, and you're in so much pain right now. Yep.
And he has healing. They have healing abilities as spiders.
Yeah.
All right. Tatum.
Spider sense scene in the apartment was insane.
I'm glad that is highlighted so much.
Yeah.
It's just such a shift. It's a shift, that scene.
Well, and it's a tone. Yeah, it is, and it's a tonal choice, and
it keeps you in the character perspective.
Yeah, and it disorients you, which I feel like a lot of these kinds of movies are semi-averse to doing, where it's like the scene starts, there's that crush zoom, and then it transitions into this, like you pointed out before, that locked-off shot as he's walking through the apartment. And it's great because like you put together what's happening, but as the moment begins, you are kind of with him just going like, wait, what the hell is going on right now? And then it puts together in your mind. And I love that they went with that experience. They didn't do like a crazy zoom in and like like they show his little spider sense lines in his astral projection moment. But yeah, it's like they really take the time to make it, to put you in his shoes being disoriented by this stimuli. Yeah. You know?
That's a good way to put it.
Which is beautiful.
I like the way you talk, John.
Thanks.
I like the way you say things.
I like the way you die, boy. Moshi L.
Jamie Foxx reference?
Yeah, what? Multiverse?
Multiverse.
Spider.
Django's canon into the multiverse.
Spider-Man Unchained.
What if that was your explanation? That's the real Electro. It's Django.
It's Django. Django Electro. Moshi L. Correction, it's not the third highest. It's the second highest at 260 million, beating Infinity War.
No way it did.
Damn. Go Spider-Man. I mean, it's gonna crack 1 billion. The question is how many short days from now will that happen?
Doctor Strange is like, I can't stop it from cracking 1 billion.
I can't stop the box office. I can't stop the tickets.
That's what happened opening night.
Yeah.
I can't stop the internet from crashing.
They're starting to come through, and I can't stop them.
Ticket processing is
The
trying to
servers can though. The servers that they didn't update. I would love, sidebar. I want to know if anybody in the comments or just anybody in the world knows how the servers that run those things work, to know if I am justified in being like, guys, what's your excuse? You had time to prep for this or is it just always going to be a shit show when you have 1 billion people crowding the server? Either way. Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Moshiel. Zai.
It's been a while since the movie hit 1 billion. That is true, Zidescope.
Would it be better to leave Ned and MJ in the last trilogy or bring them back in some way later?
It's MJ, man. You got to bring her back.
I feel like the way I could see it going right now is there will be like not much of them in the next movie until like the very end, where there will be some kind of clue that maybe they could, remember, or maybe there's a way to kind of open that relationship back up. But I don't want it to be in the next movie, and I won't say that like 100% because I'm sure they could come up with a good way to do it. But part of me feels like it should last for a little bit so that it feels like something truly impactful rather than just like, okay, how do we undo this plot point so we can get our ensemble back,
MS, you bring up a good point. I mean, COVID's been getting pretty bad again lately.
Omicron? Delta? Gonna learn all the Greek letters pretty soon.
What do you mean, bro? It's not MJ. Her name is literally MJ Watson.
Bro.
And they say you're Mary Jane. And like, I don't go by Mary Jane. She's had this whole exchange there.
The multiverse it does away with a lot of definitives.
But, oh, damn, we were talking right before that.
MJ.
No. Oh, COVID. It's been getting really bad again.
Yeah.
And, even in the States, too. There are people I've been seeing, like people who I know who have been catching. It's been sucky, and so I've been saved. Like I went to a dinner with people, and I was like, I'm gonna be that asshole who keeps his mask on the whole time, even though I'm the smart one. I'm not really the asshole. I'm gonna keep it on.
I'm gonna be the asshole who's looking out for the people around
so you guys
him.
are gonna be like. I feel like keep it at a distance with that
respiratory
mask on.
fluids.
I'm like, I'd rather just keep it on just for safety.
Yeah.
I'll still hang out with you guys and talk. I don't care if you guys keep your mask off. I'm just gonna keep mine on, okay? So yeah, it's been getting really bad, and then other countries have really been suffering with it, and that has been. I can imagine that definitely affecting the box office.
But even still,
COVID, no, you can't stop Spider-Man.
Nope.
Not even COVID.
That's the one. I feel like
COVID's the new Doctor Strange.
I feel like
I can't stop people from attending the theaters.
I'm trying to conjure up more variants, but it's not working.
Why isn't that a meme yet? I don't see that meme. Just Doctor Strange a meme to the photo of I can't stop do that. Why are we not?
Oh my goodness! Someone make it happen. Somebody. I wish that's the one thing I wish this
Red
chat
dude,
had.
I know someone who got hospitalized. So nope, it's definitely
it's real. It's
someone
not
who
a
got
hoax.
Hospitalized. It was bad.
I've have some family friends who died from COVID.
Yep.
De La Soul, legendary hip hop and music group De La Soul.
Yeah.
Did you notice that Tom Holland's new suit has Tobey's spider on the front and Andrew's spider on the back?
What?
Congrats on an amazing
That was
channel.
not pointed out. Are you sure about that?
I wanted...
Michelle Jones Watson. I was wrong. It's not Mary Jane. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Michelle Jones, but
Not
still
Mary
MJ.
Jane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
It's still an MJ. It's just a variant.
Yeah. The initials are
But
what's
I
important.
didn't notice. Are you 100% right about that?
I would need to go back and I think that's really cool kind of tribute detail if it is true, but I also
culmination of them.
Yes. He is the perfect combination. He's got some of the darkness but also some of the earnest, dopiness. Chris Jackson trying to cure the bad guys was cheesy. I could see I understand maybe how this take works, but I disagree flat out.
No, and it makes it even more powerful that after Green Goblin kills Aunt May, and that they all just go fuck this guy, except for Doc Ock, but they all go fuck this guy, that he still sets out to cure them.
And that's such a great beat because it carries for so long with Tom Holland. Like in the lab when he's like, okay, Electro and Connors, and he doesn't say Goblin's name even as he puts his device down. Like you can tell, and even when Tobey Maguire has the talk with him about like we got to cure them all, you can see how much apprehension and how much Tom's Peter is not agreeing to that until the very end.
Yeah.
So I think it's a powerful choice and a good way to avoid just having it be a punch out. But, you know, I don't know. I don't think the idea is bad. I could see why you might have a problem with the execution or something, but
No, I like that moment when he's live streaming to the Daily Bugle and he says, like, just so you guys know, I really did try to help you.
yeah, I could have killed you any moment.
Damn.
Just let me.
I believe him.
I really did try to help you, and I'm still trying to help you. Yeah. Matteo Diavino.
Philip Carndy, thank you for the super chat, super sticker. Matteo Diavino, send a $13 super.
Philip Carndy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, look at that cutie little guy.
Here, Matteo, we can control F him. Do that.
All right.
You got this, John.
All right. Matteo.
It's with an O.
There you go.
We only got one. Here it is. Yeah, we found it.
That's above, but sure.
Oh, these are in a weird order, guys. Oh, you guys said so many. Here's what we have to do to be safe, so this doesn't keep getting fucked up for us.
Yeah, these are in the future.
Whoa, this is presented in a weird order. Oh, we're gonna have to go through these again. All right, we're gonna end the super chats right now. No, we're gonna go through them, but we're gonna stop. We're gonna disable them from being able because we got to refresh this, and clearly they're being in a weird order because YouTube's like, we're not used to you getting so many super chats, so we're gonna stop it so that way we can properly go through them. So John, why don't you find Mateo's, read his, then we'll refresh this. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did. Find Mateo's, refresh this, but
Let's read his, then we'll refresh this after.
The one that we just started at.
Yeah, we missed this from yesterday.
I am. That's what I've been looking for, but we've gone.
Yeah, control F it.
I did, and that's the first one.
Yeah, that was the one he sent in last night, is what he's saying. Today's the 20th. And he said he sent one on the 19th. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see?
Yeah, but we haven't read any of these yet. Well, read it. Do it.
Hey, guys. This is now my favorite superhero movie of all time. Obviously, Tobey and Andrew the highlight. But can we all agree Andrew stole the show and appreciate the amazing redemption? We did read that. I remember that loud and clear. We read that right at the beginning of this.
Yes, we did.
All that drama
Yes.
to realize this was one of the first ones we read.
Yes.
Dude, you weren't here, and we were one of the first people we read.
Yes.
All that stuff. Let's still refresh it and stop it, so
Yeah.
that way we can, because clearly these are also out of order,
Yeah.
and we don't want to fuck up everything for you guys. So can you refresh the regular live stream chat first while you're doing the stuff here?
Yes,
So
sir.
I can see it here.
Yes, sir. All right. There you go.
Didn't care when Aunt May died, huh?
Wow.
Noah, I'm sorry.
Noah Matthews in here.
I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Andy Z. Thank you guys for staying to talk about this. Haven't been able to talk to anyone about it. Well, Andy, yeah, that's true. You know, I can't lose sight of that because we live in California and we have so many people out here who are like, everyone's in a film out here. Like most people are. And if you're not, you can actually feel a little left out sometimes. So I can respect that. J-Cash, we're trying to put this back in order here so we can make sure that we can get this going. And yeah, you'll be able to see this after the live is done, but we don't skip anyone's super chats. That's why we're refreshing this right now because it looks like it's been the computer, the system, YouTube has been putting in a weird order. And we're trying not to miss anyone's super chat. So it'll be like, we'll have to ask towards the end in case, some shit happens where we're like, all right, did we miss anyone?
So thank you so much, guys. Super chats are now closed. You can still send super stickers if you want to.
If
though.
you want, but
but
okay
no
if you
obligation.
No obligation, no pressure. How many times are you going to watch it? I'm going to watch it a fourth time.
At least, yeah. I'm excited to watch it a fourth time. It's funny, like having seen it. All we did last week was watch Spider-Man and talk about Spider-Man. But I'm still excited.
That's all that's going to happen now.
Yeah.
See all the stuff about Andrew Garfield possibly coming back. Fucking RPK being like, I knew it the whole time. Look how smart I am. It's just bomb, dude.
Yeah, man. Very gratifying experience.
Let me see here. Try to look up the Twitter thing.
Okay, sage mode.
I was clapping so hard at the Aunt May scene on how they nailed Green Goblin, I forgot she died. Oh, fuck. You must have been a weird-ass dude in the theater at that time.
Woo! Yeah! Oh, sorry, guys. With great power. With great power. All right.
Oh, yeah, we also got to check the Streamlabs. Can we refresh the Streamlabs? Is there a way to stop the Streamlabs from coming through? Yeah, we'll just have to go through it. All right, yeah. Can you refresh it?
Yes, it is refreshed. It is refreshed.
Tag me on Twitter for what?
De La Soul. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
My mentions.
Go to Memento.
I don't have anything from you, De La.
De La.
I must have blocked you.
De
You must have said
La.
something really racist to me. Why do y'all keep bringing up Campia? We have brought him up so many times during this stream. Can you believe it?
Campia?
Yeah.
That's all we talk about.
I'm pretty sure we must have brought him up like at least 10 times in this stream.
Too many times.
Or maybe it was one time we brought him up in this stream.
Yeah, you know. Look at Tobey Maguire's dick.
Dolby was the third time we saw it. The first time was just a regular. The first two times were just regular screens. But watching it in Dolby, I will not watch this in 3D. I don't like 3D. I like even when movies are shot with the intention of 3D, I don't like it. I'm not a 3D fan.
It's very specific 3D experience. Like I've had some where I'm like that was worth it, but they're few and far between. Okay, we're good there.
Calvin, did you watch Daredevil only to prepare yourselves for Spider-Man? Because that's the thing. It's like when they hear about the cancellation, they probably don't matter to the MCU. It can make it feel like it's not essential viewing, so people might not go check it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think some of the leaks actually came in handy, because it makes it feel like I should go watch this because it sounds like essential viewing to appreciate this movie. And one thing the MCU is really good at doing is making prior films that came before it or prior properties feel like essential viewing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, especially in this phase, they're good at that.
Yeah.
De La Soul is Foxy Grandpa on Twitter, if you want to check that. And we got the Streamlabs back, if we want to jump into there. Whoop.
Let's go to the, whatchamacallit. Let's do we have an order here on the Super Chat? Can you examine that for a little bit?
I mean, it's in the same order that it was before because I mean, I've found our way back to Mateo's question,
cool.
and the questions preceding it are the same order. So
wow, Calvin, you just happen to luck out watching it at the right time, didn't you? All right, cool. Dipsat, thank you. CJT, of course, we're still live. We have people who submit who use their hard-earned dollars to submit to the super chats.
Tons of questions.
It would be really fucked up if we were like, we're done.
Yep.
Bye.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Peace.
So yeah, I mean, we've ended the super chats as allowed for more submissions, but we got to make sure we go through them all.
Josh Wren. Spider-Man's end suit has a combination of Tobey and Andrew's symbol on his chest. They used the home trilogy as the Spider-Man origin. Loved the film.
You're the second person to say that.
Yeah, I mean that.
So I guess not even Eric Voss pointed that out, and Eric Voss points out everything.
The symbols, yeah. I really want to go and get my magnifying glass
we really
out.
do put Eric Voss on it like as a whole other pedestal.
Yeah.
Like, don't even question him.
It's Eric Voss and Coy at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
of nerddom, of references. I really want to check that out. And yeah, I mean that made me the Homecoming and Far From Home are not my favorites of the whole Spider-Man cinematic series, but I did come to appreciate. It's like even the things I don't love about the experience of watching those movies in real time make sense to what I see now as their endgame or what they concluded based off those couple of movies. So they do appreciate and value in that sense. I'm like, okay, we did see a very protracted origin story where at first he is just trying to live up to his mentors and he's got a lot of influence from them. And then in the second movie, he's kind of trying to make more decisions on his own, but still really struggling and trying very hard to hit certain things and clear certain marks. And in this one, he does feel like he's off on his own and he learns the true weight of how to fight for himself and to make his own decisions and what the weight of those decisions will be. And so, yeah, it again, it makes it feel like it was all part of the plan, which I appreciate.
But it wasn't.
Yep, I don't think it was.
Thought it through.
Alto.
How is YouTube allowing long, lengthy videos of Spider-Man, but if I upload 2 seconds of Feliz Navidad, I get a strike? Because YouTube's music copyright system is the most broken system in the fucking world.
And it's the one that people flock to claim shit.
Yeah, it is. It is the easiest to manipulate, too. It's the easiest to manipulate.
You had 2 seconds of this song? Pff, that could be a substitute for the real thing. Who knows?
I could literally manipulate it myself. I know how to. That's how much it pisses me off, because I can easily start claiming royalty-free tracks if I wanted to.
Why don't you? We wouldn't ever have to post video.
I could literally, whatever royalty-free tracks you most commonly hear, all I have to do is start uploading it to a different channel that we have, like a more private one. And then when someone uploads it, YouTube will have a system that goes, hey, this person might be using your content. And then I hit copyright claim saying they're using my content. It's that simple. Example, sometimes when we upload a trailer reaction and then another channel uploads a trailer or a trailer reaction, sometimes YouTube's copyright system says this person might be using your content, which is the trailer.
Yeah, let's go claim Sony.
I don't own the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer.
No, we can go claim Sony now and see how they like it.
Like it is fucked up the way it works. So I'm sorry about that, Alto. But we get the struggle, man.
All right.
Bat Gayer Play. I think of my own theory. The villains are the variants that pulled in the MCU that have different. That will have a Nexus event when they return in their world on their spot before they're dying. Yeah, I mean, it would be a real bummer if they just return exactly to when they said they left off.
Yeah.
I imagine it won't be just like a quick flash. Maybe some time will have passed. Like what I'm saying is, imagine the Andrew Garfield universe with Electro.
Yeah.
Grid fight happens. He gets pulled out. Him and Gwen are standing around. Goblin shows up. They fight. Then Electro comes back after that.
Yeah.
Being like, what happened, man? Yeah. That's kind of how I imagine it going.
Mm-hmm.
Bashwa. Wow, what a big super chat. Thank you. Sorry for taking so long to get around to it. Holy shit. What do you think of May dying and giving Peter the great responsibility line instead of as Uncle Ben? Personally, I love it as Ben has become a meme and has no impact anymore. You know, I never thought of it that way, that like the Ben thing is a bit of a meme quality-ish. Did they establish that there's never even been an Uncle Ben?
I mean, he says that thing in Homecoming about like everything May has been through, but
But wait a minute. In What If, that's supposed to be a variation of Tom Holland's, and he does say he has an Uncle Ben.
Yeah, I mean, just leaving this movie for my own headcanon, it felt like there isn't an Uncle Ben, and I feel like I kind of like this movie better thinking there's no Uncle Ben.
But did you hear what I just said?
Yes, but you know that's the canon, so. But I don't have to accept it because the multiverse is real. So,
that's not how
and it was
works,
and it was a what if episode. So it's it's like
it's supposed to be a variation of Tom Holland.
Yeah. So in some other Tom Holland, then he has Uncle Ben.
A variant of Tom Holland. It's fine.
A variant and a variation are the same thing.
Yes. Then all right, then you win.
Yay.
But no, I mean, I think it was great to give to her, especially because it's mainly in the moment that they gave it to her, of when they chose to use that line. It leaves more of an impact, because usually when that line is said, it's been like, you're being kind of a dick, man. And then for him to, when they say with great power comes great responsibility, they're not aware, Uncle Ben is not fully aware of what he's saying at the time. Yeah. What I mean by that is they don't realize what they're saying with great power. They don't know that he's fucking Spider-Man. and like,
they don't realize the
power
extent
that he has.
Yeah.
They don't know that. So for her to say it in the most literal sense, because she knows his actual power, holds a little bit more weight at that time. You know,
to everybody in the comments, I'm aware that the initials are on the suitcase in Homecoming.
John, you're a fucking moron. How do you
far
not
from
know
home?
that?
Sorry, far from home.
How do you not know that?
I do know that.
Maybe he is still alive. Oh, he's an asshole. He
It
just walked out on that.
It could have been his grandpa's suitcase. Who knows? There could be a different Ben, and it could have been at a different place in his family tree, you know? I don't know. I do love giving it to Aunt May, though. I feel like that is for everybody bitching about, and we've done that too, about, oh, there's no Uncle Ben, oh, there's no great power or responsibility. It doesn't feel like that lesson was ever imparted on this Spider-Man. And given that it's a multiverse story, it feels like a very fitting rhyme to borrow from the J.J. Abrams book, or George Lucas, whoever said that. It's George Lucas. Same thing now.
It's like rap. It rhymes, I think is what he said.
Yeah, totally.
Said about the
It's
prequels.
like rap. It's like a Run DMC song.
It's like Run DMC. It rhymes.
Yeah. But yeah, it felt very appropriate and very heartfelt to have her be the one to impart that on him in that. Especially, in a moment that is of great consequence and not just like I want to try and get through to you before you get out of the car kind of moment. So yeah, I thought that was really a wonderful choice, and it felt like just the right thing.
What if at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home, he actually found his parents, they were still alive, and then everyone forgot about him? You can never have that connection.
Can we help you, young man? Are you lost? That's a very colorful.
Get out of here!
He'll leave us. We don't have any change. Matt Powers.
Spider-Man homeless.
Matt Powers. Favorite line in No Way Home has to be, "I stopped pulling my punches," from Andrew. The amount of weight it holds. What was both of you guys' favorite lines?
Yeah, we've talked about our favorite lines in here, but I do want to touch on this. I think that is a great line because it starts painting a picture of what was that movie we didn't get.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why a lot of people champion, especially for an Amazing Spider-Man 3, because that indication of that one line lets you in on like a Batman version or some shit of Spider-Man.
Yeah. New York City.
Yeah.
Standing on top of the Empire State Building, brooding. TM Animate.
Turn the camera back on. Pinoy Pride. Yeah, baby.
Pinoy
Yeah, we do want to
Pride.
do a Spider-Man ranking. Now the new hype is going to be Andrew Garfield. When's he returning?
Yeah. And now it's...
When I'm in the train now of like, I just can't wait for Tom Holland Spider-Man 4.
I know.
That's where my mind and heart is at.
But no, don't worry. Now there will be a rumor mill of, all the Andrew Garfield, like, oh, they're talking about it. Rumor has it they're going to do it. And then
It is a weird trajectory if you guys think about it, because everyone was super stoked mainly about Tobey.
Mm-hmm.
That was the main hype. Like, even if you personally were wanting Andrew more than Tobey, the main hype, the talk was Tobey. Mm-hmm. That was the one that was like the impossible one to get, and the first one. Like that was the big one.
Yeah.
And now the hype is we want to see more Andrew.
Yeah.
Who's really championing for Tobey? We want to see more Andrew. So it is interesting to see how like it's like weaved in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, thank you, Matt Powers. TM Animate. Love the film, but I'm confused why everyone had to forget Peter Parker exists. Peter's original request was for the world to forget he is Spider-Man.
It's because all the multiversal beings are being pulled there because they all know that Peter is Spider-Man. So if you forget Peter altogether, they're not going to have a reason to come here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's in the wording, it's in the semantics of the spell, but that's the explanation generally.
Way to go. You did that really well. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
I thought I didn't know the answer. No.
Nah, I just stole it telepathically from you.
Renzi, just coming to the live stream. I don't know if you talked about it. Probability of Amazing Spider-Man 3 now. We definitely haven't talked about it. Let's talk about it now.
Yeah.
And then all three of Spider-Man being together again in the future. I think you should hold, like, if you do it too soon, three of them together, if you do it, like, too soon, then it's just not exciting anymore.
Well,
you got to have, like, another installment without the three. You got to have a couple more at least.
Because then it's going to be the constant gimmick.
It's not just like they did Avengers 1 and then every movie after that was only like Avengers 2, Avengers 3. Like you got to have the especially something like this.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing as cuz like the Avengers, it's like different franchises that come together every one periodically or then crossover and like you have fucking Doctor Strange, Spider-Man No Way Home. This is like a whole new caliber here of like films that we didn't think were MCU are now. Like that's this is something that you don't want to I don't want this moment of them coming together to be ruined by getting used to seeing them again.
Yeah,
so
by
soon.
oversaturation.
Yeah.
I mean, my big question now is will there be a time, and when is the time that the Spider-Verse movies will touch these movies, because they're tailor-designed to do so in some way, shape, or form. I mean, crossing animation and live action is tricky, but that's what I wonder.
I know, you gotta do the Roger Rabbit movie.
That's what I want. The MCU's Roger Rabbit.
Roboto Studios. Huh. Strange's hands didn't shake. Sus. Also, they did the meme. And Toby Peter was such a dad. Wish the last line of Andrew Toby wasn't a quip, rather commenting on Tom validating him as Toby validated Andrew.
Your back is amazing.
You have a great back.
You have a spectacular back, Spider-Man. You have a superior back, Spider-Man. We just get that self-talk on track. Dallas McFowl.
Oh, yeah. The beam part was great.
I love the
They
beam.
even semi-do it when they're talking about which Peter are you. That's kind of more of the meme in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
You're Peter 1, Peter 2, Peter 3, yeah.
Yeah, spiritually. They spread
John,
the...
why are you being a moron? BFP's initials are in Far From Home.
Guys, I said in my headcanon, I've chosen to believe that there isn't an Uncle Ben in this universe.
So you live in
There are other B names.
denial.
Sure, we'll call it that, because it is. It doesn't feel like he left an impact at all beyond that fucking
So you're
suitcase.
lying to yourself.
I would rather choose the lie that feels more impactful than, oh, he was here and I guess he didn't mean much to anybody except he gave Peter a suitcase to use. And I don't want to feel like, oh, Aunt May's just quoting Uncle Ben. Like, I don't know. It feels more impactful if that's just something that came out of her, because in this movie it feels very much like that would be her mantra.
Why was there no Brooklyn Nine-Nine reaction video? That's a long story.
Oh, God. It's ready. It'll be up sometime soon.
Who do you hope to see as the villain for part 4? Dallas McFall was asking us. I want to see who would be a fun, wacky villain for Spider-Man 4. Let me think about this really fast. I'm trying to narrow it down. No, fuck it. I love him in Better Call Saul, and he's a damn good actor, and he's barely in Spider-Man Homecoming. Michael Mando as Scorpion, because if you've seen him in Better Call Saul, you know he's an amazing actor. And how cool would it be? You got Tony Dalton from Better Call Saul and Hawkeye, and you get Michael
The
Mando.
Sauliverse.
Yeah, you get him in there. That'd be amazing. Just get him in there, man.
Do it.
Yeah, we're supposed to watch Matrix 4 after this stream, so we should probably
Haul ass.
we should probably slow down a little bit and just really just
Let's open the super chats back up.
Yeah.
Really solidify us being here the entire day. Cloverfield Golden's thoughts on Toby Spidey getting stabbed in the back at the end, but not dying? Shock value? Changed ending?
I don't think it's a changed ending. I don't think they would kill him off in that matter. That would be a shitty way to die. Fucking spider sense don't work. You know how much crap they would get for that?
Well, that.
Comes back for like 20 minutes
yeah.
just to get killed. People would have been upset, man.
Yeah.
People would be very upset.
Yeah, they would be. They would be. And you know, the only question I had was, I know they have healing ability, but it looked like he got stabbed in the spine. So I'm like, should he be paralyzed?
Yeah.
But
and
you know, whatever.
I'll also add that Michael Mando's Scorpion would be great because he does not know the identity of Peter Parker. That's the last time we saw him. I mean, yeah, sure, by the time No Way Home comes out, he would, because everyone knows the identity.
Yeah.
But he'd be back to where he was at the end of Spider-Man Homecoming.
Mm.
Whereas, like, that guy dicked us over. I want to kill him.
Yeah.
Like, Scorpion I've never found to be the most compelling villain. But I think he would make a very interesting one, to say the least. Through the hands of Michael Mando, what he can bring to a role.
Good morning
And
to
his
Australia.
3 minutes in Homecoming are not enough. Kiddo to Brazy. Am I missing something? There's no one explaining why J. Jonah Jameson was there. Loved it, but just trying to figure it out. He's just J. Jonah Jameson, who exists in this universe. And
Yeah.
he just happens to actually have the same face as J. Jonah Jameson in the Raimi films. He's just the only one of the few who happens to carry the same appearance.
Yes.
But it's still slightly different. He's bald.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the hair and is
And the Bugle
he's
is
on a newspaper.
yeah, the Bugle is a visual medium. So yeah, I mean that felt like just it's this universe's variant. Yeah. Although I think the casting is supposed to make you go, "What? Did he bleed over from the other universe?" Like that initial shock in Far From Home, but hey, Justin Petrie. Hey guys, from what I'm seeing, it's possible that a TASM 3 could be the next trend, i.e. release the Snyder Cut. I hope it happens, but we shall see.
I don't... The reason my Snyder Cut was so demanded was because there was footage there that existed to make an assembly. you know? Where this, I feel like people will move on faster from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think Restore the Snyderverse has even kind of died down.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, they have ideas.
But the only thing we still have footage for is Suicide Squad.
If anything, and that's not even that demanded. So I as demanded as much. So I think that like right now it's just such a hot button. And I as much as I think Andrew Garfield fucking kills it in the role, I feel like he just has a really hard public reception with being Spider-Man. It seemed to really take like he's been pretty vocal about it over the years, how there was a hard toll it took on him. The experience of making one of these is really hard on him. And then it just seemed like he got so annoyed with like, I'm trying to promote 2 other movies and all you keep asking me about is if I'm in No Way Home,
Yeah.
And I feel like the experience is like the same way how like Batman kind of rubbed Ben Affleck the wrong way. I start to get that impression where I kind of worry about Andrew Garfield's mental health association with Spider-Man.
Well, yeah,
because he's so great in here, but it seems like he just gets so fed up after a certain point.
Yeah, and with such a prolific and beloved character as a Spider-Man or even a Batman, I have to imagine that no matter who you are, whatever actor jumping into that role is about to be sort of swept off into a stream, a current that is much stronger and more unwieldy than just the people around you in the movie you're making,
Right.
Because, now you're everybody's business and everyone feels entitled to you and an opinion about you and blah, blah.
R4T Boy 5. Thank you for the moment of silence.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Daryl Bass. Wish Tobey had a scene with Norman Osborn after he was cured. That's something we brought up very early on in the stream.
Number 1 gripe.
Could have been a great scene, and I see it as a missed opportunity, to be honest. But still doesn't take away from my enjoyment for the movie. No, in the moment it doesn't bother me. I'm not like, where's that scene?
Yeah.
But I would have prioritized that over the Doc Ock scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would give you that because it's where it all began, and it's such a huge part of Peter's whole journey.
Yeah.
Like, it's meaningful for him to have, moments with Doc Ock, but I would, he's the
even-
father of his best friend. He was a father figure to him at one point.
He's the one who also works on The Cure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, it does,
That one haunted him more and carried through the trilogy.
yeah.
Whereas the Doc Ock one was only Spider-Man 2.
And Doc Ock is at least redeemed to some extent through Peter by the end of that movie. So it's like there's less to do there than there is with Green Goblin, whereas that's like a complete tragedy how that ends.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you, Daryl.
Atif Ahmed. I'm from Scotland, and the movie was the first time ever I've ever heard the cinema scream and cheer, "Freedom!
Freedom from the multiverse!"
Not a popular thing in the UK. Love you guys.
Everyone is very stoic in the UK, and in France, where they have Cannes, everyone just either stands and ovates for like 4 or 5 minutes, or they walk out halfway through and boo.
I know, every Venice Film Festival, 10 minutes standing ovation, or half the critics walked out.
Half the critics threw something and left in a huff. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's bringing people into their feels. It's got to be special. Star Killer. Base.
Wow, big super chat. Thank you, buddy.
I think it would have been awesome if the Spider-Man talked about their time since the last time we saw them instead of all the villains they fought in their respective movies.
That's what we were hoping for, man.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense for them to compare and contrast like wacky villains, but yeah, I mean, you're sitting here being like, oh, what have they been up to all this time? And you get hints, but that's what you really want more of.
Toby should have just recapped all of the Spider-Man 4
Yeah.
leaks and the script. He should have just said the script.
This should have just been them talking about sequels we never saw.
Jake, Hedge, and Anissa, let's not forget to control search in case we happen to forget them.
Okay.
But thank you, Star Killer. Brendan Christianiak, how would y'all compare the audience reaction to No Way Home to something like Infinity War Endgame more hype? I think No Way Home is more spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Like Endgame, the cheers come in at the finale after Cap on your left, and then it just doesn't stop for like 20 straight minutes. It was like
Oh my God! They're all here. They're gonna kick his ass. They're gonna avenge us all.
yeah.
'Cause we probably would have gotten dusted.
And it's different because that is such a quantity, and that is the culmination. The difference with that is Avengers Endgame is the culmination of the Avengers franchise, even though we know there will be more. Whereas we might not have time to shoot. Honestly, guys, we've been so tired. We might not have time to shoot another reaction. Whereas No Way Home is the culmination of the Spider-Man franchise. And they did bring. In some ways, prefer the enthusiasm of audience reaction to this one because, at the end of the day, we expected the heroes to come back in Endgame. Here, like this is something that we just didn't really think possible. Like Endgame did what Avengers already did, but on a much bigger scale. And this did something very unique, which was bring back movies that got canned and now make them canon. I think that is, I actually kind of prefer what they did here in terms of audience reaction because it feels like a thank you, of like when you see Andrew Garfield. Like, you didn't forget about them. Thank you. And, Sony, they're very reactive. So I feel like they're all like, holy shit, people really like Andrew Garfield. What were we thinking?
Well, and that's the thing is I feel like, Endgame is huge and overwhelming and cathartic by the end. But I feel like this is different because you have... I feel like if you haven't grown up with or seen the previous iterations of Spider-Man, then Endgame would probably edge it out. But yeah, for the personal aspect of just like, a lot of us grew up with these movies and have been following, the trajectory of Spider-Man films and have varying opinions about all of them. There's something way more personal and that cues you into the passage of time, and it feels like a big shared life experience that we all get to be a part of. So I feel like through that, No Way Home is the more hype. And it's like Endgame, did something that at least for its genre was new and different, whereas I feel like No Way Home is doing something that's kind of new and different just for blockbuster cinema in general. Because this I mean, we've seen little crossovers like Alien versus Predator and stuff like that, but this is a whole other thing. Olivia D14, do you think Andrew saying he wants to fight an alien might be foreshadowing a Venom crossover?
No, I think it was just a funny line.
Yeah, just some banter.
It's just a funny line.
Yeah.
But MCU, we read into everything. So if it does happen, then it was.
No one's ever truly. Yeah, if he does it, then oh my God, it was foreshadowing.
Thank you, Olivia. You've contributed quite a few today. Thank you. Luminardens, I think I said your name right. A little detail on this after the third watch is May exclusively wears red, blue, or a combination throughout the movie as if to silently support Pete.
Aw, that's cool.
That's a great coach. That's a great touch. Thanks for pointing that out. That's great.
Yeah, great little detail.
Did Boss point that out? I think he did. But now I really see it.
Not in that articulation, so.
Jonathan Sicarios. Hey, Real Rejects. Big fan. I wanted to hear thoughts on how No Way Home, there's no obstacle in the MCU, so how did Peter get bit by a spider? Oh, shit. shit! You just blew my mind.
Yeah, that's a great question. Some other nefarious laboratories out there, I guess. Because what science?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It's always Oscorp, isn't it?
Yeah. Where would he have been? Where would he have gone? Because even in TASM, he's at the Oscorp building.
Were they at Oscorp in Spider-Man 1?
Yeah. Aren't they? Or I don't know if it's Oscorp proper, but like Norman shows up there. That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure.
That's great.
To be honest. But yeah, either way, where
Quest
did that spider
Labs
come
Diagnostics is where it was.
from? Yes.
Just a regular Quest Lab.
It was at Roxxon. Fifi, excited to see more of Tom in the MCU, especially since he has his classic look now, would 100% love to see Spider-Man 4 be Spider-Man Civil War 2.
I want it to just be more grounded with just him.
Yeah.
Just him and Daredevil.
Yeah.
Just do that.
Yeah, he's always got to have a buddy in these movies now.
We will check the Streamlabs. We're going through the last of the Super Chats first, and then we will check the Streamlabs. We're also trying not to make it feel like we're rushing through them.
Yeah. Columbia University.
But we are very aware of the time that we are down to the wire right now.
In Spider-Man 1, they are at Columbia University, apparently.
Yes,
there
yes,
you go,
they
yeah.
are.
So, yeah.
It'd be fucking weird that Norman drops them off at the front.
Yeah, I'm here to make sure you don't screw anything up on the way into my company.
But they will touch on it in freshman year.
Yeah.
Fifi. We just did that, yes. Spider-Man is then saying, when Tobey says Andrew is not lame, that was great. Him helping him crack his back. Crack it back, I just really love the way that scene was done because it was just so fucking. It was just so like. It's let the camera roll on them and just took their time. Yeah,
it looked like he was really getting his back cracked.
And then Andrew's face after he does it, like,
yeah, right.
yeah,
I'm good at that shit, right?
Yeah, it's great. Huh?
That's what if I ever get a chance to interview him, that's what I'll ask is, can you crack my back? Fun Me Productions, how you doing, Fun Me?
Fun Me back in the chat. What's up, dude?
Spider-Man Endgame was great. Cried 3 times. Still doesn't feel real. Tobey and Andrew came back. I'm greedy because I hope they return in the role.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
I think I cried. No, I cried like 4 times, I think, the second viewing.
Yeah, I cried a few times, yeah.
I think I just didn't stop crying. I
just cried the whole movie.
I'm just crying now.
And it's okay. It's okay to cry.
The second viewing, when they were running before they posed in the Statue of Liberty, I just started crying because I was like, oh, they fucking did it. I just can't believe they did it. That is just so good. That is just so great.
It's beautiful, man. Riboto Studios theory. Uncle Ben does not exist in the MCU. He didn't have a headstone next to May's.
It might have just been a briefcase.
It could have just been a briefcase.
That was a nod to Ben. Like the initials were a nod to Ben.
Maybe Ben's a different guy.
It wasn't Ben Parker. It wasn't. Yeah. Like,
maybe it was her dad.
Because it's like she also like there's no, when she starts dating Happy, you'd think there would be some acknowledgement of like, oh, you're ready to move on and meet other people, and after the death of Uncle Ben, how fucked up you were for so long.
Well, and her name is May Parker, so either she would keep his name posthumously, or she's actually Peter's mom or dad's sister. There are lots of ways for there not to be an Uncle Ben. I feel like 3 letters on a suitcase can't just lock us in. It could be Grandpa Barry. It could be Grandpa Barry Hayden Parker.
Could just be a very famous corporation that makes these briefcases.
BHP, the finest briefcase holdings. P word. Riboto, we got
Sylvester Fryson Jr., thank you for the bird.
You rock. Thank you for the little sticker. Mike Watson. I like how Andrew and Tobey's entrance was in a house that looks similar to the houses their own movies. Interesting.
They own Filipino households.
That's right, man. Filipino Rosemary Harris and Filipino Sally Field. Definitely,
to
man.
Me, I was like, this looks like a Filipino household. That's what I saw.
Yeah. Every time I've been like, when are we going to get the Filipino Spider-Man? That's what we really need. Andrew Saba, thank you for the moment of silence, my darling.
Thank you,
CLB? Oh, it's good to see your face again in this tiny little bubble.
Interruption time. Peter Parker got bit at the Stark Expo. That would actually line up really well.
Sure, yeah.
Not only does he get tech, he even gets his spider powers directly from
Tony.
All right, cool. Let's roll with it. Why the fuck not?
That's the new meme.
CLB. LB.
LB.
Besides the 25-minute sequence you mentioned, what were some other moments from the movie that you loved? Also, I love that Andrew showed up as Spider-Man and Tobey showed up as Peter Parker.
Likewise.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
A scene I loved. I loved when Peter... You know what I love? When Peter and MJ are talking with each other on the cell phone in Happy's room. Because I'm like, man, they really are a great couple. I love the opening shot. Not the opening shot. I mean, I did love that. But I love when they go into May's apartment and it's handheld
That shot.
post-breakup.
Yeah.
That, to me, was when I was like, this is a different movie.
Yeah.
There's
100%.
something
Yeah,
real and gritty, well choreographed. That shot there instantly told me this is going to be different.
This is a film
This
of a different stripe.
This is
yeah.
not going to be John Watts's typical funny, like
funny, light.
Like
you know,
there's gonna be some real weight to it. I love like him like webbing the window shut.
Yes.
Just like it's like a paranoid. He's trying to like focus on their breakup to distract. You know, I that scene right there was that opening scene had me hooked right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew Saba, you guys have made this so much fun. No, we haven't. We're tired.
We made this a chore for you guys.
We made this a chore to sit through. Why the fuck are you here? Been watching bits since June 2020. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
So happy the pandemic occurred. Andrew and Willem stole the show.
That's right.
Yeah, I think they must have because everyone keeps saying that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, Tom Holland was the best part to me in the movie, yeah.
But he was the show.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
I get you. Remake Studios. Will you do a poll which actor performed best in the movie, Tobey or Andrew? Fuck it, let's throw it up there. I like that
New
idea.
poll. Let's do this. Everyone wants TASM 3. All right.
I love that May broke up with Happy. Dude, we have Marisa Tomei and Mickey Rourke in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I know.
And next, Joe Pesci.
Yeah, I
as
don't
Rhino.
even care. That's it. That's what I want.
Yeah, I'm a fucking rhino. Laughing at me because of my soup.
You think I got a big nose? I'll impale you.
Oh, God. Joe Pesci as Rhino would be awesome. Start that petition. Why is no one hashtagging that? Had the better performance. Why are we asking this question? We know the answer, but fuck it, do it. Say Andrew Garfield or Tom Holland. Andrew Garfield. Tobey Maguire. Oh my God, you guys don't play with these lives. After dinner, a bath, got my kids ready for bed, so an hour to sleep. To my surprise, your life is still going. Hey man, look, if people have contributed to the super chats, like we stopped them, but if people had done it, we're going to make sure we're here because it's not right for us just to bounce off of people doing that.
Yeah.
And based off of some people's response to us saying that, apparently there are other people who do live streams who do that. And I was like, I can't see myself. That's why we don't do live streams a lot, because if we do get into it's not always like this for us. A lot of times it's we're like, oh, we've caught up, good.
Yeah.
But no, if we land in a situation like this, we're gonna have to be late for stuff.
Uh-oh. Renzi. Just want to say, I love you guys' work, you guys. Cosmic Wonder have convinced me to make a movies discussion and theory channel to take my nerdiness higher.
Okay, guys, let's clear something up. Cosmic Wonder is a hack.
Yeah.
Total fraud.
Fuck that guy.
And an asshole in real life.
Mm-hmm.
So if he gives you advice about your channel,
Run the other way.
run the other way. That's the only way we found success doing what we're doing.
The
is
opposite.
Going, what's he advising? Let's
not
do the
do
exact
that.
opposite
Yeah.
of what he's suggesting.
Mhm.
And I'm telling you, it panned out a lot better for us. But no, if Cosmic Wonder is suggesting that, then sure, he must actually
He must believe in you.
Yeah.
And remember that with a great channel comes great responsibility.
Yes, to not get canceled. That's always the goal.
Not to get pulled into some weird drama beef.
We're almost caught up with the super chats, I think. No, wait. That little scrolly bar
That
is the most misleading.
scrolly
thing you'll
bar
ever
is
see.
quite misleading. Martin, do you agree that
No, John, you're skipping, dude. Swish's lightsabers.
Whoops.
Man, I'm mixed with emotions. There is just one thing I really want you guys to talk about. Ned. Can we see Ned as Hobgoblin in the future? He wants it. He told us directly he wants it to happen. He would love for it to happen. So I absolutely think we can see it. Although I don't think we'll go down that particular trajectory, Ned, Hobgoblin, with a bunch of magical powers at the same time, too. That's just a little much if you ask me. Ragu, you've been here the whole time.
Ragu.
That is amazing.
Also, Joe Pesci, Uncle Ben, I'm here for that. Peter, you fucking look at me when I'm talking to you. With great power comes great responsibility.
Martin, do you agree that Andrew had the best first movie, Tobey had the best second movie, and Tom has the best third movie? You couldn't have said it any better. That is my personal opinion. Yeah, that the Spider-Man 1 is better. That Amazing Spider-Man is better than Spider-Man 1. I think Spider-Man 2 is better than Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Far From Home. And I think No Way Home is better than The Amazing Spider-Man 3 because that never happened. So, yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty solid.
Dat dude, Jake C. Love the movie. I wish the hype didn't cause leaks to be everywhere like campy as photos.
Yeah.
What those show was wildly rumored, but not confirmed. Yeah, it was interesting being in the theaters, having two experiences. One is, hey, it's that video of Andrew Garfield by the pool. What was he saying there? Does he say web blood? Oh, web block. I literally said that in the theaters. I literally went, oh, web block. I just said it out loud. Oh, web block. Because a lot of us were like, is he saying web blood? And the other one was campy as photos, especially the Spider-Man pose. I was like, there it is.
I want to know what the true story is behind all of that someday.
That Campy increased his following successfully.
I know, but something seems hinky.
Right.
Something seems hinky.
Ryan Platts. They took the "If you help someone, you help everyone" grave line from the Spider-Man game. Aunt May. Also, where was Uncle Ben's grave? Did he not die? Well, we've talked extensively about this. Maybe John's a moron for forgetting about Ben Parker's initials on that briefcase, or maybe it was just random letters meant to be a reference to Ben Parker, but wasn't actually an indication that was Ben Parker's briefcase. Example A, Peter loses that briefcase. It's Far From Home and doesn't seem to give a shit about it.
At all.
So, maybe it was just a briefcase that happened to have letters that referenced him,
Yeah. Bring home pie. Jason Gabriel. I wish they gave Matt Murdock more time. Thanks.
He will as future installments come. Right now, this was a Spider-Man time. I'm going to answer all these questions so efficiently and very direct.
Okay.
In this manner. In my Dane DeHaan voice.
Chicago Royal. Thank you guys for being one of the most wholesome and genuine channels on YouTube. Andrew's reaction to saving MJ will forever live rent-free in my head.
That is really good.
Thanks.
I'm looking for Mr. Pembroke. The cure for wellness.
Yes.
That's a really good Dane DeHaan impression you got there.
Gonna add that to my list of random ass impressions.
Look, Campy has always been insanely nice to me, So I make fun of everyone, clearly.
Yeah, he hit us up beforehand. He was like, "Hey, Greg, do you want to leak these?"
Yeah, and I said I'm okay.
You can have that one, buddy. Thank you for the thought.
Chicago Royale. That's what you just said?
Yeah, Chicago Royale.
I mean, you handled it perfectly. Luke RS. Jesus Christ. Thank you, man. $49.99. I'm like, yeah, that's a lot.
Oh my.
That's why we can't be dicks. And then
and
the live
skip
stream,
over this
yeah,
stuff.
that's why we can't
yeah.
skip it and be like, we stopped the super chats, we're going. We literally carved out like 4 hours for this.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
The day.
I got COVID 2 days before my Spider-Man. Oh,
No
shit. You should have just gone.
Super spreader event. I mean,
Should have just gone.
the thing is, I wouldn't be like, you made the right choice, but if somebody said I had COVID and I just had to see Spider-Man, part of me would be like,
No, man.
I understand. That's fucked up for everyone around you, but I get it. You only live once, and I hope you took precautions.
No, it's a good thing you didn't go. I had to
Absolutely.
resort to watching it illegally to get it, avoid getting spoiled. Not proud of it. Still had me crying and cheering in my bedroom the whole time. You know it's a good movie when a cam footage is standing out for you, and accessing cam footage is surprisingly easier than it's ever been.
Half of it's on YouTube.
Like, wow. I'm sorry that you had to have that experience, man.
Yeah, I hope you
I'm
get
sorry,
better soon.
dude. That is awful. I'm glad you stayed home and made the responsible choice.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like, hey, there are people like Soups. Matt Ramos had to put out a post recently talking about on Instagram. He put out
What?
a post saying that there were people at the event who tested positive for COVID. So, like that made me go, shit. I'm gonna make sure to social distance the theaters. Yeah.
And
Because I believe it's real subjectively, not objectively, apparently. But
right.
look, hopefully you have an opportunity to go watch it in the theaters for reals. I would be like, what's COVID? That would be so funny.
no. That would be great.
All they ask is to show a Vax card at our theaters now.
Yeah.
Every theater asks that now.
Yeah. But you could forge it. Sergey,
You really can.
it would seem as though you pretty easily probably could, yeah.
It's
Like the
shitty.
digital one, I mean, you could just make your own because there are a bunch of different ones, but I feel like the digital one would be harder to forge. But yeah, it's just a piece of paper.
Sergey Chi. You show that. Nobody get goosebumps when Ned said that he doesn't want to be a supervillain that kills his best friend. Cough, cop, hobgoblin setup.
That's what I forgot before. I feel like I bought that from this movie that they literally were acknowledging it and choosing to do something different with Ned not becoming Hobgoblin but becoming a sorcerer of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I would ever rule it out because it's well within that character, but at the same time it seemed like they wanted Ned, unless he's going to become a magic, Hobgoblin.
Look, if you say your super chat was missed, what I'm doing right now on my phone is I'm writing down 3 names. Tobey Maguire. Sean McLaughlin. Anissa Oliva.
We haven't gotten to Anissa.
And then there was another guy who kept saying it. Shit, I'm forgetting which one it was. He was really understanding how behind we are. Jake Hedge, that's who it is. Jake Hedge.
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's keep going.
All
Spider-Man, I am the werewolf. Andrew's got to keep denying it. Don't be a pussy.
It wasn't me.
Make sure you still deny it, man.
Toby mocapped me. Daniel Haig from the UK watched you lads cover this movie. You guys do such a great job. Thank you.
We still got 1.4 people watching. I was like, we probably got like 100 people watching. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. I've had the specs hidden this whole time.
This is the most relaxed we've been.
Yeah.
Like, we're just kind of keeping it chill right now, you know? The count 209. I mean, no, we got it.
We have tons more to
Don't
get
be
to.
confused by this scroll. That makes it look like we're halfway. There's a lot.
What often happens is a lot of people will have contributed, and then a half hour, an hour or more will go by, and we're still getting to the point that you contributed.
Yeah.
There's just so many that it feels like you got missed. But yeah, just in case we got the list going. Daniel Haig
from the UK. Watch you lads. Cover this movie. You guys do such a great job. All the emotion in the film, and when it finished, I felt like you guys were with me. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. Oh, Daniel, that means a lot.
Thanks,
to
Dan.
have it feel like that we were there with you the whole time. That makes
you.
Dude, you were with us. We wanted to be there with. Literally, we watched it twice. We didn't need to watch it a third time, but we wanted to be there with the fans and experience the crowd. That was like a big part. Like, it's opening night. There's only one opening night. Stressful it's gonna be to like jam
make
this
this
showing
work.
time in. we gotta go. Yeah. So yeah, that was like a big talk. It was like, dude, we only got one experience for this. Let's go.
Absolute vodka.
Megan, if you've been here this whole time, that's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Light Lit Fuse GD. The ending with the homemade suit gave me Spider-Man PS4 vibes. Absolutely. Super excited for the future. Love your content. Can't believe this film is real. Thank you so much. That means the world. Thank you.
Absolutely. I can't believe it's real too.
Mike Pavon, any thoughts on where the story is going to go now that Peter's alone in the world, but is finally going to be independent with his own apartment and suit? I think we're really going to get some like Spider-Man 2 vibes of him really struggling. It'd be interesting if he became a photographer for the Daily Bugle, which seems like the last place like before it was like, yeah, I'll take photos, but like now I'm like, would you really go to the Daily Bugle now to be a photographer? Something just so salacious and such a pivotal part of like slandering Spider-Man before. It'd be already like try to change it for like. I've always thought if I were to make a Spider-Man movie, it'd be the one that fans really would not like. It would be like my weird Darren Aronofsky plot of like I just want to see one that's about Spider-Man and J. Jonah Jameson.
Okay, sure.
Him really like feeling like this is who he works for, and he's trying, and J. Jonah is successfully tainting and destroying Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. And he wants to do whatever he can to change the image, and he thinks it all relies, and he has to realize that what's going on there does not matter at the Daily Bugle. What he's saying that's not the truth, and so I don't know. It just seems like a little weird now. It would seem like especially weird if he just starts taking photos for the Daily Bugle at this point here.
Yeah, I think it would be a little odd, although I can see them using that route of like, well, I get the best pictures of Spider-Man. You need pictures of Spider-Man. This is a good cover. But yeah, given it seems like it would be very emotionally painful for Tom Holland's Peter Parker to do that anytime soon because of just how much J. Jonah Jameson had to do with fucking up his entire life. Yeah. Adam Featherston. Can we appreciate that, albeit for only about 5 seconds, there is a fight between Doctor Strange and the Green Goblin? Where else has that mashup happened?
Can we also appreciate that there was like 5 seconds of Goblin versus Doc Ock, and apparently Goblin would have won in 5 seconds.
That's all it takes.
Cut the tentacle in half. Like,
yep. Zip.
What a short-lived fight.
Yeah.
This is the whole Spider-Man 2 movie dedicated to this.
If you had Goblin around Spider-Man 2, would have been a short
Goblin
film, man.
Whooped his ass right away.
That's right.
Just slice those tentacles in half.
Spider-Man ain't shit.
Yeah.
Greg Robertson. What are your thoughts on Tobey and Andrew in Secret Wars?
Not going to happen.
Nah. Also surprised there is no mention of MCU Peter's Uncle Ben in No Way Home. Thought May would be buried next to him at the end or the same grave.
It is fascinating how this live stream has taken a turn from all about Andrew Garfield to now all about where's Uncle Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's on that suitcase. That's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know. No, I don't think they're going to be in Secret Wars. Hell no, definitely not.
No scrolls.
Dave Lopez. No scrolls in there. Dave Lopez. How fucked up would it be if you found out that they were scrolls?
They were scrolls the whole time. No.
Dave Lopez, you think that we could see a Sinister Six down the line with Venom? More, I think this is the plan. Morbius, Scorpion, Vulture, Kraven. I don't know about Rhino. Also, Merry Christmas. Although Rhino was easily the one you can make out the best.
Yeah, there's a Rhino. There's something that looks like a Kraven. I thought I saw one that looked like a Vulture that was more like, biologically vultured.
I'm pretty sure I saw the whole X-Men. Wolverine claws, Cyclops blasting his laser at Spider-Man. Yeah. It's like, fuck this guy.
It's like a whole X-Men fight scene in one of those riffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Galactus was inside of one of them, and the Fantastic Four was in another one.
Crazy T-Man. I got your name written down, Miles, in case we're going to go through it at the end. Crazy T-Man. Would you compare Andrew Garfield redemption in this film to Thor 2 redemption in Avengers Endgame? No.
No, this is way better than that.
No. What? No. No, I wouldn't say that. I don't feel like this is a redemption.
No.
For him. I'm like, it's more of like, hey, we finally appreciate him.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like you finally made him good or some shit.
Yeah. It's not like you took something that was objectively bad and polished it or something,
A Fault of the Future. I love that this was basically a prequel to trilogy to Tom's origin. If they do have Oscorp in future films, it would be so cool if Peter's knowledge. What? Oh, it would infuse that if Peter retaining the knowledge. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I did think that was cool. Like, it really dawned on me in that moment in the last 10 minutes. Like, this is like a hidden origin tale, like a unique one. And I thought that was like such a brilliant way of doing it. Or here's the other thing I was thinking. was that the writers and John Watts heard all the complaints about Iron Man Jr. and were like, we need to change this.
Mm-hmm.
That's also it, and it worked in their favor to make it seem like they had a flawless trilogy. Jacko 3770. Wow, you were in the Avengers. What is that? That was a great line.
That is among my
Just made me
favorite
go
lines.
like, "Ooh, the Avengers! Oh, they don't exist." Yeah.
What is that? Yeah, and yeah, good little universal multiversal confirmation there.
I actually really like the when he screams like, "How does any of this matter?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how's any of this helping?
Yeah, how's any of this helping? Yeah.
Vault of the Future's back, or of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin to prevent the new Norman from ever becoming Green Goblin. Then they could have a cool father-son dynamic from there. Oh, is this a continuation from here? It would be so cool if Peter's knowledge of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin could prevent the new Norman Osborn from ever becoming Green Goblin. Then they could have a cool father-son dynamic from there.
That's very true.
That would be interesting. I feel like if you have Norman,
bring back Dane DeHaan. That's all I want.
that's all we need.
Want,
That's all we need. Almighty Ninjin, thank you for the moment of silence. Riboto Studios. I became bitter, rageful. I don't want you to end up like me. That's freaking foreboding. I'd love to see a TASM 3 with a not-so-friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Imagine a Spider-Man hallway scene, one take.
See, I think now people would be down for a dark Spider-Man movie.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, they just were not ready to accept the take.
And I feel like that's part of why the first two in the Homecoming trilogy are so light. Generally, like just the permeating tone underneath it all, even though there are hard moments, get up Spider-Man, like the general tone feels light, and it feels like that was a response to the previous tone. Yeah. Anissa!
We made it finally,
We
Anissa.
made
I
it.
can cross you off this list here.
Never would miss Anissa. All right. In your opinion, do you agree with the ranking the Peters gave themselves in the movie?
I do not.
Also love and miss you guys. So proud of y'all. Always love you.
No, I think I would put Andrew as I don't know yet. I need to think about it, but I still think Andrew's my favorite. That's all I'll say. I haven't decided where I'd put Tobey or Tom. It would be a really crazy journey for me to go from Tobey, number one, easily, no problem, and then rewatching them and go, Tobey's number 3. I need to think about it. I need to think about it a little more. I'm not yet ready to rank it. Love and miss you too, Anissa. Always in our minds and hearts. Thank you.
I'm still jury
Thank you,
out,
Anissa.
but I feel like I like them still in order, but that's just me.
Peter Parker is Matt's new legal assistant. I like the sound of that.
That could be fun.
Renee A. Jr. Thoughts on the new suit and future? Tom Holland became my favorite Spider-Man after this film. Going to see it a third time. New suit looks great.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see it when it's worn practically. And I'm sure it won't even be exactly what it looked like at the end here. I'm sure it'll be even more touched up.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to completely eliminate the Stark tech around it.
Yes,
I'm excited for it to just be
absolutely.
very, very just stitched together himself. Very excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Schmeltzinger. I went today and saw it alone in an
What?
almost empty theater, and it was perfect. Garfield's face when he says, MJ, wish it would have been a touch longer. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't imagine watching this movie alone in the theater.
God, what
On IMAX.
Yeah, part of me is I'd be very fascinated to have that experience because part of me is like, how would this even be without an audience? Yeah. But yeah, A-Rods, thank you for the moment of silence, momento silencio. Angel Batista. No Stan Lee. I wish they could at least pay tribute to him in a shape or form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
Digitalize him in there, man.
Yeah, that's right, man. Just resurrect his likeness.
Resurrect. Just do it without they didn't pay him enough, and now put him in there.
Michael Giacchino in the chat. Love your channel.
Brilliant score.
Andrew got the recognition he deserves.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Look on Twitter right now.
The text of the movie even gives him some recognition that was overdue.
My brother's calling me.
Oh, good. Everyone's joining.
Hello? I'm literally live streaming right now.
This is the content.
Don't
Don't worry,
to.
Omar.
I don't need to fill it up.
We're gonna get there.
You could invite another person. That's cool.
We're gonna get there. Don't worry, even.
Yeah.
Who's better, Venom or
Nope.
Green Goblin?
We're
Which
trying to-
which
we're going through
Venom?
this.
Which Venom? I think
Bye.
Green Goblin's probably better than both on-screen Venoms right now.
Derek Sword. Happy holidays, guys. I am in this weird Zen place right now where I'm just like, I'm never leaving this chair, and I've accepted reality.
We live on these super chats now.
Happy holidays, guys. Open the super chats back up. Let's pile it on even more. Can we just appreciate they actually pulled off the Sinister Six with J.K. Thank you. That was a thought of mine, was that the sixth villain is J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, it's
Because
public opinion.
when he shows up at Happy's place, that's when it really hit me. He is a villain here, and he's never felt like a villain to me. He's more of a nuisance. And here I was like, this dude's an actual villain this time around. Like him showing up there, being like, "I got you." Like, damn, that was I felt like he was the sixth villain.
Absolutely.
Gamer
I like that
Pudi
take.
Siddhartha. Do you think there will be a Doc Ock movie?
Nope.
Not a chance.
No, Alfred
Definitely
Molina
not
is not
happening.
going to do that.
Wolfentux, after Eddie left, how did a bit of the symbiote stay back?
Great question.
Because Sony. That's how you answer that question. Because Sony. Because Sony does things to set up things, and you go, whatever, let's roll with it.
Whatever.
Thwip, that's the way you do it, people. Silas. Hey, Greg and John. Thank you, Silas. I've been watching your videos since 2014. Do I believe you? And this channel is arguably my favorite, so keep it up. Do I really believe you? Because there's much better channels out there. Mr. Beast, Philip DeFranco, the
PewDiePie.
hot ones.
Oh, yeah.
And
First We
also,
Feast.
Sis Noir has released the rumors of Amazing Spider-Man 3 happening. Haven't heard about these rumors yet. Would you all want that? I really would. I don't think they should call it the Amazing Spider-Man 3. I think that might confuse people.
The dark and brooding
They
Spider-Man
should
1.
call it this, yeah.
The
They should
traumatized
call it
Spider-Man.
Amazing Spider-Man Redemption.
Sure.
That would might as well
Sure.
go for that. That would be cool. I heard the next villain is a big wheel. That's fucking funny. That is fucking funny.
I like
I
it.
appreciate that.
I want
it. Yeah, no, we will want it. Mr. Go Big or Go Home. You know what's sad? I was waiting for soundtrack 19. Aww. Man, those music cues. You missed some of those music cues with a screaming crowd. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to hear Michael Giacchino's hard work. Shut the fuck up.
And can we get the dialogue mix lower, too? Shh. I wish characters wouldn't talk over the music.
That was me in there. They didn't, they did not hold for applause breaks in those. And that's what I liked about it.
Oh, yeah.
They just start talking. And I'm like, what are they saying? Everyone's cheering.
The
That's why I
second time
watched
we
it.
saw it in the smaller screening, it was like,
That's
oh,
like-
good. Now I can hear all the lines that were drowned out by screaming.
Hey, man, we did a nearly 6-hour stream for the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing.
We're going 10 hours today.
We're going 10 hours and skipping our Matrix screening.
Yeah. We haven't been looking forward to that for years.
Yeah, and I'm not also worried about how people are responding to that movie.
Gotcha, Thanura.
Morgan Morrow. I have this feeling that Tom Spider-Man hasn't fully dealt with his anger after everything. No, he did.
No.
Fully. He got over it fast. He processes things quicker than an average human. That's what makes him super heroic.
He can heal emotional trauma fast, too.
Yeah, it's part of the spider abilities. Spiders are known for that. Or you think his next villain will get that anger? I think his next villain's going to get that anger, hence the symbiote staying behind. It's going to amplify all that negative, dark energy within him. And that's where the coming to Jesus moment's going to be. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why I think they left it behind. They have a great setup for it. And I feel like it'd be a fucking disappointment if they don't do it.
Yeah.
Johnny Hustle. Is there any truth to the Amazing Spider-Man 3 discussion rumors? I mean, if Daniel RPK is saying it, it's got to be.
There's got to be something
be.
to that.
I mean, I'll fucking say it, man. Like I ended up watching his Daredevil breakdown scene that came out weeks before this movie came out. I'm like, that is almost exactly what happened in this movie.
Yeah,
It is almost exactly what happened.
He's got actual connects.
It's more fun going back when you're like, what did they say about this? And we're like, holy shit, they got this right.
They predicted it.
Brendan, you're wrong. We read it. We did read it. I remember your complicated ass last name. We did read it. Go through the minefield and try to find it. But I know for a fact we read your live stream.
We've definitely read from
Because
you once or twice.
I read your last name. I was trying to get down properly. Bashi, What if Ned ended up learning more magic and became a sorcerer-style hobgoblin? Probably. I mean, it is a bit of a setup for that.
I guess so, yeah.
But I hope they still keep him hilarious.
He's the funniest villain we've ever had.
A-Rods, thanks for the moment of silence. Did you go down?
No, I went up.
Totally okay with me. My only issue with this film from Matteo Diavino is that Goblin and Tobey never had a real rematch. Yes. I mean, I didn't feel like they needed a rematch, but at least a scene. Kind of wish, in fact, it might have been okay if Tobey is the one who, gave him the little snickerdoodle here. Mm-hmm. But then again, I would have undercut the moment of the redemption of the arc for him,
And I do find it kind of funny how when he delivers the injection, he also like twists it as if he's stabbing him for real.
I think maybe Tobey should have been the one to hand it to him.
Yeah.
Kind of wish Goblin had one fight scene against all three in his new suit once.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the storytelling purposes, it works great this way. You can't make it. It's the big. They make the movie what it is, but it's still Tom Holland's journey, and I felt like because they killed off his Aunt May, it works really well.
Yeah,
because they still have their old ass Aunt Mays.
That's right.
Peter lost his hot young Aunt May, man. Benjamin Bay Button Toby told Tom, thank you for the super chat, that his best friend died in his arms after trying to kill him. Ned promised that'll never happen, but he still has a portal ring and doesn't know Peter. Ned villain turn soon.
I mean, I don't see the Ned villain. What does that do to Ned's magic? That's a good question. Because I don't see the villain turn coming sooner, just because he's just a normal guy now, without all of his Spider-Man experiences.
Maybe he finds Doctor Strange. I mean, the thing about the magic runs in his family. That's the thing that the family said. Yeah. So this is not something that he is only made privy to recently. He was aware about this.
Yeah, but.
John, MCU is impenetrable. Please stop.
Okay, fair enough. No. That's right. That's fair.
I shouldn't ramble for too long.
I can't question.
We have to go soon.
Lord Feige knows all.
We also have Streamlabs to go.
Straw Hat Prime. Hey guys, I enjoyed the movie. Since Daredevil and Deadpool are now in the MCU, you think we're getting a team up, Team Red movie team up?
I would love that. That would be awesome to see.
Do it. They said the first appearance of Deadpool will be in Doctor Strange too. So
Daredevil and Deadpool do not line up at all tonally. It would be fucking weird, and I would love it. I think it would actually work for a strange reason.
And throw Andrew Spider-Man in with them.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Wren.
Spider-Man's end suit has a combination. Oh my gosh, this is like the third time you've mentioned this. Thank you. Keep mentioning it.
Everyone keep mentioning it.
The combination of it, yes, that is amazing. I appreciate that, Josh, and I'll never forget it. Now I'm going to be really on the lookout for that. Mm-hmm. A-Rods, thank you for the super chat. You guys think MJ and Ned remember Far From Home and Homecoming, but with no Peter, but with Spidey around? Like, wow, what a coincidence. Spider-Man is always around us. Yeah, they just have very selective memory of it all. Mm-hmm. I remember Spider-Man with the mask on, but not with the mask off.
I remember helping out Spider-Man. I don't know who that guy is, though.
Yeah.
I don't know why I helped him either.
No, it creates some muddy territory, and you know what's best? They're not going to answer it properly.
They don't have to.
That's the beautiful thing about the MCU. They don't have to talk about it. Miles Sloan, wouldn't it be cool for Spider-Man 4 to be a Kraven Last Hunter-inspired movie? Also, love the channel. Well, now with the fact that he is ground level, like pure ground level, like just spider webs, spider abilities, but no Stark shit, it would make for a perfect matchup for Kraven the Hunter versus Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. I think it would be like a perfect time for it. Absolutely. So, yeah, I would love that, Miles Sloan. Miles Sloan, we got your question. Don't say we didn't.
Don't say we didn't.
You were on the list. Thank you, Miles Sloan.
Love you too, Guillermo Navarro.
Connie T. She saw Spider-Man with us.
What?
And she is just a beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the movie 2 more times, and I'm still a wreck. Man, she cried like a mofo, though much more quiet with my emotions. Have a great holiday, buddies. I'm lucky to know you both. Connie,
we're lucky to know you.
We are the lucky ones.
We are the lucky ones.
You are
sure.
the unlucky one.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
Deal
it,
with us.
You are the bomb.com. Hottest mom soon to be in the future rom-com. Matteo Diavino. We've all seen origin movies, but they made an origin trilogy, and now knowing now that's what it is, made me appreciate the trilogy way more. Definitely, because Spider-Man Homecoming and Far From Home were closer, especially Far From Home were closer. Damn you, new rock stars for going live at the same time. You know you're way bigger than us, and you're going to steal everyone
How
from
could
us.
you?
Damn you, new rock stars.
I only just got my Epic Hero shirts.
Yeah, oh, I love those shirts.
They are great.
I have worn that No Way Home shirt in so many videos.
I'm gonna buy more shirts just of my own accord.
God, yeah, we're rocking Hawkeye for the Hawkeye finale tomorrow too. So thank you, thank you. If we didn't have to rush to a Matrix screening, we would spend the next 10 minutes riffing to you guys.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Rockstars. But yeah, no, I was Far From Home is closer to the bottom of my list, and I would also say Homecoming is probably in the not like bottom, but
Like in the middle.
not definitely top. And it retroactively made those a lot better. So yeah, thank you. TJ3. I tried to watch Homecoming yesterday, and that short documentary Peter broke me because I'm just like, man, this kid has no idea what being a hero will cost him in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
That was a good
Ain't that
point.
the truth? Ain't that the truth, John?
That's the truth.
That's the fucking truth,
Dude.
John. Dude, that's the truth.
I think we
John.
found the truth.
I wonder what it would be like to go back and watch that stuff, you know? Dude, Epic Hero Shop, best shirts in the world. Seriously, I always get
Absolutely.
compliments on them. Where'd you get that shirt?
Dude.
And then I pull it up on a website. I'm like, I have to go, and the internet's not working. I'm sorry.
I was wearing the Rogers one just yesterday, and that is the most I have had people point out my shirt in the same day. Like
Yeah.
4 or 5 people were like, "What is that shirt? That's an awesome shirt."
Yeah, the No Way Home one, people are like, is that official merch? I'm like, no. The channel Heavy Spoilers produces them.
Yes.
TJ
Cosmic Warren.
I tried to watch Homecoming. Oh, yes. Aneurysm fun. Back at it. What do you guys think of Ned's comment about not betraying Peter? And then for guys, look, I'm looking at the time, and I'm really concerned we're going to miss our Matrix screening, so we're going to have to go through this a little bit quicker than we normally have been earlier. And I'm sorry to do that to you guys because you guys contribute here, and I fucking hate being like, we're rushing. And but we are probably going to have to answer these a little bit quicker because we don't want to skip over anyone.
Yep.
What do you guys think of Ned's comment about not betraying Peter and then forgetting about him being a setup for a Hobgoblin movie? I'm certain that those plans are there. Jacob Batalon has alluded to him himself, and I completely do think that they will make him like they've set it up, and like especially with the magical side of sorry, it's been a few hours, especially with the magical side of him. Yeah, I think it's totally going to happen. It's what Jacob Batalon desires, and I think it would be perfect.
And what he desires, he gets.
And it would be more heartbreaking, where it's like you have magic abilities, cool, and then to have it turn into something sinister would be awesome. TO6Y. Let's say Disney Sony beef wasn't a thing. I would love to see a Disney Plus series of Andrew stopping pulling the punches live, and it's rated 15. Okay, I get what you're saying.
15's like R in the UK, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. We're like a more R-rated show of Andrew Garfield and Spider-Man. I mean, it would be cool to see a really dark version of Spider-Man. No symbiote required. And if there's anyone to do it, it would be the Andrew Garfield franchise would be the one that has to pull it off, man.
That's right.
And Spider-Man Blue with Andrew sounds great, man.
Thanks, Toby.
Michael Mack, these live streams always give me podcast vibes, which I think you guys would be great at. Ever consider it? I'd listen. Maybe. We've thought about doing podcasting, but at the same time, we haven't really thought about doing podcasting. Still on a high from seeing No Way Home. Love Willem, Andy, and Tom's performance. Those are the top performances of the
Absolute
day
vodka.
for sure.
Thank you, Michael Mack.
EJ Menchaca. I get trials can take months, but didn't go to trial. How big of a time jump was the start of the movie to the end? Why did Peter wait that long to see MJ Ned? Start of a movie was summer and end was Xmas. That's a fair question, but I imagine that they assigned him somebody. You would think, too, that with having Happy in your corner, you could probably hire a better lawyer than Matt Murdock.
You would think
a richer, more corporate lawyer.
Yeah, why is Happy at the table being like, wait, I need to lawyer up? What's going on?
Unless Nelson and Murdoch really did grow a lot in popularity and in terms of clout over the years, But I don't know. The time jump seemed like 6 months at least. Ellie in the next Spidey team up. Let's have Miles, Toby, Andrew, and Tom say, "Hey, I'm Tom Holland. I play Spider-Man." Sure, why not?
The metaverse.
Mark Crilly, amazing movie. Finally sold on Pete and MJ's deep relationship, making the end heart-wrenching. But if this takes place immediately after Far From Home post-credit scene, hadn't there only been dating for days? Well,
And how they love each other.
there's been a time jump probably from post-credit scene to, probably from their trip back from Europe to that scene there. You know what the fuck I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
They had some time after the trip.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Before getting back to
God
New
damn
York.
it, that's what I'm trying to say. You guys get it.
We're still here, Jonas.
Yeah, we're still here. Trust me, you're not the one dealing with the pressure.
Don't
We're gonna
worry
get into
about
fucking
it.
screening an hour away.
Kota.
Go, John.
Hey, Real
Go,
Rejects.
John.
I'm a big fan. You guys are killing it on YouTube. Do you think Daredevil will have an appearance in the next episode of Hawkeye? Hashtag Cox.
Here's my feelings on that. I kind of hope not, only because I think that would take away the spotlight from Jeremy Renner and Haley Steinfeld. Same time, if it's there, I'm gonna be really
I'm not
excited.
going to be upset.
I'm not gonna be like, choose them. I'm gonna be like, yep, I like it. Cool. If anything, it might be cooler if they give an alluding to like us one that we haven't heard about, like a Jessica Jones.
Yeah, or Luke Cage. Anyone but Danny Rand.
Punisher shows up, starts wreaking havoc with assault rifles.
Street
Here's
level.
an arrow to take out that assault rifle.
Thank you, Travis Novak, for the moment of silencio. Prime Sports Cards. Love all your videos. Why did Wanda in Doctor Strange trailer have no Sokovian accent? Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Because it's really up and down with her performance, and the more in touch she is with her, like, the roots of her character,
root
depending
pain.
on the emotionality of a scene, is when her Sokovian accent really comes through. I think it is more of a specific character choice than usual. Kevin, do you know the person in the mocap suit is that John Campea mentioned? I've not talked to John Campea about it. I would reckon it's probably Rhino, because there seem to be a lot of things about rumors and speculation about him showing up here. You do see through the multiverse, like the one that was the clearest to make out was Rhino. Like that's the one that I think everyone can notice. So I'd imagine that it was probably Rhino of who he's referring to. You know. Abstract Media. I will say after watching The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Electro's personality was a lot more confident after that fight in Times Square. He didn't seem as timid after that. It's still too big of a drastic change in terms of choice of language, dialogue. To me, he just seemed way too cool for school for me to have such a leap. And it was very obvious when you watch like interviews that Jamie Foxx seemed to not like what happened to Curtis Mason. We're just trying to honor here. Thank you, buddy. Where it just seemed to be like too big of a leap, where he just didn't feel like Max at all, you know. And especially when you look at the trajectory of the Amazing Spider-Man 2, it doesn't span a lot of time with Max.
Yeah.
I think. So, like I feel like it should have been. I think it's too big of a leap of like he's just way too different and seemed to have lost all. He was a really smart, nerdy guy, you know?
He seems like he came back as the fantasy version of himself.
Yeah, Mark McCowan. How many of these events do you think we connected or happened simultaneously? Peter Strange botching the spell, Wanda becoming the Scarlet Witch, He Who Remains crossing the threshold. That's a very fascinating question, because I feel like it's kind of bizarre as shit to me that nothing about Loki has been brought up at all yet. So I'm like, where does Loki take place? You know what I mean? Like where does Loki take place in this timeline? So because I really think by this point, Loki should have been acknowledged. So is it Multiverse of Madness? Is it Ant-Man Quantumania when it finally gets acknowledged? If so, you chose a weird time to release Loki.
Yeah.
Or did they do that only to explain this whole thing with variants and time frames, so that way when this question comes up about like what happens to the villains of Spider-Man, so I'm just like, well, okay, what's happening here? You know, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Daisy Rodriguez, never vacation. That's what I say. You are a sweetheart. Thank you, my dear. Back to the super chat. Wilson, compared to Mary Jane and Gwen, MJ is the best love interest because she uses science to help from afar. You're not rolling your eyes because she tries to directly interact with enemies. That's a very good point. I did like the inclusion, though, of Gwen using a lot of her science knowledge to help out Peter, like with the cure towards Lizard, how to take down Electro. Like, I really enjoyed those aspects of Gwen and justifying the necessity of kind of keeping her around the fight. But MJ, I really like. I did not really care for Zendaya in Homecoming. She wasn't really the focus. It was Liz. Far From Home, I was more like, I liked their chemistry, but where the fuck did this come from? And but in this one, I really bought it a lot, and you make a really solid point. John, you take the next one.
All right, Alpaca Nation 87. I hope the stars align and Garfield gets the third movie he deserves. A lot of people are on your train. Get that petition going. Hashtag it. Skylar Hillman. Thank you so much. I would like to see them wait for MJ and Ned to remember Peter. Maybe in the 5th or 6th film to make the moment when MJ and Ned remember it's more special. I agree. I think leaving some time and letting that choice and that sacrifice really build and be real and give us enough time to feel it, I think that's absolutely the right way to go.
Yeah.
And I hope that, they reconnect somehow down the line. Omar, OVO, we finally got to ya. Dude, after No Way Home, they have to give Tobey a proper send-off movie and have Andrew and Tom still be Spider-Men, similar to what DC are doing with Pattinson and Ben Affleck. I mean, I can't see them necessarily doing a whole movie, and I can see it being more likely that Andrew Garfield will reprise the role sooner or again as opposed to Tobey Maguire. But I mean, I would love to have them kind of. I feel like No Way Home in some ways does give sort of a closure to Tobey's, but I would be happy to see either of them again. Olivia D14 is back. Timothy Chalamet for Harry Osborn, please. This is the #1 Harry Osborn related thing I have been seeing this week.
Keep your friends close. Keep your enemies closer. He watched Dune, that Tom Holland, and he said, man, I kind of worry that
this guy's coming for my career.
Coming for Zendaya, man.
Oh, no.
Coming for my career. Are you forgetting that they're dating in real life? Tom?
I know. They're all dating. It's
You
a
interrupted
triangle.
me for your weaker punchline.
Oh, sorry.
Weaker punchline.
In the multiverse, it was a great punchline.
No,
We're
there's
just not on
no
that timeline.
universe. Where
I've seen
that,
every possible outcome.
Cast a spell to forget that fucking punchline.
How many of the outcomes do I have a good joke?
Eric Wilhelm. Can't believe they didn't bury May with Uncle Ben. People seem really pissed off about this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you had only seen the Spider-Man Homecoming, and then again, if you got to No Way Home and all you've seen is Homecoming and Far From Home, you probably wouldn't appreciate No Way Home because you would have. That's kind of the weird part, right? Because you're like, well, what the shit, Uncle Ben? And you're like, but he's not even brought up in the Homecoming trilogy. But then again, the No Way Home movie only works if you've really seen the other ones.
The suitcase.
Yeah, I understand the feeling on that.
Wellington T. Hear me out. Since Venom was left behind at the post-credit scene, he still has all the info he heard about Tom's universe before Eddie was sent back.
Venom is the only one that knows Peter Parker. He must have forgotten. They sent him back.
Yeah, multiversal hive mind. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it would apply.
He said Spider-Man. He didn't say Peter Parker.
Yeah, true that. All right.
I think they were just showing what was happening with him in that moment, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he was the 6th member, right? He just wasn't in the fight.
Venom?
Yeah.
I guess. I mean,
he was. He got
he's
pulled
the only
over
other,
there.
yeah, semi kind of villain who gets sucked in. Thamathorn Wangayara, keep it up, you guy. Real reject nations. With your power come the best responses or responsibilities.
What a fun comment. Thank you,
love
buddy.
this. Thank you. I hope you're doing well out there. Thank you for the love.
Navinda Ali. Couldn't Tom have asked Strange to make everyone forget Mysterio at the beginning of the film? Yeah. That would have solved a lot of problems.
So who did Spider-Man kill? I guess there was just nobody, so he's fine. Yeah, that would work. There's a multiverse of different versions of the spell, so
That's actually a good call. Ghost Chaos. To be honest, I thought the Green Goblin was going to revert Doc Ock back to his evil form. I thought it was going to be Spider-Man and Venom versus the Sinister Six. That would have been great for Tobey and this new form of Venom. Maybe.
Venom.
I think keeping it. You have to keep this Peter Parker focus, especially going to be Spider-Man focus. Because then the movie becomes about Spider-Man and Venom. And I'm like, nah, leave that for a different movie. That I really think that would have distracted and not have had the emotional impact they needed to have. That's what's so great about the three of them coming together is that it keeps it about Peter Parker themes and struggles. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Brian McHenry, thank you for the little sticker. It's a cute little thingy. It's a little Christmas tree or a train. I can't quite tell. Frank DX, or Frank Dix. All I gotta say is Tom has my blessing now. He became Spider-Man at the end. Also, Dafoe was 100. My guy was given Peter suplex during their first fight. That's right.
That's a good point, man.
He's giving it hard and long and painfully. David Quinones, y'all think Sony had something to do with Thomas Hayden Church being sand the whole movie and they reshot or something else?
Sorry, I have to send a message to people we're meeting up with.
I don't know if it would be that like they did something silly or shady or whatever to keep him in that form, but yeah, it seems like there would have had to have been some kind of conflict. And now I'm sitting here thinking, like, did they just reuse his footage from Spider-Man 3 for his human moments? Because I saw somebody say something about reused footage.
It looked like it because he doesn't fucking talk at all.
Yeah, so
and he looked weird.
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
It sounded like his voice for sure, but I don't know. Pierre Jones. When Strange separates Peter's body during their battle, do you believe in the possibility that Wanda may have interfered in some way and as Peter tries to get back into his body?
No, not at all. I don't believe that at all.
I don't think she's aware of
I
that.
think Wanda's like totally out of the loop on this whole situation that
She's
happened.
picking fruits right now and pruning trees.
Abstract media. I hope they treat the memories like they do in the comics, where it's like whenever Peter is dressed as Spider-Man and unmasked himself in front of and from someone who knew, the memories of him come back.
Oh, interesting. But
that would be a very easy solution for.
Yeah, but then he would have to. It would ride on the mask completely because seeing him should have done that for MJ and Ned. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he would have, unless it is only going to work if he has the mask on and then takes it off.
Yeah, yeah.
The Count 209. Toby stole the movie. Garfield's Uncle Ben never said, "With great power comes great responsibility." That's true. So I hate how he was trying to fit in with Toby.
But he got the thesis. He got the idea.
He was able to boil it down in his mind from the paraphrasing that his uncle did of his dad.
Yep.
Jake Glowsup, did y'all notice when Strange says he doesn't have the time stone, he's not wearing the necklace, then in the next scenes, he is wearing it?
Continuity error?
That
or
Eye of Agamotto?
able to make it appear kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
I totally think Mr. Negative should be in the next one. Or Across the Spider-Verse, whichever one. Dimitri Key. Curious to see if you guys recognize that Peter at the end of the movie is becoming like Peter in the PS4 game with him being broke and alone. Yeah, and in college. It's very much like the PS4 game. John would know.
I would. I've played all of it.
David Gandy.
Gando.
Hey, David. Big Dick David.
Big Dick Dave.
Merry Christmas. Do you think Ned's new power reveal will be followed up or forgotten? Late to the chat. Sorry if asked discussed. I think it will be followed up on in the next one. He's going to be the new James Franco. Build him up over time.
You knew this was coming, Pete.
You knew this was coming. I want him to say that.
That's the fan service I am hoping for. It's Navik Dev. Why isn't Dr. Otto Octavius such a big deal in the new movie? He's in the posters and everything.
He had the greatest entrance of them all.
Yes.
The most grand entrance and one of the best fights. But yeah, he does like progressively become not as interesting as it goes.
He undergoes a subversion, which I appreciate, but then he serves
kind
more
of like
of a function.
angry.
Yeah, totally. Ozzy Beats, unpopular opinion. The Russo brothers ruined Tom Holland's Spidey. John Watts tried to fix the Iron Man Jr. problem through his trilogy.
Fuck the Russo brothers.
Fuck them. What have they ever done for us?
How they ruined
Russos?
him.
By having him show up
And having
him
Iron
be
Man
kinda
give him a
CG,
suit.
and then having him hug Iron Man later on.
OJ, did every random dude that happened to be named Peter Parker get zapped in and out of the MCU universe? No. Just our Tom Holland. They make that pretty clear.
Just Tommy.
It would have been a real dick move of Tom Holland to be like, "Hey guys, sending you back. Should I tell them that people are gonna forget them? Nah, I'll just hug them."
Yeah, it's better if they don't know. Then they'll never have known.
The nerd good dude, Omni. I was just reading your text message. When the theme plays in the Toby and Doc moment, beautiful part, man.
Gorgeous.
Don't yawn. I have gone almost 5 hours without yawning. Did you edit the new Rockstar? The theme plays in the Toby and Doc moments. Satyas, keep up the great work, fellas. Love your sense of humor and personalities. I love John's sense of humor and personalities, but I don't like his looks. It takes away the attention from me. Kind of want to do like a Lucy and Ethel thing. So that's how I'm gonna review.
Everything is gonna through being the Ricardos.
Oh, we're gonna make you look uglier to make me look better.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Based in fact. But
I like your looks, just not your personality.
Chase Gardner. What if the next... Hey, Chase. What if the Sony MCU Marvel Spider-Man movie for Venom symbiote will go to Miles Morales, and that's when we see Miles Morales for the first time with actual Venom powers, but him being a villain? I don't think he's going to be a villain. They wouldn't do that.
I think that would rile people up a little bit.
It's going to be a little fucked up to make your black Spider-Man live action.
And he's a bad guy.
Villain.
Villain is Spider-Man is black, of course.
Yeah, you guys will be like, oh, people are too sensitive. Well, yeah, people are sensitive, and they will be justifiably sensitive in the moment. So, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Aaron McIntosh. I love the dynamic with all three Spider-Men. 10 out of 10. I agree, mofo.
Give me the guy who picks up pictures of Spider-Man. Benji Yog. Don't know if you spoke about this, but why does Sandman just turn all evil all of a sudden with no explanation? Only issue with the film, loving the content.
I think there is a weird, muddied,
Yes, mud is made of sand.
muddied motivation when it comes to Sandman.
Yeah, I mean, I get it that
Sandman and Lizard feel like out of an animated like a cartoon.
Yeah, they do.
Like not just their look, but like the writing of them feels like a cartoon.
Yeah.
And so it's like I'm back to being bad. Yeah.
I mean, it's like he doesn't really trust anybody, and I kind of buy that. Like, I think he's got a shred more character explanation motivation than like the Lizard, but yeah, it's pretty thin.
He's like Sandman just wants to go back, so he could
go
have
home.
just touched the box. It would have been that simple.
Yeah,
Sheldon Hickman. So much I want to say about this. My favorite thing was the ending. Thoughts on the future of Tom's Spider-Man. I hope he gets Star Tech next time. I hope he just gets instant Star Tech and gets PIM technology so he can shrink and grow large too.
He falls into a vat of nano machines and gets the Iron Spider right back. Matt, Peter Parker loves that Mary Jane. LOL. Oh, that was a good. This was worth it for a good weed joke right here. He does love that Mary Jane.
I got it. I'm really late to understanding that joke. John had to literally point out weed joke to be like, why is John laughing?
You know who loves it more than Peter, though, is Franco Osborne. Yeah. Londa, Peter, and MJ are cute and tragic as sweethearts, but the next trilogy starts with Peter in love with a girl that doesn't know he exists, like the other movies.
I know, right? There's a reason why they brought back the other ones to be like, we're gonna kind of do more of what those other movies did.
I mean, I kind of am here for that.
Yeah.
I'm like, give me the Spider-Man 2 style Spider-Man 4.
It'll be conflicting for him because it's like he seems better without him, but he loves her, so he wants to be selfish. Then she's gonna see him dating someone else.
Yeah, it's gonna be fudged
fucking
up.
Flash Thompson.
Fucking Flash Thompson. Tom Holland Spider-Man is gonna date Flash Thompson.
Yeah.
#0. Do you think the next Spider-Man film will be more grounded and smaller scaled compared to the past MCU films?
It'll start that way, then get obnoxiously big in the last half. Louis Fleet. Hi guys, love your work. Watching in New Zealand in order. Name best actor to worst actor performance out of all the main and side characters of this movie.
Whoa.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Damn, dude.
All right, Tom Holland, and then Willem Dafoe, Andrew Garfield, Zendaya, Tobey Maguire,
Teebs,
Doctor Strange,
Cumberbatch,
Alfred Molina,
Marisa Tomei's got to be up on here
way
somewhere.
up there,
yeah.
and we'll keep it at that.
And Ned.
Yeah.
McRae 2000. I would love to know your thoughts on if they were to
Goodbye, sus.
Oh, later.
I'm okay with you unsubscribing.
I hate that you were live streaming for so long. Do another. Do you think? I would love to know your thoughts on if they were to do another live-action Spider-Verse movie. What direction would you want them to take with it? Spider-Verse, but live action.
I would just like to see alternate versions.
Just more Spider-Man.
No, like they brought in other ones, but it'd be more fun to kind of do like what Into the Spider-Verse did, where you see just different versions of these portrayals. Like those are the first portrayals of a lot of these people, and it would be fun to see alternate versions of like another Doc Ock or something like. Like I thought, like bringing Lady Doc Ock or Kingpin. Like Into the Spider-Verse did an amazing job at like doing that. So it'd be fun to see like all live action alternate versions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You guys stream for so long. It's the only thing on my notification bell.
Nothing else is showing up on my YouTube.
I love that.
Ben Riley, thank you for the generous contribution.
Ben.
This movie was a literal love letter to the fan. A love letter of all the movies that get slapped with that. I feel like this is a love letter. It made me proud. I literally got exactly what I got. Exactly why
how I had canon. Not a moment wasted. I must have seen the Spider-Man one as a kid 1,000 times. Andrew and Tobey got their deserved love. Absolutely, man. I'm glad it made you as happy as it made you, dude.
Yeah, I'm glad you got your headcanon realized. Levi, did anyone notice that Wong's "Don't Cast That Spell" trailer line was missing from the movie? We were just talking about this. I thought it was an alternate take, but then they played it again, and the Doctor Strange trailer. Interesting. There you go. That's a little multiversal future grab right there. And yeah, that scene plays a little bit better from the actual movie version. Thenura Ravindra. Does Norman Osborn exist in the MCU?
Doesn't seem that way.
When Raimi Osborn arrived in the MCU, he tried to look himself up and didn't find his MCU version, or was he lying? I think he was telling the truth.
I'm pretty sure he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
I believed him when he was saying that. That's what made it really compelling.
I believe Norman Osborn.
Yeah.
Justice for Osborn. 17, the GOAT. You think the murderer poster of Spider-Man in the Morbius trailer could be a reference to Andrew, who said he stopped pulling his punches? I think he could be the Sonyverse Spidey now.
But see, that makes that shit so confusing.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's fucking Tobey Maguire's.
Teebs McGee.
From the video game.
This is weird. This is all weird. And
That would make so much more sense, right? If it was Andrew. What if we watch the movie and it ends up being like, oh, it is Andrew Garfield's? Sure. Like they can digitally change that. Then that would make so much more sense, right?
Yeah. And it's a small detail. They could easily have altered that or done it as an Easter egg for this movie, fully knowing they'll change it.
Right.
Again.
That would be so much. That would make more sense. Yeah. And as we've seen with Marvel and Sony, you could just digitalize shit out to hide stuff.
Oh yeah. California Governor Ryan Newsom. I don't know if you caught the Easter egg when the Doctor Strange and Spider-Man fought at the booth.
We learned it earlier, about the Liz and the People magazine cover. Yeah. New Rockstars pointed that out to us. That's really cool to learn.
Right.
To see that she actually ended up having a pretty successful career. She's on the fucking front cover of People magazine, man.
Yeah, talking shit about Peter.
Ant-Man was there, man.
Yeah, just talking shit about Peter on the
know.
magazines. BJ Gray 7, do you think Tobey and Andrew Spider-Man asked why are they adding a shield on the Statue of Liberty?
It's funny that they don't question it. Like,
Delete
what does that
scene.
shield mean?
Yeah.
They don't have an Avengers, but they
Why
got a
would they
Captain
do that?
America.
Yeah. Nana P. So clearly Fury's 3-year absence from Earth has to do with Secret Wars. Where do you think he is? He's in space.
He's in space.
Yeah.
They made that abundantly clear.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
in space with the Skrulls working.
He's on that ship.
preparing
yeah.
himself for Secret Wars.
Yeah. He's just reading his lines for the show. Thenura Ravindra.
Hey, we made it to you, Thenura.
Hey, I think they should make Andrew Garfield's Peter into the Scarlet Spider and Ben Reilly in the MCU. What do you think of that?
I think drawing on inspiration from that would be absolutely perfect. If you are suggesting that they change him to that,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But drawing inspiration, not a bad call at all. I think what a lot of people want to see is that darker version that was alluded to in No Way Home. So yeah, I absolutely think that would be really cool. Why the fuck not?
Hells yeah. Daniel, I agree. Andrew cracking Toby's back was hilarious.
It was amazeballs, if you ask me.
I want a back crack right now. De La Soul, did you notice how Tom Holland's new suit has Tobey Maguire Spider on the front, Andrew's on the back? Also,
You were the
congrats
first
on the
person to
amazing
point that
channel.
out.
Thank you so much, De La Soul.
First person tonight. Yeah.
Absolutely. Sladro, what universe do you think Venom and Morbius are from? I say Andrews.
I say its own thing entirely. Not Secret War, Secret Invasion. So sorry. 5-hour live stream. Yeah, I think it's I would say that it is a brand new universe because it's not making any fucking sense at the moment.
It's a weird amalgam.
It's not making any sense at the moment.
Yep. Brendan Kristiniak, we're back. What would be cool is if y'all did a live stream and the chat along with you guys made it made a tier list that would be fun and interactive. That would be cool. If we could find a way to have that graphic and be able to do it in real time for sure, that would be awesome.
If we spoil everything, it's ridiculous, according to Pablo the Pigeon.
Yeah, and these fucking spoiler
fucking
talks.
spoiler reviews. Why the fuck?
Later than most
They
people's.
must be going to a lot about. They must be going to a lot of people's spoiler.
They must be
talks.
being forced to watch this right now at gunpoint. Jamie Connolly, you guys are the best. All the love from Ireland.
Brendan would love for you to be in a live stream one day. Jamie Connolly,
Jamie.
you guys are the best. Oh, the love from Ireland.
Hi,
Ireland.
I'm Spider-Man.
I'm the fucking Spider-Man.
Let's get Jamie Dornan as Spider-Man next. Jamie Dornan Spider-Man or Eddie Brock. I'm calling it. J-Los.
That's a fucking rhino over there.
That's a fucking. I thought an alien from fucking space made of black fucking goo. Do you guys think they are setting up for Secret Wars? I mean, eventually, but Secret Invasion comes first.
I mean, yeah.
It's all about that secret
they are.
invasion.
Not
Hey.
so secret if you ask me. But
They announced it forever ago, and we're anticipating it. Haha. Albin, bro, I thought about something the other day. What if Stanley was still alive? He could have arrived through a portal with Andrew and Tobey. I would have loved to see that happen. And then he would have helped fight Doc Ock and,
What do you have done?
and the Green Goblin and the Lizard.
That would have been fucking weird.
Stanley shows up and just gets chopped in half by one of
Yeah.
them. Like,
With great power comes great responsibility.
Peter, there's a message we've been trying to get to you for 3 movies now. Jake Hedge. Tom Holland came out and said he's done playing Spider-Man and wants to take a break for a female Spider-Woman to come in. Thoughts?
I don't believe that for
I don't believe
one
that.
second, Jake Hedge, who I know has been waiting for us to read your super chat.
I'm really curious to know what he means about that whole, like, if I'm still playing Spider-Man by the time I'm 30, I'll be doing something very wrong. But
He clarified a little bit, and he's being signed up, but I think, isn't Olivia Munn, is that her?
she's a new Peter Parker?
No, she's working on something like is it a Spider-Woman movie? I'm forgetting.
Oh, something like that.
I think it's a Spider-Woman movie.
That would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to get a first live-action Spider-Woman.
Yeah, and get somebody else to come over from X-Men to be a Marvel character.
Why the fuck not?
Sladro, since Spider-Man
Not
freshman.
Olivia Munn. Olivia Wilde.
Oh, okay, different person. Okay.
She directed that one comedy
X-Men.
movie with the 2 women, so she's the perfect fit for
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
yeah, definitely.
Since Spider, so yeah, I mean, I'd be fine for that. We're gonna get so many different Spider-Man movies, just like we have a gazillion Batmans.
Yeah.
Sladro, since Spider-Man freshman year will be based off Pete going to college, do you think within the time span that Miles will be a freshman in high school?
Sure. Maybe. Who knows?
I guess.
I mean, I could.
Maybe. Yeah.
We never.
Sure. Why not?
We never find out how old Aaron Davis's nephew is. So, Sean
A
McLaughlin.
child.
Yeah.
3 years old.
He's a
just
baby.
learning to
Was
speak.
just born, and I don't want him to get into crime.
There's no way that Aaron Davis could become the Prowler. Jesus Christ, you see him?
He's so
I'm
chill.
the Prowler.
I don't know.
That's it. Fucking Prowler.
I'm trying to sell these weapons right here.
Sean McLaughlin, Coy, hope you feel better. You're looking a bit white there. But so is Sean. Thank you, Greg, for bringing the Philippine diversity.
That's right. You got.
And don't forget that oily Italian skin.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, we brought a source she wrote in earlier in the chat. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Hey.
Agent Josh, 0007. We never saw Peter clapping MJ cheeks. Wow. Yeah, that's a very, very true statement right there. Flickin' Real. A super
Oh,
chat.
Jesse. What's up, Jesse?
I don't know this guy.
Yeah.
Let's let you know there's a Streamlab. Thank you, Flickin' Real. That means
Fellow
a lot.
quirky merc.
Jesse.
Jesse the Jackal.
Not remembering who that
Yeah.
is. That's him in person.
And he cried.
I literally
the
was like-
whole Schmodown Spectacular.
What's your name? It's Jesse. I'm like, what's fucking you?
Oh, Jesse, we got love for you here. Don't
Love
worry.
you, Jess. Dom, hey guys, are the box office stats good so far? No, they're
Nah,
terrible.
they're
Movie's
failing.
failing and underperforming
This is
like
tanking.
nobody's
They're gonna
business.
cancel the MCU
Fucking
after
awful,
this.
man. Fucking awful. Griffith, wow. If Tom Holland hadn't been signed on for 3 more movies and freshman year wasn't announced, would you be happy with the Spider-Man MCU ending like this?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, no. I would be really disappointed that I feel like they need to do another Spider-Verse crossover with its new Spider-Man franchise so we can see what happened with Tom Holland. Everyone just forgot who he is and he's off on his own. I'm like, no, that's not a conclusion. This is a new chapter beginning. This is a definitive new chapter beginning. It does both. It ends something and starts something. And I would hate to not see how it goes from here. Like, what's his life going to be now?
That is the correct answer.
Yeah, so no, I would not have been satisfied, but I appreciate the question. Cinematic goodness. The movie did everything a great Spider-Man story needed to be. I especially love how Peter really went to a dark place in his singular hatred and bloodlust for the Goblin. Absolutely. Now, maybe you can't go that full dark in the next Spider-Man movie, but you can with hashtag The Amazing Spider-Man 3. Thwip, am I right? Thank you, cinematic goodness.
Peter Parker's dark place.
The fancy filmmaker. So does this mean the villains still die in their universe, or are they now cured and just go back to living normal lives? We don't know. People have theories. People really believe these theories, but we just don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I think the fantasy, the wonder, is that they would go back and live a normal life now that they are cured. But who knows? Flint Marko would probably have to go back to jail. Jake Hedge, I did my best. I did my best. Dane Cook, thank you, Jake.
I want
Love
a
that.
divorce because of you.
AMV. Wow, every time I think we're almost at the top. Maybe Tobey's universe had Avengers, but they all got wiped memories like the MCU unity did because J. Jonah did say Doctor Strange was taken. That could have been before.
Wait. As in, they're going back to their timeline so that Tobey can start having Spider-Man's movies events happen in the future?
Yeah.
he got
reality.
youthified on his way back.
Webcanschat.com is in here. Hell yeah. That's awesome to hear.
Oh, good.
I support sex workers.
Dude, hot boys and girls. It's equal opportunity. Let's do this.
Who'd you put in the chat? Time out.
Oh.
The webcams?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't...
You
Because people are going to
don't
take...
support them?
I think that all
Now we're
sex
getting
work is
sidetracked.
work, and that's not a joke.
Yeah, we gotta move on. Sorry,
sex
we don't
work is
understand
important
it,
and
man.
undervalued
We're on
and
sidetrack.
misunderstood. African Caesar, the already gave us a clue who the next villain will be. Remember, Venom left a piece of his symbiote before he was taken back to his own universe?
Yeah, you'd think so. It also seemed like that Venom was in the MCU, but apparently not.
Yeah, who knows?
So we'll see. I
That'll-
think you could do a full movie with him, Black Suit Symbiote, before you actually finally have them cross over. I think Spider-Man would be in a Venom 3 than Venom in a Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 4. Roberto Studios. I'd like to see The Amazing Spider-Man 3, if only to see a take on a I became bitter, rageful, I stopped pulling my punches. Imagine a Spider-Man hallway scene. Oh, terrifying. I thought we did that one. We definitely did that one.
We did one with the similar sentiment.
The Antidote. The Amazing Spider-Man 3, but we need Sam Raimi's camera work. If you do a blend of both, that would be
dude,
pretty sweet.
yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah.
Hells yeah.
I like that idea, The Antidote. Andy Z, did you hear about the rumor of Marvel wanting to bring back Tobey and Andrew for Secret Wars? Yes, we did. We acknowledge it. Don't think it's going to happen.
Don't think so.
D Webbs, if we get The Amazing Spider-Man 3, I want to see Kraven the Hunter. I think Kraven the Hunter would be good even for Spider-Man 4, especially in the fact that he is now ground level.
And he's getting his own movie.
Vincent Moore, we got a screening to catch. Did you see the final scene where Tom was swinging off the ice rink in the same place that was in the trailer for Hawkeye? The Rockefeller Center, I think is what you're referring to. And yes, we did. I still don't think they're going to cross paths here, but it's funny how this movie's kind of bookended with two things that remind you of what we've seen in Hawkeye so far. Rogers the Musical logo and the Rockefeller Center ice rink where Hawkeye is taking place in the finale, or at least having a sequence to. Chess Verdon. So happy we got to see Andrew save MJ. Everyone clapped and cheered. It was great. It was phenomenal. It was amazing.
Fan-freaking-tastic.
African Caesar. He has two. We're going to read them. I agree that the end credit scene with Tom Hardy felt a bit tacked on, but I bet you a cameo in one of your feature videos that was your way of introducing Venom to Tom Holland's universe. I meant to make that cameo bet predicated on Venom being set up to be the villain in the next Spider-Man movie with Tom Holland. Bet it up. LOL. Maybe. I still think that we'll see Spider-Man in Venom 3 and not Venom in Spider-Man 4. I think we're going to get a Venom 3 before we get a Spider-Man 4.
J. Rules says Jim Starling was the old dude in the diner. Really?
I recognized.
Yeah,
I was
like,
at
that's
the
gotta
very
be a
end.
cameo,
Yeah, at
yeah.
the very end. Yeah.
Just with a wig on.
Thought so, yeah. Let's keep going.
All right.
We're up there. Jojo points. Pinoy Pride. Lola. I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible Filipino.
How dare you. JJ Star Prod, thank you for the moment of silence. And hello to you in Europe. Hey, we're at the top. I'm lost. Closing us out for at least the chats. Does Edith still know about Peter? It's a computer, not a person.
It was confiscated, so he no longer possesses it and probably doesn't matter, and they probably had to go through some stark legal ramifications to make sure it was deactivated on his end in some way, with Happy probably helping somehow.
Yeah, and his suit has a different voice.
Thank you for that super chat, though.
Different voice on that
Andrew
suit
Garfield
now.
in the chat. Is that refreshed?
No. Let's go back to the title overlay.
We're going to have to tear down this camera so we can bring it to the theater.
Yes, we are.
I mean, if we are not tired, honestly, I've been getting to bed like obnoxiously late every night for the past week, and I don't want to do this to my body anymore. And plus, my fiance, I skipping down and going to Colorado with her this week to be with her family because there's so much to do to wrap up that we're behind on. So I'm not going to be able to go. So I'd like to spend some time with her tonight too. Which is not looking likely, but I'm trying. So yeah, I mean, I'll try to get the Matrix stuff up tomorrow. I'll have to edit it tonight. How much do we have here? I have a slight solution in mind,
Okay.
if in case we can't do this.
Okay. I knew we got one tongue punch, but there was a different tongue punch. Okay.
Yeah.
Shorty.
No. Keep going. I got this.
All right. So.
There was right there.
Yeah. So we're at talks.
Talks. Okay. We'll see where we are in 10 minutes. All right,
Yes.
Talks. Not about Spider-Man, but I saw Greg in an ad before the movie. Hey, first thing to bring up in the chat. Miles, we did read your chat.
We did,
I even
Miles.
said, we read your chat, Miles. I declared it out
Yes.
loud. I said it right
That
out loud.
happened.
We got your chat, Miles.
That
You
happened.
just weren't listening at the time. But we for sure read it. Absolutely, 100%.
So go back and skim.
Yeah. Not about Spider-Man, but I saw Greg in an ad before the movie, and I'm so proud. Been watching y'all for 5 years now, and I'm happy to see y'all going places. That means a lot, Talks. You know, and it was really all thanks to John, 100%. And anytime
right,
I
man.
do anything, people go, John.
I
Even
forced
send a
you.
gift to someone, and John got CC'd in the email. I love how that happens.
Oh,
Brandon.
I felt very bad about that.
Yeah, Brandon. Yeah. Hi, guys. I love seeing my childhood Spider-Man Tobey again and diving into Andrew's, but Tom's left in a place I've wanted to see him for years. I wanted to ask him, what villains for Tom's next movies would you like to see, and who are your dream casting? I mean, really what I'm championing for is Michael Mando. Michael Mando to return as Scorpion. I feel like he's just got this weird short end of the stick, and it's a fucking shitty ass position. It really bums me out, to be honest, that no one seems to be fighting for it, or we see articles
caring
about
about
it
it.
when it should happen. If we
Yeah.
do get Harry Osborn, I do think Timothy Chalamet would actually be a fantastic choice for Harry Osborn, though. You know. Let's see here. Chai tea. That's what I drink because I don't like coffee. Hi, guys. Absolutely love your channel and No Way Home as well. I appreciate how the runtime for the Scooby-Doo in this crap was rather short. It was word it would be that taking up majority of the time. See if there's more. No. But no, it didn't. Actually, I thought it took up the appropriate amount of time, and I actually really liked all those scenes. A lot of people say like the first half, like, I don't know about this. It's actually kind of rushed and not feeling bad, and I really don't feel that way when I watch it. I've seen it 3 times, and I've never felt that it was rushed. I felt there were some things that were underwritten in terms of the villains, but I never felt the movie in itself was rushed. I thought it was actually paced appropriately well.
All right. Talks. Hello again. I'm not sure if this was already mentioned, but I wondered why Venom was there because he didn't know Peter Parker was Spider-Man, at least to my knowledge. Can you correct me on that if I'm wrong?
He did. You are wrong. At the end credit scene of the Venom Let There Be Carnage, they clearly show Peter Parker on screen with a shot that we've never seen before, and it's crystal cut clear that it's them. We're not going to the premiere of The Matrix. We have an early screening for it, and it's about an hour away. But we'll be full. So we are in 7 minutes exactly.
Yes.
I want to make sure we answer this. It's not right. It's not right. I don't like. I would just feel insanely guilty if we don't get around to this. I care more about this right now.
I'm surprised no
I'm
one...
gonna call the theater and be like, hold the screening for us. Would you all screen this without the real rejects there?
I saw Rojas in the comments, and it made me realize nobody's called out the Danny Rojas cameo in that post-credit scene. Anyway, moving on. Flevdoran. Okay, you have a good theory as answer to my and for others similar question. LOL. Yeah, Loki did put that rule. But in Loki, there was also a timeline fusing event. Where's that? We thought before that's the trigger for No Way Home's plot.
Go up a little bit more. Did he continue? Yeah, go on. We'll go back. Also, where are the TVA agents when all this multiverse jumping happens? And also, mind-wiping everybody to forget Peter isn't messing with this timeline. Was that something supposed to happen? My only issue is, while I loved the Loki show in isolation, keep going up.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I don't know how much stock I can put in because it brought me more Q than A. Questions than answers is what he's trying to say. Nevertheless, this time travel string theories are always difficult to deal with in movies, so I choose to focus more on the action and not too much on the causes. It can ruin my mood. I respect that a lot. And yeah, I don't know why they haven't brought up the Loki stuff yet. I guess the question is, when did the Loki events occur? Is it going to be happening simultaneously to Multiverse of Madness, or is it going to be happening simultaneously to Ant-Man Quantumania? It looks like it's probably going to be Ant-Man Quantumania, just the fact that we know Kang's going to officially be in there, but it just seems like a weird time frame to have Loki, then a bunch of movies in between before those events actually are like lined up. So I don't know, but time works differently in the TVA, does it not? All right, let's go back down here. Sorry, but I'm glad you were able to still get the emotional experience despite the questions that you were having, similar for us too. Selma. Electro making that comment about Spider-Man being black is a sign about making it a movie for Miles Morales. That's why we all cheered and clapped when it happened, and it was an exciting time.
Toast Malone.
Popcorn. Hi, hope y'all are well. I started watching Attack on Titan with Greg. You look like a baby. Okay. Do you plan on watching another anime after this one wraps up? I love No Way Home, and I love the way that Norman has dentures as Goblin has normal teeth. Yeah, good catch, man. That's a really good catch. I don't have any specific plans at the moment for another anime. Just trying to get through the rest of the month first. And then when we're done with that, then we'll go revisit our plans. It's been a kind of stacked month for us. They're releasing a lot this month. You know, all the Spider-Man stuff, of course, which is something we're very passionate about. And then we got Matrix. We're trying to keep Witcher going. There's just a lot going on right now, you know. But I haven't thought of another anime to cover yet. Six Paths Navi. Couldn't Tom have asked Strange to make everyone forget Mysterio at the beginning of the film? Thoughts, just nitpicking. We answer this, I believe, in the Super Chats.
Hey.
Thank you, and I believe that was you too.
Thank you.
David Quinones, you think Sandman was sand for lost of the movie because of Sony or something else? I don't know the choice. I feel like they probably digitaled him in, but they probably couldn't get Thomas Hayden Church to agree. I imagine there was like scheduling conflicts or some shit like that. So it seems like they animated him in there, and then eventually they were able to get Thomas Hayden Church to do the voice. Then they could bring him in. That's just kind of the business impression that I get of what they did with Sandman in that film. Jesse Swift.
Hey, buddy.
Thwip bitches. What a ride from announcement to reactions to the premiere. Cheers to one of the most steadfast and consistent channels out there. All the love in the world. Jesse, one day you will surpass us, and you absolutely deserve to because you're better at us in every single way. Appreciate the compliment, though.
Go subscribe to Flick and Reel.
Captain Finland. Hi, love your videos. Why, after the final spell, Peter can't just go and tell Strange what happened? Wouldn't he understand and believe everything, even though he doesn't remember Pete? And do other Avengers still remember working with Spider-Man? I believe they do not. I think that's actually the point of what happens here. Everything is sort of forgotten about it. But I think there's going to be some, memory coming back for certain characters in the next Spider-Man movie. It has to be one of those spells. One thing Boss pointed out really well was the Black Dahlia necklace, how that MJ still had it intact, meaning that she probably in her subconscious still has a memory of Peter Parker, and it's just about how do they activate that? Not for everyone, but for a certain few. Tongue Punch Fartbox, back at it again. I can't remember the exact wording of the spell, but shouldn't Peter forget he's Spider-Man too? I mean, technically, right? I mean, that would be a fucking bizarre movie.
Everyone.
That should be their Spider-Man 4.
He has no identity at all.
Yes, exactly.
Flevdoran's back. Sorry if I derailed the mood with my ramblings. I really liked the film despite how it sounds. LOL. I was the only one in my hall that jumped and that jumped at Andrew and Toby's scene, cried for May. I actually liked the villains apart scenes. We'll see it a second time tomorrow. I'm glad. There are certainly fair things to point out. Also, Fleb goes on, in the Matt Murdock scene, I was in awe. Even though I knew about the scene, I saw the leaked photo. It was very short and, in the grand scheme, insignificant, yet still very cool. Can't wait to start the journey to Doctor Strange 2. This was fun. Take care. You take care, Flev.
You take care, Flevy.
Thank you for all your love and support across here, Patreon, everything, man. Amber, hello, John. Your dimples. Oh, my God. Can we ask non-Spider-Man questions? Would you two ever switch hairstyles? Greg grows out his hair super long, and John cuts his and curls it up. Okay, that's all. Have a good day. I would like to see it happen, but it's more likely to be a Photoshop than the real thing. I don't know if I'll go that short ever again.
John doesn't cut his hair. It's his one most valuable asset.
Flippy. Hey guys, just want to say I love your videos. You guys are absolutely awesome and so fun to watch, and your reactions are literally the best.
I don't know. Have you seen Blind Wave?
And second of all, just finished No Way Home's second watch for my birthday. Happy birthday. And it ranks at 5th in my MCU films.
Oh.
Not bad.
5th MCU overall. I wonder where it ranks in your Spider-Man films. Teddy-O. Wouldn't it have been great instead of the Doctor Strange 2 trailer for the post-credit scene, it was a clip of Jamie Foxx getting to a different world where it was the world of Miles Morales, and Jamie Foxx would say, oh, damn, there is a black Spider-Man. It would be pretty cool if it was like an off-screen shadow of that Spider-Man, and Jamie Foxx did say that. That actually would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would have been sweet. If they just went into the live action version of the Into the Spider-Verse, that would be pretty sweet. I like that one a lot, actually. That was pretty dope. I'll keep that in my memory as headcanon. Thanks for that one. That made me smile. Thank you.
Flippy floppy.
That Doctor Strange credit scene was flipping awesome, and I swear I'm so excited for it. Doctor Strange is my third favorite MCU movie, heavily to do with the fantastic visuals that it had. Oh my God, multiverse of craziness looks so cool. Am I right?
You are right.
I'm also a member of the LGBT, and I don't know if any of you are, but what's your opinions on an LGBT Spider-Man? Because Tom Holland in an interview said he would love to have a gay Spider-Man or something. It would be the funniest relationship to see. And keep going up. And one last thing, I love you guys, and like I've said before, I like your reactions, make the content you're watching more enjoyable, like all the time, and both are awesome. I hope you guys are doing well. And yes, Spider-Man, Matrix, and Kingsman to go. We saw Kingsman. We haven't done a video about it, but here we are. Yeah, I'm 100% for seeing. They fucking just make Tom Holland bisexual. I don't give a shit. Like, do whatever you want. Like, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a version of the Spider-Man that is from the LGBTQ community. It would be amazing to me. I fully support that 100%.
Absolutely, 100%.
And yeah, there's a lot of movies to keep going through for sure. I myself do identify on the B side, so yeah, I'm of course 100% for it. 1,000%. I appreciate your candor, and I appreciate your support so much, Flippy. Luke Bolton, 200. Hey, guys, big fan of your videos. How did you guys feel about the Venom credit scene? Do you think Tom Holland's Spider-Man will ever be in a movie with him now that he's back in his own universe? I think Venom 3 will have Spider-Man in it. I don't think Venom will be in Spider-Man 4, if I'm being completely frank with you guys. But that's my feelings on it. I don't think that Venom. I think the Venom post-credit scene was actually weird and didn't totally mesh well. But hey, what are you gonna do? It's something that I feel like Sony made sure that was gonna be included in there.
Mm-hmm.
Brocco Lee, at the end of the movie, everyone forgets who Peter Parker is in the world. What about those of off-world like Thor and Nick Fury? Will they know Peter Parker next time they see him? I don't think they will do that. No, I don't. I don't think they have to force agenda, guys. I'm not saying they should force agenda. I'm saying if they ended up doing it, sure, what? It's not even a big deal, honestly.
If it's natural, who cares?
Yeah. Some people just think that when you say it, that means it's forced. At the end of the movie, I don't have time to get into it, all right? You were going to have a problem with it either way. That's all I'm going to say. And at the end of the movie, everyone forgets who Peter Parker is in the world. What about those off-world? No, I don't think. I think it would undercut it if it's just like, it's only Earth exclusive.
Yeah.
I think it is the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Brandon, Do you think the final swinging shot is set right before the events of Hawkeye? No, I don't, because I feel like it might undercut the whole I mean, actually, it would be cool if they had alluded to that they saw a spider guy swinging around here, but I wonder if there'll be some type of shift where Clint might talk about a spider guy but say he doesn't know who he is, acknowledging the events of Spider-Man No Way Home. That might be pretty interesting. Think it would be funny if when Clint and Kate are having the final battle, Rockefeller Center and Peter's just swinging about above them. Much love from Australia. Yeah, I think they would undercut Hawkeye and it'd be all about Spider-Man at that moment. So no, I would rather, they don't do that. I have said, let Hawkeye be Hawkeye and let those actors shine in there.
And let the Kingpin reveal actually amount to something.
Exactly. Flev Doran. I was joking on the trailer live stream when I said I can wait for the 6th live after the actual movie, piggybacking on a previous chat. I saw Carnage IMAX and No Time to Die 3D back-to-back empty rooms. It was great. Glad you had a wonderful ass experiences watching those. You got to redeem yourself. I'm so happy for you, buddy. And I hope you get to see No Way Home a few more times as well. Mike's Rambles. Not sure if this has been mentioned, but did we touch on Emma Watson playing Spider-Gwen? Emma Watson as Spider-Gwen. Interesting choice.
Dang.
I feel like Haley Steinfeld would be perfect, but she's already Kate Bishop.
She's already there?
She was great Spider-Gwen in the Into the Spider-Verse thing. But no, I mean, Emma Watson, I don't know about that, to be honest, and I can't think of anyone better at the time, so sure, why not? Let it be Emma Watson.
I can't see it, but I'm always happy to be surprised.
I'll
Curtis
support it.
Mason. Random thought, what if Venom and Morbius take place in Andrew's world?
Not so random. We've had a lot of people contribute that today, saying that's what it would be. Batgare. If the Japanese Spider-Man just showed up and catch MJ in Spider-Man No Way Home, and just use transformation first before catching MJ when falling in the fall tower. There's a YouTube link. Cool. Don't have time to watch this YouTube link, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Really do appreciate it, though.
Yes,
another live stream, maybe. Anya Taylor-Joy would actually be a great one. I appreciate putting it down, Pablo the Pigeon.
Sure.
That's a fantastic one. We do have some stickers here. Really appreciate those additional stickers.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Oh, my God. We did it. We have maybe a few minutes to spare.
We have TED Talks.
Guys,
that's the
thank
last
you
one of
so
those.
much for this. This has been a hell of a journey. It's not done yet. There's all this other shit breaking while we were doing this stream about Amazing Spider-Man stuff. I appreciate everyone for the support here, for the amount of time we've been doing this, and for especially following us on the Spider-Man journey. It seems like there's just more shit coming out now. Literally, I was on Twitter. I was like, oh damn, there's like fucking leaked news about future stuff. So hell yeah, you guys rock. John, look at the camera for once in your life. Look at the camera.
I'm pulling up the final stickers
We
so we can
already-
shout out Omni
we
Media and Lick Neeps.
Way
Thank
to
you
go.
guys.
Thank you guys so
for
much. That's
sending
why
those
John's the
in.
man. He holds it all
Thank
down.
you.
Alrighty, guys. We got to get going. Appreciate you very much. Much appreciate. Much love to all you. John in the stream. We did it.
We did it. Have a good one,
Swing
guys.
off. Thank you, guys.
All the love to you in the world. And we are outie.
Thwip.
5,000, A4, all the above.
And we are ending on